Seeing an opportunity, Fernita took the lead and led the zombies to break through the direction of the tornado and rushed straight to Field. Choose to attack the army first. Field was not panicked at all. That's right, as long as they disperse Offaly's zombies, they can fight with more people. After all, the opponent has the advantage in numbers. After dispersing their own army, they can rely on miscellaneous soldiers to play the human wave tactics. In this case, don't even think about leaving. Offaly, focus on them. No problem, magic skill, sapphire dragonization. Offaly's magic ring bloomed, and the defense against the corpse army was strengthened again. Although Fernita looks charming and weak, after she crashed into the army, she was like an ancient evil beast, and a casual wave of her hand caused bloody storms. A dozen heavily armored corpses surrounded her and killed her, and she just slashed the long sword horizontally to cut the corpses in half. You have to know that these corpses are wearing armor and have been strengthened by divine skills, so they can't hinder Fernita at all. Crackle! The dense bone spurs attacked Fernita and were bounced off by her divine coat. But the corpses behind her had no divine power and fell down in an instant. Fernita gritted her teeth and continued to advance alone despite the rapidly consuming divine power. Field, you must die here today. Field silently estimated the distance of the opponent in his heart. It's time. Fernita has been embedded in our army and can't come back to help. Blow the horn and signal Rosaria to attack. Woo, the heavy horn sounded. Rosaria laughed excitedly. Kill, 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 incarnate to fight together. The void twisted and a terrifying corrupt dragon fell, smashing up continuous dust. As soon as the corrupted dragon appeared, the entire battlefield was shocked. Its sky-covering bone wings spread out, and chains roamed around its body, making it extremely evil. What is this corrupted dragon? It must be fake. Anai was stunned for a moment, and so was Fernita. We are obviously the disaster. Why are the other corrupt creatures stronger than us? The enemy actually hid this trick. Fernita had to admit that she had underestimated her opponent. Everyone felt a suffocating threat from the corrupted dragon. But before she could be shocked, the surrounding enemy troops rushed over like a tide, so she had to suppress her panic and continue to attack. Buzz! The gray heart in the corrupted dragon's chest beat wildly, and a large amount of gray fog gathered. The dragon opened its mouth and a straight beam of light was blown out. The breath directly penetrated the Blue Water City Army formation, plowing a bloody channel. The corrupted Lord Anai was almost hit. The reserve army is pressing forward. The giant shrimp army is attacking. Stop it at all costs. Anai's eyes were red, and he fell into madness. The giant shrimp's acid will definitely melt the dragon into slag. All the third-level corrupted giant shrimps crawled forward and sprayed highly corrosive acid at the corrupted dragon. The third-level and fourth-level corrupted creatures all rushed towards Rosaria. Endless slash. The majestic sword energy slashed and suddenly enveloped the opponent's high-level corpses at the moment they appeared. At the same time, the corrupted dragon also released the endless slash, the sky-covering sword energy, and tore the giant shrimp army into pieces. In just a cup of tea, Rosaria was like a killing god, crushing wherever she went, breaking through 7 or 8 large square formations in succession and killing countless high-level corpses. Helplessly, Stasha had to give up the assault with Fernita, and instead cooperated with the water corpses and turned to target Rosaria. Otherwise, Rosaria could kill all the corpses alone. The corpses of the Night Lord followed behind Rosaria, constantly tearing apart the opponent's army. Both sides were caught in a 20-minute meat grind, and the losses were soaring rapidly. Blood gathered like a river, and the ground was full of broken limbs. Field, they are coming. Surprisingly, Fernita cut through the waves and was the first to break through the Night Lord's army. The originally snow-white long legs were stained blood-red. More than 100 corpses followed the passage she broke through and killed together. The woman laughed tenderly, swung her 2 swords, and the dirty blood fell to the ground. This time, let's see how many cannon fodders you have. Lord of the Trash, be careful. There are fewer and fewer wild corpses around, and it is difficult to stop them. If the corpses on the front line turn around, there is a risk of total collapse. Offaly immediately warned, Rosaria has already rushed into the enemy's army, and it's too late to return to help. It's okay, someone will deal with her. Field nodded to Ashina. Leave it to me. Ashina, whose divine power has fully recovered, once again returned to the peak state, with a burst of momentum and an extremely cold storm spreading from her body to the surroundings. Despicable subhuman, you are the one who killed the bone stick. it seems that you have the ability to penetrate defense. Franita closed her eyes slightly. Charming May stared at Ashna with her eyes and said angrily, "You'd better beg for mercy now, I will give you a quick death." "I killed him, but so what?" Ashna stabbed out countless gorgeous spear flowers and 6 ice spears guarded on both sides. "I'm sorry, you are the challenger." As soon as the voice fell, a sharp spear light appeared in Franita's pupils, stabbing at an astonishing speed. Level 3 Divine Skill, Entangling Shield. Countless gray-white rotten vines emerged from the ground, like the hands of hell ghosts. Entwined and woven with each other, condensed into a huge curtain of more than 10 meters, and the hardened vines were as hard as steel. What a rubbish skill, obviously a charging warrior, but using a defensive divine skill. With this method, you still scare me. Ashna snorted coldly, and the ice spears merged into a huge siege cone under the unparalleled impact of the dragon wolf. Just the moment of collision, the entangling shield was shattered. Behind the big shield, the hundreds of corpses roared forward, taking advantage of the pause after Asana's charge, and rushed forward together, trying their best to grab the dragon wolf. And Franita turned into a ball of black mist, appeared behind Asana like a ghost, and slashed with 2 swords. 3rd level Divine Skill, Purgatory Instant Kill. You know, it is extremely dangerous for cavalry to stop their horses. Now Asana is trapped in the corpse tide, and Franita is slashing from behind. The situation is extremely passive. "It's over, you have to pay the price for your stupidity." Franita shouted softly, "Die." However, Franita's previous attack had already exposed her own information, and Asana got some of her information from field. "A few miscellaneous soldiers want to limit my charge. 3rd level Divine Skill, Avalanche Charge. The winter power compressed to the extreme gathered on the dragon wolf, and the dragon wolf, which was originally entangled with the corpses, burst out with the power of the earth and sky. A huge frost dragon shadow appeared behind Ashna, and like a roaring cannonball, Ashna rushed out. Bang, bang, bang. The hundreds of rotten corpses blocking the front were instantly crushed into powder. With the displacement caused by the charge, Ashna easily avoided Franita's killing skills. After crushing the corpse, Asana turned back to kill. The ice spear in her hand, with the impact of the mount, intertwined with Franita. It smashed a large piece of sparks. Another monster. Franita was almost shocked to vomit blood. After fighting with Rosaria before, she was shocked by the opponent's terrifying power. Unexpectedly, after changing the opponent's power still crushed her. The emotions of shame and anger exploded in her chest. Franita had her own pride. She snorted angrily and danced the 2 swords in her hands so hard that water could not enter, trying to block Asana's attack. Although Franita barely parried the dense gun shadows, she ignored the existence of the dragon wolf. Now Asana shouted coldly. The dragon wolf, which had been pretending to be an ordinary mount, suddenly flashed with blood. It smashed out with a giant claw that was heavier than a bear's paw. The plain claw hit Franita's chest. In an instant, blood splattered. The dragon wolf grinned and opened his mouth to spit out another violent blue flame. Tyrant dragon flame, divine skill. No one would have thought that, in addition to the chosen ones, there were creatures that could use divine skills. You are so despicable. You actually hide a living divine weapon. Franita was shocked. She thought that the spear in Ashna's hand was the divine weapon, and she never guessed that the dragon wolf was also one. The bursting flames enveloped Franita's figure. She screamed miserably and rushed out of the flames desperately. Flames have a strong killing effect on any carbon-based life, not to mention the dragon flames of the dragon wolf. It hurts, it hurts. Franita struggled to slap off the flames that were sticking to her body. And the flames were extinguished. Franita was already in a state of bursting clothes, with only a few pieces of cloth covering her. Because she didn't want to be exposed, she had to use the gradually running out of divine power to weave clothes. Asana took this opportunity to attack with the dragon wolf, leaving several blood marks on Franita's flawless body in an instant. Franita secretly regretted that she shouldn't have rushed in rashly. It seems that she is going to have a defeat animation. Field was greatly encouraged and shouted with relief, "Are you still arrogant? Do you want to cut me? This guy killed people in her own army before and finally someone restrained her." Franita gritted her teeth and blocked. "You human, how come your subordinates are subhumans, mermaids, and corrupted? Our Tiandijié Jedi League is like this." Field gave a thumbs up. "I'll let you go today, and I'll settle accounts with you, a caterpillar another day, hum." Franita bit her tongue hard. The desire to kill urged her to fight with Field, but the remaining wisdom suppressed the corrupt instinct. In the end, she chose to turn into black mist, knocked away the rotten corpses blocking the road around her, and fled hard. "You let me go, I haven't let you go yet." Ashina, chase her, hang her up and torture her. Field waved his hand. "All troops, come on. I'm going to watch the animation of Frenada's defeat in Blue Water City tonight. If I don't kill you God's chosen, I'll teach you a lesson. There will be no end in the future." Receive the order, charge. All troops charge. Awfully swung his shiny tail, trying to expand the halo of the crazy corpse, and directly transformed the magic ball in his hand into a sapphire dragon soul. Second-level magic skill, Sapphire Dragon Transformation. The moment the soul shadow entangled Ashina, Ashina's already terrifying speed soared again. Die. Ashina quickly condensed the extreme cold killing spear in her hand. Giant ice spear of more than 10 feet condensed quickly, with the phantom of the sapphire dragon wrapped around it, and the power increased greatly. Strive to throw it out, and the huge killing spear violently blasted out. At the moment the ice spear left her hand, the fleeing Frenada sensed the breath of death. This power, how can I possibly bear it? Frenada's legs trembled slightly. She finally understood how the bone stick was killed instantly. If she was hit by this ice spear, she would undoubtedly be blown up by the terrifying energy. Luxury double blades dissociate. Not daring to hesitate, Frenada's double blades broke, along with her only remaining veil. The next moment, the blazing magic flame burned, and the artifact turned into black flames, attached to Frenada's impeccable body, cleverly covering it like a swimsuit, saving Field the effort of blurring herself. "This looks like a cat man." Ashina narrowed her eyes. Magic flame just outlined the claws, tail, and cat ears, which was extremely strange. Although the artifact was dissociated, Frenada had no intention of fighting, but retreated at a faster speed. Seeing that Ashina's ice spear was about to miss, the enemy's army roared, and the corrupted dragon blasted away the rotten corpses that blocked the view. Rosaria carried the greatsword gracefully as if taking a walk, and had already beaten another enemy God's chosen, Stasia, to disintegration, forcing her into a desperate situation. "Hey, when did you become so good at cooperating?" Rosaria was surprised to see the shadow of the sapphire dragon entangled on the ice spear. Knowing that it was Ophelia's cooperation, she immediately became interested. This lady can't fall behind. After saying that, the gluttony greatsword burst out with continuous chains, wrapping around Stasia's slender calves like a venomous snake. "Damn bastard, I'm going to eat you." Stasia struggled hard, but it was useless. Rosaria swung the great sword coldly, and Stasia was thrown out, hitting the flying ice spear like a broken kite. "Rosaria, you bitch, you're not even worthy of washing my feet." Unexpectedly, Frenada, who had dodged the ice spear, turned back again. With a palm strike, the shadow of the sapphire dragon on the ice spear was smashed to pieces. Ophelia, who was far away, spit out a mouthful of blood. "Damn, the power of the second level is still too weak." And Frenada grabbed Stasia and threw her out with force, and the charming and lazy aura on her body was swept away. With a terrifying momentum, Frenada madly bombarded the ice spear left and right. Every palm would explode an avalanche of ice and snow fragments. She actually came back to save people. Field frowned. This was the first time he saw a corrupted creature that would save people. With a burst of momentum, Frenada smashed the charged version of the killing spear into pieces. Huhuitz reached the limit. Although she resisted Ashina's magical skills, Frenada didn't feel good at all. Her whole body was covered with ice slag, and she was miserable. After moving a little, Frenada fell to the ground and couldn't move. Everyone in the night curtain was moved. Even Philomna's magical skills were shattered. She wanted to continue collecting heads, but seeing this scene, she was also in awe. "You still call me a bitch, Frenada? Did you torture the nuns of the Hyacinth Monastery to death?" Rosaria pointed the sword in her hand at Frenada and said in a cold voice, "And my father, you killed him. I tortured many people to death." Frenada laughed and said strangely, "I forgot, hee. It doesn't matter if you forget. Anyway, we have all died. Those are things of the past." Rosaria shook her head slightly with a complicated expression. "I have lost most of my memories and emotions, but you want to kill my lord and destroy my last precious hope. I will never forgive you. Even if you were my good friend before, you still have to die." "They were good friends before." Asuna scratched her head. "I didn't see it at all. I didn't expect it either, but from what they said, Rosaria's father may have died." "Alas." Field secretly smacked his lips. The mess between the nobles is probably a 72-level large-scale bloody TV series. Haha, your father deserves to die. And your lord deserves to die too. Franita sneered with an expression of waiting to die. The thing I regret most is that I didn't kill you earlier. Miss Franita, hold on, I'm coming. The octopus monster Aeon has a perverted face, wriggling tentacles, and rushing with more than 100 elite corpses. Hurry, let's go first while Franita is holding the enemy back. As a normal corrupted god, Stasia is cold and ruthless. For her, changing a master is not a big deal. Seeing Franita was defeated, she didn't care about her life or death and immediately fled to Aeon. However, something unexpected happened. Yes, and you too, hahaha. It's a little rotten, but it's good as an appetizer. Seeing that Stasia had been beaten to the limit, Aeon, who was in a subversive state, swung out his octopus claws and wrapped around Stasia. Crack, crack, while Stasia was confused, Aeon opened the huge mouth on his abdomen, revealing the vortex teeth like a crusher. In a few bites, he swallowed her until only 2 white legs were left, swinging weakly twice. Great, I'm only a little bit away from reaching the 6th level. Corrupted creatures should digest each other. Aeon laughed crazily. Corrupted gods chosen are no exception. They should all become stepping stones for the disaster. So delicious, delicious. I was born waiting for this moment. Hiss, damn, this is the corrupted creature I remember. Cold-blooded and cruel, she is merciless even to her own kind. I guess Franita is also an outlier. Field was furious. Kill that octopus monster, it actually stole the head of our knight leader. I was looking forward to letting Philomena advance to the 3rd level as soon as possible. Franita was furious and wanted to get up and chop people, but she couldn't do it at all. You can't fight back, bitch. Level 5 Lord Skill, Territory Incarnation. Aeon roared crazily, and the power of corruption surged out of his body. The terrifying momentum instantly tore the heavily armored corpses that surrounded him into pieces. Become a part of me, people of the Dawn territory. The water corpses around him gave up fighting and threw themselves into Aeon's arms, allowing him to be torn into pieces and merged with Aeon. The corrupt power contained in the blue water city gathered rapidly and also injected into Aeon's huge body. In the blink of an eye, Aeon magnified 100 times, the earth cracked, and Aeon was like Cthulhu, crisscrossing the world. The breath was temporarily upgraded from the original level 5 to the false level 6. Breathe. The corrupt dragon and the dragon wolf kept breathing and bombarding it. Aeon endured the damage, swept away the people of the night territory, and rolled Franita into the air. Take your disgusting tentacles away. Franita wanted to slap it to death with one claw, but her body could not move. She gritted her teeth and said, "The power of winter is too disgusting. My tendons are frozen." Hee, Franita, I finally got you. Anai laughed crazily. You are obviously a slut who can be slept with by anyone, but you always give me a bad face. Your condescending look is too annoying. Don't worry, I will let you be my wife for 3 days and then slowly eat you. After that, Aeon stretched out countless mosaic tentacles, all kinds of strange shapes. Let me extract your power first. No, don't. Franita was pale and wanted to struggle but couldn't. She was so scared that she sobbed and big tears rolled down. There was no charm and calmness before. Damn it, although I really want to enjoy the boss level defeat animation. Swearing secretly, Field shook his head to get rid of distracting thoughts, but I can't just watch the other party absorb the chosen one to become stronger. Awfully seize the control of the corpse, and at the same time prevent the water corpse from being merged by the enemy. The rest of you, attack with all your strength. Yes, sir. The crowd didn't even need to aim. All kinds of gorgeous magic skills were thrown at Aeon's huge body. Phaluamenai pointed a finger, and the original annihilation blasted out. Boom! The entire octopus tentacle was shattered, and Aeon's extraction action was interrupted before it even touched it. Damn it. Field, don't rush to send you off, it will be your turn soon. Aeon's eyes flashed fiercely. Your chosen one can't escape either. Dare to threaten me. I don't care about the black dragon and Cthulhu. I'll turn you into an octopus ball. Rosaria wants a chance to advance, go kill Franita. Field saw Rosaria waving at her and immediately understood what she meant and immediately pulled Pheramine beside him. Use the flaming fist. Sun bombardment on the enemy. The endless golden light, like a falling star, tore open the gray fog in the sky and fell straight down. Boom, boom, boom. Under the bombardment of the crowd, Aeon's flesh and blood flew everywhere. It hurts, it hurts. Onai opened the huge mouth of his abdomen, aimed at Phaluamenai, and blasted out a gray-white beam. The huge corrupt dragon rushed over immediately and knocked it off. The beam brushed Feiluomanai's body and plowed a several-meter-deep gully in the ground. Such a terrible attack made Field's scalp numb. Onai absorbed a piece of corpse again and swept across with his tentacles with a mighty momentum. The right leg of the huge corrupt dragon was directly broken and smashed out. Havava. I am invincible in the Dawn territory with the support of the territory. Onai was inflated. I will eat you all, not one left, whether it is the Chosen One or the Lord. As long as they fight in their own territory, they can enjoy huge gains. Onai attacked in all directions, sweeping away the people in the night territory several times. Laugh. Field was unhappy. You will not be able to laugh soon. Taking advantage of the gap created by her teammates, Rosaria jumped onto the octopus's body and quickly climbed to the place where Franita was caught with the chain. Ah, nothing has happened yet. It seems I came too early. Rosaria looked regretful. If I had known, I would not have attacked first. Kill me, I want to leave with dignity. Franita's mouth drew a sad smile. Sometimes I really envy you. Rosaria snorted coldly and swung the knife suddenly. Of course I have to kill you. I can't let you be absorbed by the monster. Puff. The gluttonous sword slashed down heavily. Rosaria is not a fussy saint. As a qualified, corrupted creature, she would not hesitate to chop anyone except the Lord. The sword smashed into Franita's shoulder and chopped out from her left abdomen, and blood splattered. Wow, you're so cruel. Franita screamed and was cut in half. However, the next moment, Franita's body was wrapped in magic flames. Not only were her injuries healed, but she also turned into a delicate little loli. I finally regained my mobility. Franita stepped on the squirming body of the octopus monster, quickly jumped through, and shouted while running, "Just wait, you actually bullied me, I won't let you go." Rosaria was stunned. How come she wasn't hacked to death? She actually has the same type of talent as Rosaria. This scene made Field, who was watching the game, dumbfounded. It always feels too coincidental. These two guys are related. Rosaria is the same. After being fatally injured, she will not die suddenly, but her body will become smaller. Franita didn't shrink before, probably because she was controlled by the power of winter, and she couldn't even commit suicide. After several leaps, Franita flew nimbly and finally jumped down with a graceful posture. Bang! Franita fell to the ground like a rag. Damn, I'm not used to changing my body shape so suddenly. Stop her, don't let her run away. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Field knew that his side often had the upper hand, mainly relying on information advantage. Catch her and torture her severely. Leave it to me. Without giving Franita a chance to stand up, Ashina rushed forward, and the claws of the dragon wolf slapped the enemy away. Until she was beaten to death, Ashina picked her up, tied her hands and feet with a rope, and carried her back. Don't move, our adults said that we will tie you up and beat you. Give me back my toys. Ani was furious and chased Ashina to attack. It has only grown in size, but it seems that its brain has not grown at all. This guy can have such combat power only because it has the support of Blue Water City. Onai's attack looked scary, but Field saw the opportunity and waved the battle flag beside him, signaling Ashina to take the octopus monster for a walk. Understanding what she meant, Ashina grabbed Franita as bait and took it to the north while turning back and shooting arrows. The other output of the night territory followed the octopus monster and continued to attack with various skills. Kill you, kill you. Onai took the damage and squirmed wildly, destroying the surrounding terrain. It only took 5 minutes for it to realize that something was wrong. The energy from Blue Water City was rapidly decreasing. Turning his head, he looked. Even though Onai was a corrupted creature with a thick nerve, he was almost scared to death. Field actually brought the remaining corrupted legion, killed all the water corpses, and rushed into the city with flags. And that damn Field actually placed fog lights in various key points in the city. The water corpses who sacrificed themselves for him were killed, the support of the city continued to decrease, and the power in Ani's body was lost madly. No, stop, this is not in line with the etiquette of the nobles. Ani was anxious, and he wriggled his tentacles to come back for help. You can't do this, the Battle of Knights should be a head-on duel. This time, it was Ashina's turn to attack from behind, and continuous ice flame fireballs were thrown at him. You told me to stop, so I stopped. Wouldn't it be very embarrassing for me? After Field opened the city gate, he immediately commanded his own corrupted corpses to pile up the debris at the city gate, and at the same time asked Feiluomanai to bomb everywhere, and the golden flames burned the corrupt secretions in the city. I'm so hungry. No, stop dispelling the corruption. As the blue water city burned and the gray fog dissipated, Ani felt his body getting heavier and heavier. After finally arriving at the blue water city, he was blocked by the corrupted dragon again and faced the corrupted dragon's violent attack. Ani could only weakly reach the city wall twice and watched the city burn in despair. Every attack by the crowd would blow off a large piece of Ani's flesh and blood. Now that his recovery ability has greatly decreased, he can no longer withstand the huge damage and began to collapse like melting. Take advantage of his weakness and kill him. Field raised his crossbow and kept shooting. Resaria swung her sword wildly. Level 3 Divine Skill Endless Slash. Ashna threw out 6 ice spears from behind. Level 3 Divine Skill Extreme Cold Killing Spear. Attacked from the front and back, Ani was directly crushed into slag by the majestic divine power. Wow, despicable Field, you will die a miserable death. Squeezing out a word from his teeth, Ani was reduced to dust and completely destroyed. It's finally over. Field was in a good mood and felt much less tired. Everyone, check carefully again to make sure the enemy is not dead yet. The opponent is actually a 5th level peak life, with the strength equivalent to the 3rd level God's choice. He can fight for so long, but he still relies on the territory to support him. Let me do it. By the way, my lord, I caught the captive. Whether to kill him or sign a contract, my lord has the final say. Asna left Franita and immediately went to check the pile of corpses around. Franita was already dizzy and in a dying state. Any rotten corpse could bite her to death. Kill, kill, kill. Philomeni's eyes lit up. Don't do it yet. Ask for some information first. She knows a lot of information about corruption. Glancing at the little red dot on the map. The other party was not contracted. Field was troubled for the first time about the contracted God's chosen. This guy seemed to be Rosaria's enemy, and he was extremely powerful when he was alive. But if he didn't contract, it would be a waste of a 3rd level God's chosen, and the other party had some strength. After finishing off the rotten corpses one by one, Asana simply cleaned up the battlefield. My lord, I found something good. Asana ran over excitedly and brought a gray stone like a treasure. Looking at the sweat oozing from Asana's snow-white forehead, her little face was flushed because of fatigue. Field immediately took out a handkerchief and wiped her sweat for her. Thanks to you. And here, Asana pointed at Rabbit, crystal clear, full of sweat. Against the sky, stupid dog, you are corrupted. Rosaria, who came up, stomped her feet in anger and took out her handkerchief. Come, I'll wipe your sweat, I promise to be gentle. You've hidden a knife, haven't you? Ashna puffed up her cheeks and said resentfully, I'd better do it myself. He. Rosaria put her hands on her hips proudly. This is so familiar. Field looked at the stone handed over by Ashna, snapped his fingers, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Isn't this the origin of corruption? Good stuff. When we took over Starry Night City, this artifact also exploded from the Lord of Corruption. Indeed, it's small and fragrant. Rosaria's saliva was flowing out. After recovering the artifact, Field immediately got the information of this item. God's gift. Small origin of corruption, no grade, small consumable, not unique. Effect. Gathers the surrounding corrupt power and provides permanent source vitality. Special effect. After the corrupted god uses it, it will increase the source power and permanently increase vitality. Dear Lord, you will give me the delicious food, right? Awfully was so greedy that his big tail wrapped around Field and pulled it. Don't worry, stand firm first. Field couldn't stand being tickled. This fire burned for a day, and Blue Water City was almost in ruins. Only the Lord's palace was deliberately avoided by Field and was preserved. Blue Water City was originally a corrupt ruin, and it didn't matter if it was more ruined. Rested for 3 days, outside the ruins of Blue Water City in the temporary camp. I plan to build a city by the sea, and let the previously dredged river run through the new city. The location of Blue Water City was too bad before. It was not close to the sea or the river, and the geographical advantage was wasted in vain. With the river and the ocean, our transportation efficiency will be greatly enhanced, and fisheries and industry can develop. Field was very excited. I don't understand. The adults have the final say. Everyone was stunned when they looked at the paper map, and their heads shook like rattles. Let's build a fishing village and a dock by the sea first. There's no rush for a city. The main city of Nightfall is still short of manpower. After simply planning the area on the map, Field pondered. Make a plan first, and then make a decision after a field investigation at the seaside. My lord, this is a loss report. Ophelie took out a piece of rough yellow paper, which was produced by Nightfall. The Corps Corps, a total of 1,110 people went to battle, and now there are only 63 long-range corpses and 120 zero-level corpses left. All the intact armor that can be recovered has been recovered. After counting, we lost more than 370 sets of armor and about 100 sets of damaged and repairable ones. The loss of weapons is countless, almost all of them are damaged. His field took a breath of cold air, covered his heart and cried. War is really about money and production capacity. I am heartbroken. The loss of the army is not only soldiers and food, but also equipment needs to be constantly replenished. Before, I was worried about the weapons and equipment filling the warehouse. Well, now there are a lot less in one go. Fortunately, it was the Corps Corps that went to battle this time. If 700 or 800 humans died, it would really be a serious injury. Yes, it took a lot of effort to rob so many things. Ashina pouted, very sad. It's okay, we'll go rob them later. Field comforted him repeatedly and then ordered. Send the damaged ones to the blacksmith shop for repair. If they are really unusable, dismantle them and make them into parts or recycle them into farm tools. After dealing with the war damage, Field came to the room where Franita was imprisoned. Franita curled up in a corner of the room, dirty all over, blinking her eyes, looking pitiful and helpless. How did you know each other before? Field asked Rosaria curiously. We went to the same monastery. Rosaria looked down at the woman in front of her. We were not yet adults at that time. In the gloomy, depressing, and dogmatic monastery, we naturally became good friends. Later, the Grand Duke of the Golden Lion came to the monastery and wanted to settle some homeless children. I don't know what means this guy used to get close to the Grand Duke. After gaining power, she brought troops back and arrested all the nuns. Rosaria sighed. However, she let me go in advance, which was a disguised way of sparing my life. I am grateful to her and hate her for this. When you cut me, I didn't feel that you were entangled. Franita raised her head and said resentfully, heartless guy, just like your mother, ran away when the disaster came and didn't care about the life and death of his family at all. I have to consider the interests of the Lord. Rosaria put her hands on her waist and said as a matter of course, what's more? Field is a slave who serves me and will give me good things to eat. The latter sentence is gone. Field was sweating profusely. Hey, I'll make you look awesome later. Franita flirted with him, but she was in a very awkward state and had no charm at all. Be careful, Field. This guy has successfully hooked up with the Grand Duke. Rosaria nervously stood in front of Field and declared elegantly and proudly, you are not allowed to pollute my lord. You are not allowed to even look at him. Enough, stop talking nonsense. Franita couldn't stand it anymore. The Grand Duke of the Golden Lion is my father. I am his illegitimate daughter. What do you mean by hooking up with the Grand Duke? Don't make up rumors and slander me. Ah, everyone was confused. You are actually disgusting with your father. Rosaria said with disdain, you must be burned at the stake. I think what she meant is that she and the Grand Duke of the Golden Lion have a normal relationship. Field wiped his cold face. Sweat. To be honest, you and I are sisters. Franita revealed another big melon. Rosaria frowned beautifully. Who is your sister? I don't have such a lowly sister. Tell me more. Field and others moved small stools and ate melons silently. Rosaria, knowing too much will make you unhappy. Franita sighed, but we are already corrupt creatures. Even if we know the truth, we will not be in pain. The thing is, the legitimate wife of the Golden Lion Grand Duke, a purely domestic marriage, returned to her parents' home because of conflicts of interest. During this window period, the Golden Lion Grand Duke met Rosaria's mother, Soria Zingai, at the ball. At that time, Rosaria had not given birth at all. Even the knowledgeable Grand Duke was fascinated by Soria at first sight. One was a great duke who was feared by the empire, and the other was a beautiful woman who had just begun to fall in love. The two of them were like dry firewood and soon came together. After Soria became pregnant, she gave birth to her first daughter, Franita. According to the fairy tale, the two should live happily together. However, a year later, the wife of the Golden Lion Grand Duke returned. With the huge power of her natal family, she was not afraid of her position being shaken. With just one sentence, the Grand Duke cut off their relationship and kicked the mother and daughter out of the house. Of course, the two still had contact in private. They always had secret trysts in secret places. When the wife of the Golden Lion Grand Duke knew about it, she was furious and asked her rogue knight to go to the tryst place in advance and defile Soria. What's more terrible is that Soria got pregnant directly, and it was Rosaria. So we are half-sisters. Franita sighed. I hate your father, he is a beast. I also hate you, you are a bastard. My blood is much more noble than yours, but you are a proper noble lady, and I have become an illegitimate daughter who can't be on the stage, and I am the kind of bastard who is slandered all day long. Everyone's brain has crashed. Head hurts. Afali covered his head, saliva hanging from the corners of his mouth, and shouted in pain, the corrupt body can't bear so much information. Ashna was dizzy. Abba, kill them all and it will be clean, Philomena concluded. If this is expanded, it will be at least a masterpiece. Field complained, 72 episodes are not enough to shoot. To put it simply, Franita, father, Grand Duke of Golden Lion, mother Sophia, identity is an illegitimate daughter, no inheritance rights. Rosaria, father, Rogue Knight, mother Sophia, identity is a noble lady, can inherit her mother's barren title. Oh, no wonder when I came to the north, I heard that the Starry Knight family is rich in beauties. Sophia's 2 daughters are really beautiful. Field slapped his fist. In addition, Minxing Knight family has few soldiers, but they can control such a rich place in Knight territory. The backer behind them is actually the Grand Duke of Golden Lion. Many people think that the backer behind their family is the Ross family. But the Ross family's cowardly look of being unable to help the wall knows that it is impossible. That's right. Franita nodded repeatedly. As for why we are in the same monastery. Because our mother arranged it. Field was curious. Then why did you kill the nuns? Because they deserve to die, Field. You are a noble, you should know the bad things of the church. Franita said seriously, they kidnap children, brainwash believers to degenerate, turn people into weird livestock and steal God's chosen. I've heard a little about it. The Holy Light Church seems to be plotting something, and the corruption of the North is inseparable from them. I just let them enjoy their evil deeds. If it weren't for me, Rosaria Humph, you little white rabbit, you would have been turned into a toy by the nuns and become a decoration for the underground dance. Franita patted herself and said proudly, although I am an illegitimate daughter, the Archduke treats me well and the nuns dare not do anything to me, but Rosaria is different. Many people want her dead. Is that so? Rosaria scratched her head. Whether it is true or not, it's safer to cut you off. What the hell, isn't it a happy ending like making dumplings? Field was too tired to complain. We corrupt creatures don't care about these at all. Rosaria waved her sword. I only know that keeping this bitch cat may be detrimental to my lord. That's what she said, but Rosaria was obviously shaken and her eyes were evasive. I also want to kill you right away. Franita's eyes were burning, her corrupt nature erupted, and she said morbidly, even if it's your own sister, if you eat her, you will become stronger. The last question, didn't Rosaria have a sister when she was a child? Field asked in confusion. That was born earlier with another noble. Franita shook her head, but Rosaria's father, in order to let the inheritance rights fall into the hands of his own daughter, pretended to be drunk and beat her to death. Rosaria slapped her head. No wonder my father beat my sister to death, but not me. It turns out that she is also a half-sister. Yes, your father is a scumbag. Franita cursed, but I didn't kill him. He was killed by the Grand Duke of Golden Lion. Even if he is a complete bastard, he loves his own daughter in a cruel and absurd way. Okay, let's stop talking about this. Field couldn't stand it anymore. These are all irrelevant things. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, don't worry about it anymore. This is why nobles keep themselves clean before getting married. Once things start to go wrong, a lot of illegitimate children and complicated relatives are clamoring to divide the family property. Just sorting out the relationship can make people break down. That's right, after all, it's a thing of the past. Rosaria lowered her eyes, changed the subject, and said contemptuously, since you are my sister, why are you so weak? Are you deceiving me? Who is weak? I am much faster than you, but my strength is slightly lacking. Franita was furious, and the rabbit kept rising and falling, stomping her soft feet. I was not in good condition before. I will fight again after I recover my strength. Rosaria turned her head with disdain. I don't think you can live to that time, right, Philomena? It's better to kill her. Kill, kill, kill. Philomena got excited. Hey, I'm your sister. My own mother is useless, otherwise I would be a corrupt creature in vain. Rosaria put her hands on her hips as a matter of course. Franita's pupils trembled. What you said makes sense, so I'm dead. That's right. Wait, why am I talking nonsense with you? Franita's eyes lit up, and her eyes were so moist that they looked at Field silently, with her head held high and her perfect collarbone showing a perfect figure. She exhaled and said, Lord Field, Rosaria has been bullying you, right? You can bully me and retaliate. We have the same blood, maybe you can vent your anger. To Invincible's Field was sweating. I always feel that if the contract is made with Franita, the average IQ of the Night Territory will drop a lot, however. There are many benefits to contracting her after all. She is a wild god's chosen with good combat power, and she is of great use to the territory, as long as her morality barely meets the standard. She can still be accepted at most. I will encourage her more in the future, since you are sisters. I will give you a chance to atone your sins and fight for me in the future. Field thought about it again and again, and finally nodded, of course. Franita nodded with a smile. But her slender fingers trembled slightly. Put away your murderous aura. Seeing that the other party was pretending to surrender, Rosaria said seriously, "You're not verbally promising you should release the divine power link quickly. But who of you can contract me?" Franita was stunned for a moment. She thought that as long as she agreed verbally it would be fine. She was thinking about finding a chance to escape and then take revenge. Just let me go. Hey, Field, don't be upset. If you want to die, I will corrupt you. Humans can't make a contract with corruption. Franita covered her mouth and chuckled and raised her long hair charmingly. You are quite knowledgeable. You know that I am powerful and considerate. Just let it go. I don't want to explain. Okay, if you can't do it, don't forget to let me corrupt you. Half believing and half doubting, Franita released the divine power link with an expression of watching a joke. She thought the contract would fail and Field would die violently. However, Field had no reaction and the link was instantly successful. Hey, suddenly I like you a lot more. Franita was stunned. The evil spirit of corruption was rapidly fading away, replaced by a natural kindness to the Lord. She completely forgot her previous rebellious thoughts, and her beautiful amber eyes blinked. Field got her panel, opened it, and immediately frowned and took a breath. Fuck, what is this skill and job transfer? I have it in this life. Name: Franita Golden Cat, bastard pseudo surname Artifact. Luxurious dual blades, life blade, defense blade. Life blade kills enemies and accumulates temporary health points, which can be increased by up to 1/20th. Defense blade kills enemies and accumulates temporary defense, which can be increased by up to 1/20th. Profession: dual sword shield guard, transferred from guard, first divine skill. Infernal instant kill, transforms into black smoke, increases movement speed by 200%, backstabs the first enemy encountered, causes huge damage and consumes very little energy, second divine skill. Entangling shield summons a huge corrupted shield which lasts for 1 minute, third divine skill. Armored wall injects divine power into the wall, and the defense of the wall within the range is slightly increased. Talent: corrupted eternal life territory bonus, none military bonus. None Field has the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Damn, you look so charming, but you are actually a tank. No wonder in the previous battle, only 2 magical skills were used. The third magical skill was not used for combat at all. Field frowned. Obviously, the first magical skill is for combat, but the following skills are all for defense. In addition, why are the 2 swords used for defense? What's wrong? His skills are not that bad. Franita glanced at Field's expression and felt wronged. She hid her hands behind her back and lowered her head silently. It was so embarrassing to be despised by the Lord just a few seconds after the contract was signed. It's not bad, it's more independent. After all, when a person survives, he can only output when he is alive. Field realized that his expression might have scared her and immediately whispered to comfort her, "It's not a big deal, don't worry." Thank you for your understanding. Who did you contract with before? Why are all defensive skills? Is it a defensive corpse? Field was very curious. The skill points have always been a mystery, and it seems to have a lot to do with the soul of the Lord. My corrupted pet turtle. Franetta sighed. That was my former pet. Generally speaking, only the same species can be contracted, and it is impossible for a human and a turtle to successfully contract. But after corruption, they all became the same species. Rosaria was also surprised. That turtle, I remember seeing it when I first met you. Is it still there? It was crushed by a corrupt giant bear. After all, it was only the size of a palm, and I didn't pay attention, haha. No, buddy, Field almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. So casual. How casual, after all, it was my former pet. Franetta poked each other with 2 slender index fingers with a pitiful expression. It's a pity that the consumable artifact I finally exploded is going to be gone again. Field wanted to cry but had no tears. It was easy to save some family assets. Every time he got something good, he didn't have time to warm it up. Before that, there is another item to be distributed. Take out the source of corruption, and the eyes of the 3 corrupted gods around him instantly became bright. Hey, is it a gift for meeting? Franita rushed over, hugged Field's arm and shook it, and kept acting coquettishly. Give it to me, good brother. A fairy. Shame on you, counting the 10 years since you were corrupted. You are already over 30 years old and you are still pretending to be young. It's enough for Field to be your son. That's right, newcomer, let go of the Lord of Trash, this is for me. The god's choice was stunned by Franita. He had never seen such a shameless person. When everyone first met Field, they would be reserved. Unlike this guy, he acted like a spoiled child right away. Stop it. Field cleared his throat twice. This girl was too charming like a vixen, and her voice was numb. Most people couldn't resist her coquetry. How to distribute it, I will consider it rationally. That should also be given to me. I can climb to the 4th level. None of them can do it. Franita put her hands on her hips, declared her sovereignty, and smiled proudly. I am already at the peak of the 3rd level, just 1 step away. If you give it to me, you can immediately get a 4th level god chosen. How face-saving it will be to take it out. That's a reason. After a simple test with divine power, Rosaria nodded to Field, indicating that she was not lying, and smiled. This lady has to take care of the interests of the Lord. Since you can reach the 4th level, then this lady will give you a cheap cat. I have no objection. Ophelie was very unwilling, but seeing that Rosaria had given up. She had no choice but to let go. Even the tail was wilted, drooping listlessly. Don't worry, I won't treat anyone unfairly. Both of them were so considerate, which made Field feel relieved. At the same time, he secretly reminded himself not to treat his former friends unfairly. Here you go. Field will corrupt the origin was handed over. With the god's chosen contract, there was no need to worry about the other party turning against her. Franita was not polite either. She flirted with him coquettishly, and then said lazily, "It seems that my new lord is a very good person. I can rest assured in the future." With the injection of the majestic origin power, Franita's injuries were quickly healed. When the origin power reached the critical point, Franita's momentum exploded like an eggshell breaking, and the power underwent a qualitative change. Then, the tidal-like power poured into her body, improving her physical fitness in all aspects. A quarter of an hour later, she slowly opened her eyes, spread her hands, and the magic flames burned. This is the power of the 4th level. As long as the artifact automatically repairs, I can reach the peak state. As long as you behave well in the future, people will not embarrass you. Franita was like a proud peacock, scanning the queen of the gods and leaning lazily on Field's shoulder, looking sleepy. The feeling of having someone to lean on is unexpectedly good. Rosaria pushed Franita away without any hesitation. I'm not used to having an extra sister for no reason. You don't have to call me sister, and I don't recognize you. Franita raised her eyelids. Just get along like strangers. That's what I mean. Rosaria bowed gracefully. Because Franita was upgraded and gained new skill points, Field added points experimentally. New magical skill, weird flame vestment. A blazing flame appears around the body, absorbing a large amount of damage while adding elemental damage to the dual swords. Because of the fixed profession, can I only get defensive skills? Field rubbed his chin, but it seems that it is a little better than the skills given by the turtle. Field secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it was worse than the turtle, it would be too embarrassing. Do you need me to do anything? Although I don't want to move, I will still try my best to satisfy you. Franita yawned and squeezed out a doting smile lazily. Let's wash it first. Field took out the fool's orb he had obtained before. Your skill set is really unacceptable. Franita stood at attention instantly, looking confused. Franita pursed her lips, her body trembling slightly. She was a little scared. Okay. Please don't give up on me. Just now she was thinking about killing people, but after being contracted, she was at the mercy of others. It's just a wash. I won't give up on anyone. Field stepped forward and patted her head to comfort her. Franita obviously hadn't experienced the head-patting killing and subconsciously thought Field was going to do something strange. Should I kneel down? Franita blushed. Let's talk about it tonight. What are you talking about? I'm a good person. Field handed over the fool's orb. This thing is a treasure. I originally wanted to reserve it as an important material. It's cheap for you. Okay. After taking a sneak peek at Field and confirming that Field was not joking, she immediately used the fool's orb. The next moment, a huge amount of original power was injected into the orb, and Frenetta's divine power fluctuations weakened rapidly. Not long after, the Fool's Orb turned purple and gold. Artifact: Fool's Orb, no grade, consumable, description. A treasure containing the 4th level original divine power. After using it, you will gain a lot of original divine power. It is only available to the corrupted gods. The 4th level original divine power is much stronger than the 3rd level. It is the best choice to let Frenetta advance first and then reset. I feel dizzy. Frenetta swayed twice and fell into Field's arms like throwing herself into his arms. Field didn't even know where to put his hands. I have become a useless cat, Frenetta said unconsciously. Now I only have the power of the peak of the 1st level. It doesn't matter, I promise to raise you back. Field patted her raised buttocks and swore repeatedly. Looking at her panel again, only the 1st divine skill was left and the rest of the skills were gone. The original luxurious double blades became day and night double blades, and the profession became a guard. It's comfortable now. The previous double blade meat shield was simply a ninja turtle. Field was ashamed. I don't know if it's an illusion, but after the cleanup, Frenetta looks better. She looks soft and weak, which makes people want to protect her. Now the question is, who will inherit the orb? Field looked at Rosaria and Ophelie. Whoever gives it to can greatly improve the territory's combat power. Give it to little fatty dragon. Rosaria said gracefully and modestly, every time there is a good thing, I eat it. Anyway, I should give back to everyone. Little fatty dragon has not had a good meal since joining, let alone a magic weapon. Ophelie was so touched that his fat tail wrapped around Rosaria's thin waist, pulling up and down, almost squeezing Rosaria's bunny out of the nest. I'm touched. I will never say bad things about you behind your back again. Wow, let me go. Rosaria covered her chest and was so angry that she almost bit someone. Master Field is the best, Ophelie giggled. Then it's decided. After retaking the Dawn Curtain territory, the corpses of Little Fat Dragon can protect the 2 territories from all directions, greatly increasing the safety factor. Find an open space. After taking the Fool's Orb, Ophelie can't wait to absorb it. With the influx of majestic divine power, Ophelie quickly ascended to the 3rd level, making a much louder noise than Frenetta. The divine power ripples, destroying the surrounding houses, and everyone retreated 50 meters to avoid being affected. After breaking through the 3rd level, Ophelie's fluctuations only stopped at the advanced 3rd level. Frenetta's divine power quality is far inferior to that of Rosaria and others. Considering the loss of energy transmission, it is impossible for Ophelie to cross 2 levels in a row. It feels good. Ophelie immediately swelled up, his eyes became arrogant. And his legs crossed forward and backward, as if he was looking down on me. Lord of the Trash, you can add some points. If you don't click the right way, you will be severely punished. Your true nature is exposed too quickly. You were pretending to be a good wife and mother just a minute ago. Field was ashamed. Opening the panel, a flood of career information came. Excluding strange careers such as female teachers and whip queens, Field selected the best ones. Name: Ophelie White Pearl. Original career: Commander. Depending on the Lord, territory, and the chosen one, he has the following career potential. 1. Corrupted Will Executor. Loses the ability to control high-level corpses, can control 35,000 ordinary corpses, and obtains exclusive God's chosen guard. Breeder, no rank, breeding unit. 2. Corrupted Demon Guard Commander. Can control 3,000 corrupted demon warriors. Level 2, obtain exclusive God chosen guards. 500 dragon winged demons, flying units. Level 3, and Ophelie's body obtains special wings. 3. Corrupted Aberration. By controlling 3,000 randomly mutated corpses. Level 2, obtain exclusive God chosen guards. Stitchers, level 3 corpse treatment unit. 500 Ophelie gets a special right pupil. 4. Bloodthirsty Hunter. Loses the ability to control corpses, becomes a powerful single God chosen. Changes the artifact and the 2nd divine skill form, and obtains new talents. When the border battle was fought, Clover was the first one chosen. Field thought of the dense corpse tide, which was really terrifying, but if you want this profession, you can catch Clover in the future. Ungraded corpses are not labor, but can only be cannon fodder. Corpses are a fusion of strange meat, viruses, and gray fog, and they can't even be refined into soap. Moreover, they also need gray fog for energy. They are just cannon fodder units. Don't think about letting them work. Let's just fly the unit. The deformed one is too ugly. As for changing to a warrior, it's a waste of the potential of the little fat dragon. After thinking again and again, Field chose the demon guard commander. After choosing a profession, the corrupted goddess mark appeared again and was engraved on Opheli's back. A pair of huge black demon wings spread out, with 3 sapphire dragon patterns on each wing, and majestic divine power wrapped around it, with evil and domineering. When the wings vibrated, the whistling sound of breaking wind made people's eardrums hurt. Corruption is incredible. It can express the characteristics of any species. Field was amazed. Rip it because of the body enhancement. Opheli's clothes were directly blasted by the mixed divine power. Revealing her plump and beautiful body, because there were no other men around, Field could only bear the pain of Mosaic alone. I have spare clothes here. Ashina threw a black robe. Thank you, pervert. Ashina scratched her head and thought to herself, why does this guy give people weird nicknames when he gets the upper hand? The snow-white toes touched the ground, and the long legs with a little flesh outlined a beautiful arc because of the landing. Opheli folded his wings, wrapped himself in clothes, and smiled. What are we going to do now? How about continuing the attack? Don't worry about that. Field was very happy. Look at Geo. No, look at the new corpses. That's no problem. Opheli folded his hands in front of his chest, closed his eyes, and exuded a dangerous aura all over his body. The remaining corpses of the Night Corpse army rushed into the pile of corpses and ate crazily. The corpses that had not been cleared before were eaten. By the corpses, they ate like pregnant women, and their stomachs were so bulging that they almost fell to the ground. Everyone upgrade corrupt demons. Opheli spread his palms and the Gixu magic ball rippled. Roar, roar, roar. Like the resurrection of ancient beasts, the corpses frantically tore their chests and ripped themselves open in an instant. A group of dark tentacles protruded from their stomachs, entangled, tore, and reorganized them. As Opheli's divine power continued to output, the aura of brutality and cruelty bloomed, and the 2-meter-tall, black and red strong demons stood up in a low roar. Without wings, with a distorted face and goat horns, the heart was gray and white, and the corrupt heart was beating like a drum. Every beat would provide a continuous source of powerful power. Show me your skills for my lord. Opheli ordered. The corrupted demon in front of him moved forward and directly knocked a demon-shaped hole in the house beside him. He knocked out from the other side of the house without blinking. Damn, this brute force is simply a tyrant. I didn't expect that there were only 2 real demons, but there were corrupted demons as subordinates. Field was happy and stepped forward to pat the demon's arm, which was just like patting on steel, and it didn't move at all. Lord of the Trash, they don't have the ability to cast spells like demons, but corruption has greatly enhanced their physical fitness in all aspects, and they have a certain resistance to magic. They are very good line-resisting infantry. That's right, we can also put armor on them. Equip them with weapons and large shields. Field can already imagine the appearance of more than 3,000 heavily armored demons attacking the enemy at will. What about the unlocking conditions of the gods' chosen guard? What materials are needed? I'll remember them first and slowly gather them later. Field took out the paper and pen he carried with him. The unlocking conditions of the gods' chosen guard are very difficult. For example, Rosaria's gluttonous great swordsman requires a bunch of rare magical plants. Ashina's god's chosen guard requires giant wolves and wolfmen. No conditions are required. Opheli raised his eyebrows and patted his chest in a very domineering manner. I want it if I want it. Really? Field's eyes flashed with ecstasy. That's a 3rd-level creature. All upgrades God's chosen guard, corrupted dragon-winged demon. The Gixu orb bloomed with a powerful goddess mark, gray-white light with a lot of divine power, covering the more than 100 corrupted demons. The next moment, the corrupted demons actually began to kill each other, and the scene was extremely bloody. Even the goddess mark was dyed red, until there were only 5 corrupted demons left on the field, and they began to devour the bodies of their companions. The black and red tentacles entangled, tore, and reorganized. Crackle arcs flashed. Pairs of huge sapphire dragon wings spread out like curtains. A terrible energy storm swept across the world. The horns of the ram, the devil's claws, the long hands that almost reached the ground, and a slender bone tail were extremely ferocious. Like the Terminator, 5 huge demons, each 3.5 meters tall, stood up from the pile of their companions' corpses. 3 completely different energies lingered around them: corruption, darkness, and lightning. If they were humans, it would be equivalent to having 3 completely different fighting spirits. Roar! A roar like thunder sounded, and even Field felt a strong sense of palpitations, as if he was being stared at by a natural enemy, and his body stiffened a lot. With a loud bang, the dragon-winged demon took off explosively, quickly crossing 5 irregular trajectories, so fast that it actually created endless ripples in the air. Aiming at the wild water corpses, a big demon swung his hand, and a gorgeous purple lightning gun fell. Buzz, 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 the other big demon released 4 black energy balls. The water corpses were instantly devastated and blasted to pieces. Before they could find the attacker, the big demon fell from the sky, and the wolf tore the water corpses into pieces in an extremely brutal way like a flock of sheep. They have 3 skills: Thunder Gun, Dark Rot Ball, and Sacrificial Frenzy. If there is no artifact to help, I feel that I am not their opponent. Field wiped the cold sweat. To be precise, I feel that even the 3rd-level paladin who restrains corruption and demons may not be their opponent. A 3rd-level paladin must at least have light attribute fighting spirit, a firm will, years of training, rich practical experience, high-end equipment that matches the attribute, and a large amount of material support from the church. But what about a dragon-winged demon? It turned out that it was pinched out with just a glance from Ophelie. What's more terrifying is that Ophelie can actually create 500 of them. Little Feilong, you need to gather all the soldiers in the army. How long will it take? Don't call me little fatty dragon, I'm not fat. If I gather all the soldiers, well, it will take 1.5 months, mainly because the divine power is consumed very quickly. Ophelie glared at Field coquettishly. However, if Philomena is willing to transfer divine power, the time can be shortened by half. That's also terrifying. Field nodded with satisfaction. It takes at least 7 or 8 years to train a 3rd-level knight, and not everyone has the talent for fighting spirit. Then your next task is to recruit corpses and rebuild the Corruption Legion as soon as possible. Okay. Ophelie hugged Field's neck without any respect, with an expression like looking at his son. Who told you to be my lord? You are so proud of yourself after reaching the 3rd level, right? Field didn't know whether to laugh or cry. By the way, what is the new divine skill? Let me see it. Open Ophelie's panel and find the column of divine skills and talents. The rest has not changed, but there is a new talent and a new divine skill. New divine skill, Fusion Will, can personally create a unique giant corrupted creature. Currently the highest level is 5, and only one can exist at the same time. The ability and form of the corrupted creature are determined by the fusion object, the rules of corruption, and Ophelie's will. Note, the chosen one cannot be a fusion object. Creations must follow the rules of corruption. For example, creating a god is an impossible event. The energy limit of the creation will not exceed the limit of Ophelie's divine power. New talent, high efficiency and energy saving. The rotten corpses under the subordinates can slowly repair the damage by devouring the corpses. Fuck, it's very good, equivalent to the combat power of an additional 3rd-level chosen one. Field's eyes lit up. The 5th-level non-chosen creature is weaker than the 3rd-level chosen one, but it is quite powerful for ordinary people. That's it. Ophelie was so proud and looked like he was praising me again. In this case, can we build a living ship? Field suddenly had an idea. I remember that the Storm Nation's main battleship, the Sea Whale, crashed in the Viscount's territory. If we glue it together with corrupted creatures, wouldn't it be equivalent to having an extra heavy battleship out of thin air? Ophelie was confused. Why not build a corrupted dragon? Because the corrupt dragon is too conspicuous. It can't be taken out for robbery. If it is taken out, I'm afraid that everyone in the Empire will know that I did it. More importantly, a reliable warship will be of great help to the next rebellion. Field smiled mysteriously. This time, the 3 western provinces rebelled, but they are all coastal provinces. I see, Ophelie suddenly realized. Since the corrupt Lord of the Morning Curtain territory has been eliminated, it will only take time to incorporate the Morning Curtain territory into the territory. As for retaking the warship, we will wait until the corrupt army is gathered. Field looked around the mountains of corpses and blood and laughed. There were no flowers and applause, but the capture of Blue Water City made people feel extremely refreshed. The powerful corpses of the Morning Territory have been eliminated. The remaining garbage water corpses will be used by the human army to practice. Field quickly ordered, Ashina, thank you for inspecting the northern border of the Morning Territory. We will build walls and watchtowers to consolidate the results of the battle. Yes, leave it to me. Since the morning territory and the night territory are connected, the west of the night territory is safe after the recovery. Instead, the north and coastal areas of the morning territory have become new defense areas. As for territory construction, I will continue to purchase slaves and open up the land for the morning territory. Does anyone have anything to add? Everyone present stared at each other and said in unison, "No more." "Okay, let's go home." Everyone traveled lightly and soon returned to the Lord's palace in starry Night City. Just after sitting down, Wagwan, who had gone out for business, came back and reported a shocking news to Field. The Holy Angel City was attacked by a large-scale disaster with countless casualties. Wagwan, who was in charge of purchasing slaves, jumped up anxiously when he saw them. The imprisoned disasters and demons have been released. The boy's face was pale, and he was still trembling with fear even though he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. That was a disaster that destroyed the world. If it was released, what would happen? Well, Field rubbed his chin. Is this news reliable? Sir, I swear on the honor of my grandfather. Wagwan raised his hand and said tremblingly, it's spreading like crazy outside. Many people spontaneously formed a night group to support the Holy Angel City, although their travel expenses were robbed from civilians. I know, don't panic. Field didn't have any expression, but was thinking about the pros and cons of this matter. There's one advantage. There are more disasters that can be subdued. There are also disadvantages. The church will definitely go crazy, and the tension in the world will increase greatly. The attack on the Holy Angel City is likely to trigger the emergence of more evil religions, weirdness, and monsters, and chaos is coming. Although Field has no good feelings towards the Holy Light Church, they do fight against darkness. Ghosts, vampires, and various monsters are mostly dealt with by the Holy Light Church. Of course, it will not harm the night territory, as he is already in the disaster nest. You are worthy of being an adult. You didn't change your face when you heard such terrible news. Wagwan was full of admiration. How is the quality of the slaves this time? How many slaves did you buy back? Field didn't want to think too much about it for the time being, it was too far away. We bought back 380 slaves, 300 of which were human female slaves and the rest were wolf humans. The price doubled again. The young man gritted his teeth and shrank back. Even the old male slaves were bought by other noble grandfathers, saying that they would serve as slave soldiers. Because a larger-scale war is about to break out. Field said indifferently, once the war breaks out, the number of displaced lower-class people will increase dramatically, and then slaves will flood the market and the price will fall again. This is a cycle. Anyway, the unlucky ones are ordinary people, while the merchants and nobles make a lot of money. Have you got the ore I want? Sir, there is no sulfur, but the coal mine bought back 5 carriages as samples. Wagwan handed over the yellowed parchment. This is the condition proposed by the Soko monastery. A cart of coal will be sold to us at the price of 5 silver coins. It's not expensive. Field nodded with satisfaction. On the contrary, the transportation cost accounts for the majority. Due to technical reasons, most people stay away from coal that releases toxic smoke, and coupled with the monopoly of religious forces, merchants have no interest in coal. Monastery? Isn't it a place for prayer? Why is there coal there? The mermaid AI Kalicia on the side was confused. Prayer is just an appearance. The monastery is not only a landlord, but also a primitive bank. Don't worry about what a bank is. Anyway, most of the salt, mines, and gems in the empire belong to the monastery. The same is true for fertile farmland and wine cellars. The finances of the Empress of the Empire mainly come from taxes, and production and trade account for a very low proportion. The Night Territory is the opposite. Taxes are extremely low, and production and trade account for a but it's high. Fortunately, when I came to Night Territory, there was no one here to breathe. Otherwise, the monastery would definitely become a huge financial obstacle. They want everything. I don't know if there are mineral deposits in Morning Territory. I really don't want to buy ore. Field sighed and turned to the pottery jar and said, just cooperate with them. I will arrange a special convoy to transport coal. You go to rest first. After receiving the order, the pottery jar left the city lord's palace. Lord Trash, I have a problem here. Ophelia has changed into a maid outfit and walked out of the side room with her tail shaking. Our armor is too small, not suitable for demons to wear, and the weapons are too small. They look like toys when wielded. The corrupted demons are all over 2 meters and 5 meters tall, and human armor can't wear them at all. That's a problem. Field stared at Tudu for a long time. It was the first time she saw such a queen-like maid. It seemed like she was serving her. I remember there are noble skirts in the clothes in reserve. You can try them. You don't like this? Awfully smiled slyly. Don't think I don't know that you prefer short maid outfits to luxurious long skirts. It doesn't have to be a maid outfit. What nurse uniforms high slit ching sams? What are you talking about? Took a sip of tea awkwardly. Field immediately promised, I will solve the equipment problem. Don't worry if you can't solve it, Lord Trash. Awfully folded his arms. The skin of the corrupted demon is no different from armor. It will be solved sooner or later. I'm just preparing to make coke, build windmills and water wheels. The armor problem will be solved in an instant. Coke, water wheel, what's the connection? Franita, swinging her legs, didn't know when she came to the city lord's palace. She leaned on the chair, tilted her head, and looked very curious. I know windmills. Farmers will build them for drainage and grinding flour. Awfully chuckled. Almost, but they can be used for more than just grinding flour. Field threw down the charcoal pencil, picked up the blueprint, and said, Call the little fox. I have a task to arrange. Soon, the little fox came running over. My lord, what do you want me to do? Gayaglissi smiled. You are in a much better mental state than before. Field patted the little fox's head. Gayaglissi hugged her tail shyly. Well, maybe it's because I found my own value. Very good. I just need to build a steel production line. Field took her to the industrial zone of night territory. Today's industrial zone is no longer a pile of shabby workshops. There are 2 small factories making wooden furniture alone. In addition, the wood, soap, flour, paper, and blacksmith shops are strictly planned, just like a complex industrial park. The most eye-catching are the 8 iron-making blast furnaces in the east, which are like chimneys, billowing thick smoke. The peculiar thing is that the blast furnaces are built continuously, not separated. The molten pig iron produced in one blast furnace is directly poured into another blast furnace to make molten iron. The craftsman was smelting iron in an orderly manner, while the slaves were blowing air for the blast furnace, and the heat was rolling. Do you know what the key to steelmaking is? Gorges was about to answer the craftsman's proficiency or temperature. Seeing Field's test-you expression, she immediately fell into deep thought. Maybe it's charcoal. Gayaglis considered. Since the construction of the blast furnace, our iron production has increased many times, and we have made a lot of farm tools. But to make a steel sword, the craftsman will beat the wrought iron and the charcoal together until they are beaten together. I once asked the craftsmen why they put iron and charcoal, 2 unrelated things, together. They said they didn't know, but it was just the experience of their predecessors. I think this is probably the key to the problem. Field cast a surprised look. If I hadn't systematically studied the knowledge of steel, I would definitely not have thought that the key to steel is the carbon content. I remember that the territory has only made a few steel swords. I used them to test the territory's technical level. I didn't expect you to remember them. That's right. The key to forging steel lies in the carbon content. The carbon content of pig iron is higher than 2%, while the carbon content of wrought iron is lower than 0.05%, and steel is between the two. Therefore, as long as you have molten iron and carbon, you can definitely get steel by constantly tossing. But the steel obtained by hammering is a luxury. You can't make a few steel swords a year, which is of no use to the territory. Carbon content. Gauglais kept pondering this obscure word. If I say that everything in the world is made up of tiny particles, do you believe it? I believe it. Without hesitation, Gauglais nodded heavily. I believe everything the adults say. Patting the little fox's head, Field promised, in the future, as long as I am in the territory, come to my study at night, and I will give you a good lesson. Not caring about the ambiguity of this statement, Gauglais nodded again solemnly. By the way, if you want to make steel, you have to make coke first. Coal is not suitable for steelmaking. Coke is easy to make. Heat the coal to a high temperature of about 1,000 degrees to isolate it from oxygen. Gauglais was a little dizzy. What is 1,000 degrees? You can't try it with your hands. Our current iron-making furnace can reach about 1,400 degrees. Cooling down is much easier than heating up. The craftsmen and materials here are at your disposal. Just try it boldly. We have time. There is no science that does not require attempts, and I can't take on everything. Field took out 2 drawings. These are 2 sets of technologies for crucible steelmaking and converter steel blowing. It can be used with blast furnace iron making to form a matching production line. You should learn them first as a knowledge reserve. Gao Glyze took over the two sets of drawings, and her eyes widened instantly, with dense annotations and pictures and texts. Although I don't understand it very well, it looks very powerful. Sir, which one do I need to build? The crucible steelmaking technology uses molten iron. The key is the graphite crucible, which allows the molten iron to absorb the carbon in the graphite and increase the carbon content. The converter blows steel using molten iron. The key is to blow oxygen into the molten iron while stirring the molten iron to form carbon dioxide and reduce the carbon content. I have sent people to find and purchase graphite mines. You need to help me build a hydraulic blast device. Because the process of blowing oxygen takes more than 10 hours, it must be hydraulic. If slaves are used, productivity will still not be liberated. I understand. Make coke and build hydraulic blasts. Gao Glyze shouted in a baby voice, guarantee to complete the task. Field nodded with satisfaction. Now let's take action and strive to increase steel production. After having steel, we can manufacture plate armor wholesale, cement, steam engines, various lathe tools. These are the key to lighting up technology. On the other side, everyone from the Adventurers Guild, wearing all kinds of cool equipment, came to the border of Maple Leaf territory. The fortress gate slowly opened, and the soldiers in the fortress looked at the adventurers with sympathetic eyes, as if looking at dead people. Get out quickly, we are going to close the gate. Hearing the roar of the corpse in the distance, the soldier was so scared that his face turned pale. The adventurer with purple hair said sarcastically, "What are you afraid of, brother? You know shit." The soldier cursed and immediately chose to close the city gate. Wow, is this the northern province? It's different from any place I've explored before. A swordsman looked around in shock. It's just like hell. I don't know which one is more dangerous, here or the super large underground maze in the Kosai province. Of course it's the underground maze. A red-haired female fighter grinned. After all, there are living people in and out of the night territory. Barren Field. I heard that he made a deal with the devil and became a lackey of the evil devil. The Imperial Guard who came to investigate died in the Maple Leaf territory. The adventurers talked about it. Yeah, otherwise the Maple Leaf man. Adventurer Edgar was about to say something when he was covered by a priest. Don't talk about the nobles. This matter cannot be put on the table. Okay, since I have accepted the noble's mission, I will definitely complete it properly. Edgar blew his bangs irritably. After all, I am also a man who wants to be a brave man. Brother Edgar, why did our hunter adventure group come here? The little lowly wearing a pink short skirt and holding a purple wooden staff asked timidly while holding the staff. Edgar leaned down and said coolly to the new members who joined, "Of course it is to get rewards. There are more than a dozen powerful adventure groups exploring the northern province together. The first is to scout the movement of the corpse tide and hunt a powerful third-level corpse boss. The second is a private mission. Baron Simon privately commissioned us to investigate Barren Field's base. This is an S-level mission. God, a ferocious-looking crow with sharp claws and fangs like hooks circled around and landed on a corrupted tree. The wriggling tentacles are natural shelters. The black crow quietly looked at the hundreds of people in front of him who were busy sorting out their equipment. Are there adventurers again? They may be stimulated by the destruction of the Holy Angel City and intend to fight the disaster. Through the black crow, Field saw the situation in front of him. They are not in the same group. It seems that they have to act separately. There are two roads leading to the northern province. The Bull Fortress is in his hands, and the Maple Leaf Fortress naturally becomes the focus of surveillance. How to deal with them? I used to hope that adventurers would come to the night territory. After all, they can earn their money and they can clean up the rotten corpses. But now the night territory has eaten them all. The place where they are staying is full of corrupted creatures. It's just the corrupted area wall that he deliberately kept to confuse the outside world. It's difficult to make countermeasures without knowing the reason why they came in. Field thought about it and threw the magic core in his hand into the animal pen. 3 husky-sized black dogs immediately jumped out of the straw shed, running and jumping over stupidly, biting and attacking each other for a magic core. If it weren't for the lizard-like scales on their ears, they would definitely be mistaken for real dogs, not the offspring of dragon wolves. Crunch. Crunch, the hard magic core was chewed twice by an alert young wolf and swallowed. Good teeth. Looking at the 3 very aggressive little ones in front of him, Field was very satisfied. The growth rate is faster than I thought, but it may be too late to participate in the next rebellion campaign. Field rubbed his chin. We have to find a way to give them more nutrition. The monster flesh has not been bought yet, and there is nothing else to give except the magic core. Dragon wolf, dragon. Oh, I also have the flesh of the black dragon, which is a treasure. Field slapped his head. This happened too long ago. It was something he got after helping the Dragonborn kill the black dragon during the first rebellion campaign. Just when he was about to go back to the castle to get it, Field noticed the actions of the adventurers. Tusk, what should I do with these people? Lord of the Trash. There are stupid scums who ran to the night territory. I'm still collecting corpses there. Ophelia also found something unusual and ran to report. Great, I just found it too and you came to report. Field nodded secretly. Although the corrupted god chosen were a little naive, they were all very efficient at work. You can rest assured when you give them the work. That's it, Ophelia smiled triumphantly, swinging his tail wildly, almost knocking down the animal pen. I remember you had human subordinates before. You come to deal with them, whether to kill or capture, you are fully responsible. Field was very curious about how the little fat dragon got human subordinates in the first place. Don't forget, help me find out the reason why they came in. Okay. I was afraid that you would care about your own kind, and refused to do it. Ophelia spread her wings and flew in the direction of the adventurer. Field's mind moved and he turned to observe the adventurer. Miss, do we have to take this risk? If you need an artifact, tell the Earl. Even if it's a third-level artifact, we'll give it to you. A maid holding a sword in knight armor looked at her lady with great concern. It's too dangerous here. Let's go back. It's fun to conquer the maze and it's full of unknowns. No need to say more. The black-dressed lady with blonde hair raised her head arrogantly. I've made up my mind. I will definitely lead the Moon Blade Adventure Group to find the artifact left here and conquer the northern province. Whether there is an artifact in the night territory is still a mystery. The maid shook her head. Mayuri held the scroll with her slender fingers and smiled confidently. Clang, clang, this is what I stole from my father's study. It's marked with a treasure left behind. It's in the morning territory. But, okay. The maid holding the sword was embarrassed. Mayuri drew out her sword, and the ruby in the center of the gemstone shone with a miraculous light. Let's go, Moonblade Adventure. Go, go, hunting adventure team. The first goal now is to find a reliable base to put the luggage. Edgar stood on the big rock, his heart surging. It's so noisy, the lowly people are so rude. Mayuri even forgot the lines she wanted to say, and she raised her hair and set off directly. Less than half an hour after setting off, the 10 adventure teams were all dispersed, with no intention of forming a team. Oh, they chose the most classic split action, but it seems that they are not rookies. Let me see how the adventure teams in this world fight. The first time I encountered an adventure team when they were on the run, those rookies were actually defeated by the Grey Fog Goblins. Field immediately found a hunter adventure group with the worst equipment and followed them. This adventure team consists of 7 people, including warriors, rangers, priests, and other professions. Brother Edgar, I always feel that something is staring at us. Little Lowly holding a staff kept looking back. Don't worry, Jenna, I'm behind you, I will protect you. A woman holding a halberd and wearing leather armor hurriedly comforted. There are rotten corpses approaching. To Field's surprise, the swordsman Edgar, who looked jumpy before, was extremely calm at this moment. He slowly drew out the long sword behind him and closed his eyes slightly. About 23. Really? Don't joke. The companion next to him questioned. As soon as the voice fell, a shrill roar came from all around in the gray fog. Roar, roar, roar. More than 20 corpses rushed out of the gray fog, each with a distorted face and extremely terrifying appearance. Be careful, everyone protect the priest and the mage. Jenna, prepare to charge the fireball spell. The team leader is a young man with a very friendly appearance. No need, I can handle it alone. Edgar's mouth drew a confident smile, drew his sword and rushed out, rushing straight towards the corpses. The corpses' gray pupils stared at Edgar, who was rushing towards him, and stretched out his claws as much as possible. The 2 figures flashed past each other. Puff! The corpse was directly cut in half, and Edgar seemed to be like a fish in water. Rushing into the corpse tide and rushing left and right, and instantly killed more than 20 corpses. Stepping on the last corpse, Edgar looked at his open, bloody mouth and sent him back to hell with a sword. After shaking off the blood on the sword in his hand, the young man coolly put away his weapon. Rotten corpse, it's nothing more than that. Good, so strong. The adventure team immediately burst into amazement. You kid, you are not pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, right? The team's shield guard ran up and hugged his neck. Okay. Well done, it seems I didn't make a mistake. The captain smiled with relief. So handsome. The three girls in the team cast admiring eyes. Edgar smiled calmly. It's just a trivial matter. Don't disperse the formation. Try to reach the first corrupted village as soon as possible and set up a camp. That's right, my backpack is so heavy. The shield guard chuckled. Because of Edgar's perfect performance, everyone's morale was boosted and they accelerated to Oat Village. Oat Village is the closest village to Maple Leaf territory. Field did not recapture it. After all, Simon is not a serious person. Having a corrupted village can reduce the possibility of him sending spies. Ophelia usually stays here, so the density of rotten corpses is not large. Sure enough, he has some strength. He is no longer a rookie adventurer. This guy has reached the third level of fighting spirit. Field saw it clearly in the sky. As a corrupted creature, the corrupted black crow can see through the gray fog and has much better vision than humans. Besides, his sword is probably a divine weapon. Field laughed. He's really rich, worthy of being an adventurer. After 2 hours of marching, the group killed 3 or 4 waves of zombies and arrived at Oat Village. Corrupted creatures are not that great. I heard before that there are hundreds of rotten corpses when they appear. Today, the largest wave of corpses is less than 100. This northern province is lame. It's not as dangerous as the dungeon. Edgar killed the rotten corpses that ran out of the village with a sword. You're right, there are only a few types of attacks by rotten corpses, nothing more than biting and pouncing. The monsters I have seen are better than rotten corpses. Forget it, I won't say more. The young man looked vicissitudes, mysterious and vicissitudes, and the girls were fascinated. Thanks to you along the way. The captain thanked sincerely. Thank you, brother Edgar. Little lowly Jenna bowed deeply. Why are you saying this? We are a team and we should help each other. I can't wait to eat the food you made. Everyone walked into the village in a harmonious atmosphere. However, as soon as they walked in, they were surprised to find that the fog lights were already on. What's going on? Is there anyone who has the same idea as us? Edgar was shocked. This is already the camp of the Greycastle family. A maid, holding a sword and shield, said vigilantly, "It belongs to the noble's territory. Please leave quickly." Is that so? Sorry to bother you, we will leave now. The captain did not dare to get entangled with the nobles and was about to leave. Wait, there are so many houses here. It won't be a problem if we are given a courtyard to repair it. Edgar was dissatisfied. A village with walls is much safer than camping in the wild. Ignorant fool, the dignity of the nobles cannot be offended. The maid stepped on the ground without saying a word, and the long sword in her hand stabbed out quickly, drawing a bright arc in the air. HMPH. Don't bully the weak by relying on your noble status. Edgar did not show any panic in the face of the longsword and curled his palms. He sideways to avoid the attack of the longsword and grabbed the maid's wrist. So fast, before the maid could react, Edgar slapped her palm. The strong impact hit the maid's heart and sent her flying. Enough, you dare to hit my people. Mai Lei heard the fighting and hurried over. Seeing that it was the hunter-adventure group, she frowned in disgust. Edgar spread his hands innocently. She started it first. Rude, kneel down and talk to Miss Mai Lei. Our lady is the second lady of the Greycastle family. The maids beside Mai Lei raised their staffs and swords. Yes, it's the Earl's daughter. The Earl of Greycastle is the largest investor in the Adventurers Guild. Everyone was shocked. I told you not to talk about my family outside. I'm an adventurer. Myri glared at her maids in dissatisfaction and turned to drive everyone away. Of course, you dirty guys, I allow you to camp outside the village. Hey, you're going too far. Before everyone finished speaking, they heard a low roar from the corpse. All of them turned their heads and saw a lone corpse standing not far from them. Due to the effect of the fog lights, the corpse made a slight burning sound, but it did not attack or run away. Instead, it stared at the adventure team with its gray eyes. As if being stared at by the devil, invisible terror enveloped everyone present. This corpse feels a bit strange. Edgar was the fastest to dispel the haze in his heart and drew his sword. No, the smell is obviously that of an ordinary corpse. Kill it with one arrow. I always feel uncomfortable being watched. A scout raised his bow and arrow. This is not the territory of the Greycastle family. Just at this moment, the corpse slowly opened his mouth under the shocked eyes of everyone and said in a hoarse and terrifying voice, "This is your burial place. I have seen your death. Try to unite, don't fight among yourself, don't abandon your teammates, only struggling prey can make me happy. I will reward you with 3 days of life." After 3 days, I will take your life myself." After that, the corpse slowly retreated and disappeared in the gray fog. Field watched from the side and laughed. "Ha ha ha, what is Zio Feilong doing? How can she say such a stupid style? Forget it, anyway, I let Ophelia do it, let's see what she is going to do." In Field's opinion, this matter is stupid, but the people in the adventure group obviously don't think so. They looked at each other and could see each other's uneasiness. They didn't even step forward to catch the corpse and interrogate it. "What was that just now? It feels a little strange." "A rotten corpse can actually speak. I've never heard of it." "Could it be the rumor is true?" Myri rubbed her smooth chin, her eyes drooping. "What rumor?" Edgar strode forward and asked with a frown. "Who are you? How dare you ask Our Lady?" The maids came to their senses and hurriedly drove him away. "That's enough. I've said that when I'm adventuring, I'm not a noble lady." Millet was confused for a moment, and even forgot that the adventure group in front of her was the pariah she mentioned. "It's a rumor about the North Demon. This is widely rumored among our nobles. It is said that the North was once the place where Queen Ziyu imprisoned the demons. Barren Field, after entering the North, released the demons, made a deal with the demons, and became the demons' running dog. Baron Bull and his family died in the North Province because they refused to submit to Field. I didn't believe it before, but I saw such a weird, rotten corpse. The rumor is likely to be true." Edgar cleared his throat. "Now is not the time to study the rumor. We should take this matter seriously." The adventurer seemed to be very concerned about Ophelia's warning and went back to the tent to discuss countermeasures. Field could not hear their conversation and immediately controlled the Black Crow to leave. The next morning, Field designed the placement of windmills and water wheels while eating breakfast. The river blockage in the morning territory was solved, and the rivers in the night territory were also unblocked. The use of water conservancy has become the future development direction. Breakfast is pasta, of course. It only looks like it. My chefs are the most innovative people in the night territory. I originally only taught them ramen, but they insisted that flour should not be mixed with soup and water, but poured with honey beef sauce and decorated with vegetables. "Good day, Baron. Here is your letter." A maid came over and handed over the envelope respectfully. "It's Mr. Kang Jinsey. The caravan he led returned to night territory last night and brought back a letter for you. Kang Jinsey is the leader of the caravan, leading the second caravan of night territory." Gilded envelope, who is so rich? Could it be that some nobleman has taken a fancy to me and wants me to be his son-in-law? Brushing across the pattern of the envelope, the luxurious golden lines on it are not painted with paint, but a wild boar with 4 tusks painted with real gold. After a while of random thoughts, Field opened the envelope, took a look, and was so angry that he put down the silver fork heavily. "Fuck it. I shouldn't be distracted by other things while eating." Content of the letter: to Baron Field. "We order you to immediately stop the offensive behavior of selling salt mines. Your presumptuous act of getting involved in the salt mines has seriously infringed upon the legitimate interests of the Earl of Pig. Please stop your immoral, greedy, and vicious business immediately. The tolerant Earl of Pig will forgive your rude behavior, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Porcupine Family, Financial Consultant Ghostwriter. What the hell, dare to order me?" Field laughed angrily with murderous intent in his eyes. "I just sell a small amount of refined salt. But I actually got a letter from the Earl." The little maid next to him was so scared that she dared not breathe. Most of the output of the salt mine in night territory is supplied to its own territory. Only a small number of top salt mines are sold to nobles, and after deducting costs, they can earn 20,000 to 30,000 gold coins a month. Unexpectedly, this can be worn. What's more infuriating is that the salt on the market is only coarse salt eaten by ordinary people and slightly better fine salt. Their own refined salt has nothing to do with them. Field was furious. He ate the noodles in a few bites, put away the letter, tore off the seal on the envelope, and stuffed it into the little maid's hand. "It's gold, I give it to you to play with. Please take care of the flowers in the backyard, and don't let them die." After saying that, Field went to the city hall immediately. Since the other party didn't respect him, there was no need for him to respect him. Field had just left the house. "I was scared to death. I thought he would beat me." The little maid stuck out her tongue, her eyes full of little stars. "The adults are too good." She looked around and made sure that she was not seen by other maids, so she hid carefully. Arriving at the city hall, Field immediately met Kang Jinsey. "Sir, we bought back 20 steel-backed pigs at the price of 15 gold and 60 silver coins, all of which are first-level creatures. In addition, beer, food, clothes, magic cores, and various supplies, totaling 12 carts, cost a total of 2,100 gold. Soap has become popular in Rik province. It is said that there are merchants in the royal city who want to buy it. Happy beans, soap, and salt, our total income is 89,000 gold coins. All of them are extremely low cost and extremely high income. They can be called the three phantom gods of the night territory economy. Kang Jinsi handed over the list of goods and the profit and loss statement and said flatteringly, "The income is far higher than the expenditure. Sir, you have been favored by the goddess of wealth. Very good, send the steel-backed pigs to the expanded animal pen." Field glanced at the list and there was no problem with the account. From now on, the giant wolves will have daily rations. By the way, who gave you this letter? It was the Knights of Earl Pig. Kang Jinsi wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. They called themselves the Fang Knights and wanted to check our goods. We were worried that they would be jealous of your wealth and cause you losses, so we built walls around the car and set up spears, determined to resist to the end. Fortunately, they were afraid of your majesty and left after a few persecutions. Kang Jinsi was still in shock, and beads of sweat flowed unconsciously on her face. This is almost robbery. Field narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, if I don't reply to the letter, they will definitely do evil next time. For safety reasons, you should take a detour on the next trade, and don't go through Earl Pig's territory. I will also strengthen the escort force, and I will start to solve it. Field has always been clear about rewards and punishments. Everyone in the caravan, including the workers who move the boxes, can get 1 gold coin. You are the leader, take 5. Thank you for your understanding, sir. Kang Jinsi thanked him happily. 5 gold coins could buy a house in the night territory. The current empire has fallen into darkness, with lunatics and monsters everywhere. Business is a life-threatening job, and it is right to get more money. Sir, who is this pig earl? Asuna, who was waiting on the side, asked in confusion. Among the 3 earls in Rik province, the one with the fastest decline and the weakest strength, the Porcupine family. His grandfather is the famous god of war, Porcupine Knight, and the Bloody Rose of the Ross family is a figure of the same generation. However, he himself is very bad. It is said that he likes to eat women and is an out-and-out prodigal son. I see, sir, you like to eat too, right? Asuna covered her mouth and laughed. We eat differently, don't talk about such a scary topic. Field was almost choked to death and pondered for a moment. It is impossible to give up the refined salt trade, but our current focus must be on the next anti-insurgency campaign. What should we do? Field took out a feather pen and dipped it in ink. Negotiate first. Would be best if we can convince him. If we can't convince him, we have to delay. Now is not the time to create a conflict. The anti-insurgency campaign is just around the corner, and I will definitely take a large number of troops with me. If I am not there, the night territory will be attacked, and the consequences will be disastrous. In addition, Asuna, draw out all the wolf sub-people in the 1st and 2nd armies, conduct cavalry training. Expand the light cavalry. Now the infantry has the rotten corpse of the little fat dragon, so there's no need to keep so many infantry. Field grinned. It just so happens that the excellent war horses obtained in the border battle have adapted to the environment of the night territory. Use the silver horses to equip them first, and then go to the stable to pull ordinary war horses if they are not enough. After the border battle, Earl Svarro, who cooperated with him, gave him more than 100 silver horses, including a first-class war horse. If Earl Pig insists on robbing me. Field sneered, I don't mind if my bad reputation has a few more stains. Yes, thinking of the opportunity for war, Asuna was so excited that she went to execute it immediately. After dealing with government affairs for a while and deciding the location of the grape field and the new wheat field. Field stretched his body. Let me see what Ophelie is doing again. I have to remind her not to kill the adventurer's female noble. Black Crow opened his eyes and saw Ophelie lying on the recliner, curled up with his legs clamped into a beautiful curve. Hee, you scum, I'll suffocate you, hee. Zzz, Ophelie closed his eyes and emptied his mind, in a dormant state unique to corruption, laughing foolishly from time to time. 2 corrupted demons stood there stupidly. One was responsible for fanning, and the other was holding an umbrella to block the sun. Field cleared his throat twice. Hey, Lord Cockroach, you're here. Ophelie immediately jumped up alertly, and after seeing Black Crow, he patted his chest. You scared me. Little fat dragon, you sent corpses to scare people and you made outrageous remarks. What are your plans? Field was confused. Let them unite, elect the strongest, and then destroy their resistance. Kill one or two from time to time, they will be in despair for a long time, so that you can get a bunch of human subordinates. That's what I did at the beginning. That's a good idea. Field nodded, very much in the style of a corrupted creature. It's a bit wasteful, but you can do it. This solution is also appropriate. It is extremely important to cultivate the ability of subordinates. The key is that it is difficult to deal with adventurers by yourself. If you directly tell them to get out, you won't get any benefit at all, and the other party may snoop on your information. By the way, there is a noble lady among the adventurers. She seems to be very powerful. I want to use her as an example. Ophelia said bluntly, catch her and throw her to the wild breeding corpses. Heh, let the adventurers see the consequences of resistance. I was just about to tell you this. Nobles must not touch her. Field shook his head. It's all trouble, just drive her out. Hey, annoying Field, you said I would be fully responsible, you tyrannical monster. Ophelia raised his chin, his snow-white shoulders were bony and noble, and he said in a teacher's tone, Field, as a lord you can't change your orders every day. My negligence, this person can't be touched. Field was ashamed. Who knew that there would be a second-generation noble who dared to come to the north to adventure with 7 or 8 cannon fodder maids. What's worse is that she is the daughter of an earl. If something happens, the Earl of Greycastle will definitely come to investigate, which will be more troublesome. If any noble came to the Night Territory, they would die. I was fine after going in and out 7 times. My identity as a devil must be confirmed. No, teacher, I can't let you go astray. Ophelia seemed to have caught Field's tail. She proudly outlined a charming smile, hugged her arms in front of her chest, bent her long legs straight and sat down again. Crossing her legs, she looked like a queen. This posture immediately reminded Field of the once strict, beautiful teacher, and she was sweating all over. Hee. Ophelia chuckled twice, glanced at Field, and said covetously, if you want me to change the order, it's not impossible. I have always been working for you. I want you to work for me once. Work? Field was confused. What do you need? Don't worry, it's not a strange thing. Just give me a massage. I'm too tired recently. Ophelia smiled foolishly with a faint blush on her face like a female pervert. Often hearing Ashna brag, Ophelia felt itchy. She was always distracted recently and fell into strange thoughts. My intuition tells me that it's not a good thing. Field took a breath. Let's get back to business. Ophelia said bluntly, if you have a plan, tell me as soon as possible. I have asked my men to attract a lot of rotten corpses to attack. Didn't you say that you would attack in 3 days? It's only been 1 night and you're attacking. Field almost bit his tongue. Haha, I'm a corrupted creature. So it doesn't matter if I talk nonsense. Ophelia scratched her head with an embarrassed look on her face, and those idiots have already started to band together. I get angry when I think of their arrogant words before. Don't worry, they are all wild, ordinary corpses. They can handle it. If it doesn't work, my men will take action. That's fine. I will keep your idea and make some changes. Field said apologetically, I will try not to change my orders overnight. I was just teasing you just now. You are my lord. How can I not listen to you? Ophelia suppressed her smile and blinked, taking the paper map from the corrupted demon beside her. The battlefield changes rapidly. There is no problem in adapting to the situation. You don't have to worry about it. Okay, since you have already launched attack, we do this. On the other side, 6 adventure teams all gathered in Oat Village. Several entrances and exits of the village were blocked by debris, and more than 20 tents of various sizes were built in the village. Did you all receive the notice from the corpse last night? A strong man folded his arms, his muscles bulging like rocks. Edgar shrugged. Yes, it's surprising that low-level monsters can actually speak. And the adventure team didn't receive the notice. They haven't come yet. The noble Lady Miley was very dissatisfied and looked at the wizard beside her. Did they dare to disobey my order? Miss, I persuaded them. They think the corpse is very weak. There is no need to worry at all. Miley sneered. That's right, they can only say a few words, and it can't change the fact that they are garbage. The only worry is the demons that may exist behind the other party. Our holy light magic is not for show. The adventurer who was a priest at the side was very confident. Everyone was talking endlessly. Do you feel the ground shaking? Edgar's face suddenly froze. Everyone, there are corpses outside the village. So many corpses. Everyone hurried out of the house and saw endless corpses coming out of the gray fog. As if they were refreshed out of thin air, the corpses had covered the entire field of vision, and they were still appearing in the gray fog. Even because of the crowd, the corpses would kill each other, trample their companions into meat paste, or grab the corpses of the opposite sex and perform a defeated animation. Dirty blood splattered everywhere, like hell on earth. Good, so many. The people who looked down on the corpses before immediately showed a solemn expression on their faces. Didn't the talking corpse say that it would come in 3 days? Someone asked a soul question. Do you believe the corpses? Your brain is broken. Miss Myery, a noble lady, watched a female corpse being grabbed by a bunch of corpses, performing a fierce defeat animation, and then being torn into pieces and eaten. Her heart suddenly tightened, and she felt dry mouth unconsciously. Before, the scattered corpses did not make people feel pressure at all. But now it is completely different. Just kidding. Myery's thin legs trembled unconsciously. Everyone quickly organized defense and blocked the entrances and exits of the village. Don't stand there stupidly, fight back. After hearing someone's reminder, Myery woke up from her dream and drew her sword in a panic. Large number of rotten corpses hit the pile of debris at the entrance of the village, knocking it to the point of collapse. Countless hands stretched out from the gaps in the debris, as if drowning people were trying to grab a life-saving straw. Everyone kill them, don't let them in. Edgar rushed forward and chopped the outstretched arms like chopping wood. Oh, help! Hearing a scream, everyone immediately looked in the direction of the sound. The rotten wall of the village was actually pushed down by the rotten corpses. A female archer standing on the wall hurriedly jumped onto the roof, but she didn't stand firmly and fell backwards from the roof. She hit the back of her head and tried to stand up, covering her head. The dark tide of corpses had arrived and wrapped her up like a dumpling. As if it was a signal, screams were heard everywhere. 8 or 9 of the seemingly powerful adventurers fell in an instant. Level 3 fighting skill, sword light slash. The black long sword in Edgar's hand shone with dazzling light. Even if it was a fighting skill, the power was greatly increased after being released by the artifact. The brilliant sword light instantly killed a group of corpses. Level 2 magic flame tongue. The little lowly behind him, the staff in her hand shone with light. A flame as thick as an arm continued to flow out of the staff. A large number of corpses were ignited, roaring and burning to ashes. Everyone in the adventure team tried their best. However, endless corpses poured out from the gray fog. Everyone fought on their own and could not resist the corpses at all. Soon the battle line began to shrink. Damn, it's completely different from the battle in the dungeon. This is too much. You warriors are blocking the monsters. You can't let us resist remotely. Tusk, it's none of my business. The scene was in chaos. Monsters in the dungeon are usually few in number and strong individually. The rotten corpses in front of them are the opposite. The female halberd player of the Hunter Adventure group kept retreating and poking around. Every time she poked, she could kill one. But when she looked back, she saw that the people of other adventure groups were retreating to the center of the village. Fortunately, the center of the village was once a big house in the village. There was a waist-high wall. 30 or 40 people hid in it and relied on the low wall for defense. Everyone gathered together and barely resisted the attack of the corpse tide. Mai Lei's face was pale and she waved her long sword wildly. Miss, please save some energy. The head maid stood in front of her, raised her shield and whispered, Miss. If the situation is not right, you follow us to rush out. Say, what are you talking about? I am a member of the Greycastle family, not a coward. Mai Lei was annoyed. She shouldn't play any treasure hunting games, but for dignity and pride, she could only grit her teeth and fight. The maid next to her was about to say something, but suddenly a flash of light pierced her head, and the bone spur pierced through the helmet and poked out from the back of her head. Myery was stunned. After being an adventurer for so long, this was the first time she saw a familiar companion die so tragically. Her stomach was churning, and she vomited immediately. Ugh, she suddenly felt a chill on her back. And a terrifying thought came to her mind. Adventures really kill people. The dungeon I went to before, could it be that my father prepared it in advance to tease me? Myery looked at the other maids next to her. They didn't say anything, but their terrified eyes said it all. 2 more adventurers were killed, and people's morale plummeted again. Except for a few strong men, the rest of them directly abandoned the low wall and hid behind the strong men. The defensive pressure on Edgar and others instantly doubled. Oh my God, this is too weak. If this goes on, they will all die before the trash lord arrives in person. The dragon-winged demon controlled by Ophelie watched everything from afar. If this goes on, it will not be conducive to the adults' plan. Let's help them. The Gixu orb in his hand glowed, and more than 1,000 corpses ran away immediately. Corrupted demons! Go and stop the subsequent rotten corpses. Offaly waved his hand, and the 300 newly captured corrupted demons took meteor-like steps and crashed into the wild corpse tide. The ungraded rotten corpses could not resist the attack of the corrupted demons at all, and were trampled, torn apart, and killed in a large number in an instant. The corpse tide in the gray fog was in chaos, and the density of the corpse tide was greatly reduced. Everyone fought hard to repel the corpse tide, and everyone got a precious respite. Damn it, I want to go home. Where's the magician's teleportation? The gray fog environment will interfere with the space. It can only teleport in a small range. You bunch of rubbish, I shouldn't have come to the north, this is hell. Without external distraction, everyone immediately broke out into a dispute. What the hell, Simon, he is the devil, let us come here to die. The captain of an adventure group was furious, and he jumped up and down in anger. There are 10 brothers in our adventure group, and only 6 are left. Whoever says that the corpses are trash, I will be angry with him. We can't kill them all, we can't kill them all. The crowd was in chaos. There are still adventure groups. Let them come to support us. Edgar said to Myri breathlessly as if he had been pulled out of the water. It's useless, it's useless. Myri sat on the ground, dejected, regardless of her noble demeanor. Edgar was anxious. It's still time to break through and return to the fortress, cheer up. The corpses outside haven't dispersed yet, how can we break through? Myri shook her head. Hey, do you want to be bred by the corpses? If not, cheer up. Myri had no reaction. Ignoring the irrational noble lady in front of him, Edgar persuaded the Hunter Adventure group to leave together. However, the battle-hardened Offaly was good at cutting off the retreat. The zombie tide had already blocked the entire way back. After 10 minutes of fighting, the crowd was driven back by the massive zombie tide. The morale of the adventurers fell to the bottom again. Let me go, Brother Edgar. I am a magician, and I will definitely be able to teleport out. When I find reinforcements, I will definitely help everyone. Little lowly Jenna said seriously. No, the captain usually looks gentle, but now he is particularly serious. The gray fog environment is full of spatial turbulence, which can easily interrupt the teleportation. If you are interrupted in the zombie tide, you will definitely die. But now there is no other way. Edgar said first, someone always needs to take risks. Well, I'll go, you. The captain frowned and finally sighed, it's all my fault. I sacrificed everyone's safety for the sake of making money. What are you talking about, boss? We all need money. It's a unanimous decision. Don't worry about it. The female halberd player smiled and took out a bag of candy from her bag and handed it to Jenna. This thing is rare. I'll give it to you on the road. You must live well. Yes, Jenna nodded seriously. Other members of the adventure group also sent out mages to use teleportation magic. The blue teleportation array unfolded brilliantly, and 4 mages teleported out together. One of the unlucky guys was affected by the space turbulence before he could even teleport 100 meters. His body fell to the ground outside the village like a bag of flour, and his legs disappeared, smooth as a mirror. Ah, save me, save me. The rotten corpses around smelled the blood and immediately rushed up to eat it clean. Jenna was lucky. There were no rotten corpses at the interrupted position. She just suffered some minor backlash and did not break her hands or feet. Stand up, I have to ask for help from everyone. After struggling for a while, Jenna fell to the ground. Listening to the shrill howls coming from the surroundings, she struggled to get up and was about to cast the teleportation magic again. Tie! A wooden stick hit her, and the little lowly rolled her eyes and fainted, unable to get up again. I almost let you run away. Offaly put his hands on his hips and laughed triumphantly. The adults are coming soon, I have to act according to the plan. Let's give them some hope first. If we start with the intensity, they will definitely collapse. On the other side, the mages had just been sent away and everyone was still waiting. Black Crow landed on the roof and quietly observed the battle situation. Field himself borrowed Ashna's dragon wolf and rushed over quickly. Dong ding dong, heavy footsteps came from the gray fog. What is it? Needless to say, it must be a corpse. Everyone immediately became alert and instinctively felt uneasy. An ordinary corpse walked out of the gray fog, grinning at everyone strangely. Dedicate everything you have to me, it's not too late now, otherwise you will all die. What a joke, I won't be a monster's lackey. The priests refused without hesitation. Come on, everyone. Reinforcements will definitely come. Edgar hesitated for a moment, and the people of the Hunter Adventure Group saw it, and everyone couldn't help but show a little disappointment. As expected, everyone is afraid of death. Since you don't surrender, then try your best to struggle. Roar. After that, a roar came from the gray fog. 3 second-level corrupted demons roared and walked out slowly. Since the fall of the Zhu dynasty, the world has not seen demons for 1,000 years. Everyone was at first as if they were facing a great enemy, and when they felt the fluctuations of the corpse's life, everyone laughed out loud instantly. What? I thought I was a demon. I was so nervous. Turns out that it's only level 2. It's only level 2 life. If there were 10 of them, I might be scared. Trash. Edgar immediately cheered up and stopped thinking about surrendering. Instead, he drew his sword and said coolly, "Damn demons, dare to threaten us. Everyone cheer up and kill these monsters." Okay. Many of the adventurers have extraordinary powers. There are 7 or 8 warriors with level 3 fighting spirit, so they are not afraid at all. The rest of the adventurers also have their own abilities. "Miss, you see, the demon is only level 2 we can fight." The maid hurriedly comforted Myri. "Humph, you don't need to tell me you dare to scare me." Myri jumped up and drew her weapon. "I will chop off the monster's head to prove my honor." Everyone was eager to fight, and Field watched the battle silently. Alas, why do demons have weapons? This weapon looks like a military weapon. Someone saw the weapon the demon was holding. The 3 corrupted demons held different weapons, including shields, axes, guns, hammers, etc. Field secretly thought, after all, to arm the demon army, of course, we have to use actual combat to test the compatibility of weapons. In addition, we also need to test their individual combat power and ability to withstand blows. No matter what, I'll take the demon's head. A second-level knife-wielding adventurer rushed forward quickly, jumped high, and chopped it down with a knife. Clang! The corrupted demon raised the battle axe in his hand lightly, easily blocked the enemy's slash, and stretched out his left claw fiercely, so fast that it was blurred. With a puff, the adventurer was disemboweled and killed instantly. "Don't be so careless." Field sighed and shook his head repeatedly. "Work harder, don't even fail to test it." "How is it possible?" Everyone was shocked. "What kind of combat power is this?" Although they are all second-level life, there is a big difference in combat power. Just like a mouse is also a 0-level life, but it can be stepped on by humans. Don't be careless. They are very strong. Everyone come together and besiege the enemy. Edgar burst out with the 3rd-level fighting spirit, rushed out quickly, and the long sword in his hand drew a bright arc in the air. The corrupted demon swung the hammer expressionlessly, and the 2 weapons collided fiercely, smashing out a piece of sparks. Ordinary weapons are no match for artifacts after all. Just a collision, the demon's hammer shattered. With the previous, Edgar used the force to launch a slash again. The fierce cold light slashed on the demon's head. This time, the resistance was even greater than the collision of weapons. What a strong defense! Edgar was shocked. His slashing attack failed to split the monster into 2 stages. It only split half of the head. "I'll help you." Another adventurer rushed over, carrying a huge force, and smashed the battle axe in his hand on the right leg of the corrupted demon. Roar! The corrupted demon took the huge damage of the battle axe and kicked out, hitting the adventurer's chest. Hearing the sound of bones bursting, the adventurer flew out like a football, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. "Hurry up and save him." The priest immediately stepped forward and used the holy light to keep him alive. Level 3 Dukai, Super Heavy Arrow. Another level 3 adventurer attacked. The arrow wrapped in the majestic Dukai bombarded the demon's already seriously injured head, directly bombarding its head. Long live! Seeing a demon being quickly dealt with, the morale of the crowd was greatly boosted. However, they couldn't laugh the next moment. The corrupted demon was still fighting without a head. Boom, boom, boom. The corrupted heart in the demon's chest beat wildly, dull beats like a drumbeat. Pulling out the spare giant sword from the back, the demon easily sensed the presence of the living with its corrupt instinct. Sweeping the big sword around, it actually forced Edgar back. The demon seized the opportunity and rushed into the crowd to attack wildly. In just a moment, 3 or 4 people were injured and bleeding. The other 2 demons also took out their weapons and attacked the adventurers wildly. Damn! What on earth are these things? Edgar's pupils shook. The magic bullets bombarded them, leaving only a small pit, and the weapons could hardly cut through their skin. Everyone was in a bitter battle. Field nodded repeatedly, very satisfied with the performance of the corrupted demon. "These weapons are not good enough. Are there any weapons with great power and wide attack range?" Under the crazy attack of the corpses, the battle lasted for a quarter of an hour, and the 3 corrupted demons were killed by the adventurers with injuries, turning into 3 pools of rotten meat. As a price, almost all the adventurers were injured, and there were only 17 or 18 people standing and sitting. We won. After recovering from the previous bloody battle, an adventurer shouted to the sky. Field was happy. The dragon-winged demon has not been tested yet. Why are you so happy? Intensify them. A terrifying roar that chilled the soul came from the air immediately. Everyone subconsciously looked up and saw a black shadow flying out of the gray fog, sweeping around in the air at an astonishing speed. The figure gradually enlarged, and a huge dragon-winged demon slowly looked at everything on the ground with the eyes of an ant. No way, there is still a demon. It's still a 3rd level one. Everyone's pupils trembled. It took so much effort just now to beat a small soldier. The pressure of the demon in front of them was even greater than before, making it difficult to breathe. Come on, everyone, it's just a 3rd level monster. With so many of us, can't we beat a 3rd level monster? Go, fight the monster. In the previous battle, most of the weak adventurers were knocked down. Edgar waved his long sword. Everyone assist me. As long as I seize the opportunity, I can give it a fatal blow. The adventurers faced danger, but united instead. That's right. As long as you can defeat the demon, I, the 2nd daughter of the Count of Greycastle, promise you to become knights. Mayuri cheered up again. The defeat of the corrupt demon just now made her regain her confidence. 2nd level fighting skill, Fiery Slash. Mayuri took the lead in launching a crescent-shaped flame slash. The dragon-winged demon spread his hands as if embracing the sun, allowing the fiery slash to hit. The blazing flames disappeared without a trace the moment they hit the demon's skin. Are you kidding? Mayuri's face froze. She was very confident in her fighting skills. If she couldn't knock down the demon, she should at least be able to injure it severely. 3rd level fighting skill, Mountain Hammer. A muscular man went around to the back and swung the hammer heavily. The hammer fell at high speed, bursting with a roaring energy, and fell heavily. Clang! The demon raised his hand, and his 4 scimitar-like claws firmly grasped the hammer. He raised his hand and swung it, and the muscular man was thrown out. While shaking his hand, the big demon spread out his palm, and a dark bullet accurately hit the muscular man who was flying, and blood splattered. There was a muffled sound, and the armor of the muscular man exploded, and the armor fragments flew out like a sharp blade, blowing up the head of a rotten corpse far away. What kind of power is this? Everyone's pupils shook. Obviously everyone is at the 3rd level. Why is your style different? Everyone come together. Everyone gritted their teeth and launched attacks from all directions. With a terrifying and hideous smile, the dragon-winged big demon received the attack order from Awfully, no longer standing stupidly to be beaten. Claws stretched out, arcs crackled and jumped, and gathered into a 4-meter-long lightning spear. Simple and unpretentious lightning spear swept across, and the purple thunder swept across half of the field, and the adventurers who rushed up were swept away, almost turning the open space in front into a pool of thunder. Good opportunity, take it. Edgar used his superb body skills to quickly circle behind him. The powerful fighting skills that had been charged for a long time made the long sword burst out with brilliant light and hit the wings of the big demon heavily. But it didn't move at all. Groups of white light surged from the demon's body, offsetting most of the damage of Edgar's fighting skills. Exclusive skills of the god's chosen guard. Sacrifice Frenzy consumes life energy, greatly improves attack, defense, and speed in a short period of time. Edgar's attack obviously angered the enemy. The thunder gun in the big demon's hand hummed and attacked frantically. The violent power bombed the surrounding terrain into a mess. Mr. Edgar, get out of the way. The long-range warlock and archer have finished charging. A large number of fighting skills and magic are blasted out. Roar! The big demon bent his legs and rushed into the sky, quickly crossing an irregular trajectory in the air, cleverly dodging all damage. Then, the big demon directly charged 7 or 8 dark rot balls in the air and bombarded the ground again. Fuck you. Is this the power of the demon? It's too exaggerated. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were all level 3, but they felt like they were attacking a boss. There was also a gap between the lives of the same level, not to mention that the god's chosen guards were much stronger than those of the same level. Field rode the dragon wolf and came to the vicinity of the village. Awfully was already waiting for people here, holding a little lowly in his hand. The test is almost done. Act according to the plan. No one escaped. No, I have eyes all over here. This is a magician who ran away. Awfully threw the little lowly on the back of the dragon wolf and then controlled the big demon to fall. After a quarter of an hour of fierce fighting, all the adventurers were injured and most of them fell to the ground in defeat. Fortunately, Awfully controlled the situation very well and deliberately avoided killing. Therefore, everyone present was a little miserable, but they were all alive. The fall of the dragon-winged demon was extremely despairing. Defeat the strongest swordsman and it's done. Awfully's mind moved and the demon rushed forward, ready to punch Edgar knocked down. However, at this moment, Edgar made a decision that everyone did not expect. I don't want to die yet. Edgar grabbed the female halberd player beside him and threw it at the claws of the big demon. What are you doing? Everyone was horrified. Puff. The female halberd player was directly disemboweled and strangled to pieces. Edgar took advantage of the big demon's stiffness, and the long sword in his hand burst out with unprecedented brilliant sword light. Level 3 fighting skills, tearing and slashing. The power of the artifact was displayed, and the black sword light directly blasted the big demon's chest, and the flesh and blood burst. The big demon flew backwards, falling into the state of dying, and the demon who could not take off grabbed the corpse beside him and bit it, slowly recovering from the injury. Ha, I finally got a chance. Edgar wanted to laugh, but felt the eyes around him and immediately changed his words. Rest in peace, comrade, I just want to save more people. The adventurers were afraid of death and dared not say a word. This guy is so cruel, he was obviously a teammate fighting together before. Field smacked his lips. Awfully, just kill him, I don't need someone too perverted. I spent so much effort to subdue them to work, so that they can pass on their rich adventure experience to the people in the territory, not to find a dangerous time bomb. Edgar was about to go forward to finish off the big demon, and a shadow enveloped him. To be precise, it was a large number of shadows that enveloped everyone present. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and saw countless big demons hovering in the air. Boom, big demons landed one after another, surrounding the adventurers, and the scene was extremely shocking. Everyone was stunned for a full minute. No way am I not awake. 30, come on, are you kidding me? Mayuri's eyes lost their luster and she actually laughed loudly, falling to the ground with a numb face. Come on, I don't care about anything. Edgar held the long sword in his hand and stood there feeling like a clown. Everyone fell into despair. All they had in their heads was regret that they had gone to the Northland out of their wits. Wouldn't it be nice to eat and drink in a normal city? Why did they have to come here to seek excitement? The demon slapped Edgar to pieces without giving him a chance to fight back. Ha, human, you lose. The demon laughed sickly. Give away everything you have, including your soul. Become my slave or be tortured by me, and it will be hard to die. Everyone was completely desperate. The increasingly powerful enemy completely destroyed everyone's mind and they didn't know what to do. Tell me everything you know. I want all your information, including why you came to the north. The demon grabbed a person casually. I can see your heart. Don't try to deceive me. Yes, Lord Demon, our Blade Adventure Group came to the north on the commission of Baron Simon to sneak into Baron Field's territory. Then find an opportunity to burn his granary and castle, and said that after the task was completed, he would give me 10,000 gold coins. Field, hiding in the gray fog, was confused. I thought they came strangely before, after all. So many adventure groups came from Maple Leaf, which was very suspicious. It was obvious that someone had assigned them. I didn't expect that I had guessed it. Generally speaking, the lords would welcome adventurers. They have money and equipment, and they are a consumer group. They can also be hired to do tasks. Field was unhappy. If they sneaked in, it would be easy to cause damage. Simon, you are so good, you think of some dirty tricks all day long. Field began to think about how to deal with Simon. Leaving the adventurer behind, the big devil grabbed the noble Lady Miley. What about you, delicious woman? Miley trembled all over, and the colorless liquid dripped down. The big devil actually squeezed out a handful of urine. I didn't ask him to use force. Ophelia scratched her head awkwardly. I'm here for excitement, woo, don't take my soul and don't eat me. My father is the Count of Greycastle. I can make my father give you as many people as you want to eat. Miley cried so hard that her nose came out. I have a baby in my belly. Oh, there is also a delicious baby. The big devil opened his mouth and laughed out loud, crunchy chicken flavor. Miley's eyes rolled up and she fainted. Field shook his head. This is exciting enough. The interrogation of the devil is 100 times more efficient than Field coming in person. He will answer any question. These guys are even afraid that it is not detailed enough. and even say the color of their panties today. Very good, I like your loyalty. Now offer your soul and become my pet. The big devil grinned. Just as everyone was desperately waiting for the devil to take action, a voice like the sound of nature rang out. Damn demon, get out of my land. Holy light, bless your most loyal knight. The domineering dragon wolf jumped out of the gray fog. The little lowly lying unconscious behind him. Field, wearing a full set of black armor, drew out the iris long sword and rapier, and Field burst out with fighting spirit, rushing towards the demon. The iris long sword is a first-level artifact. It was originally given to Zai Ocean. Later, when it was not suitable, it was stored in the warehouse. But the gorgeous holy light is still very pretentious. Field rushed out with a strong wind around him. The iris long sword in his hand was stained with the surrounding corruption, and immediately burst into a special effect of flashing dog eyes. It's barren Field, run away. The big demon exclaimed with full acting skills. He turned around and took off without saying a word. Flame. After all the demons took off, the dragon wolf spewed out violent flames. The dark blue dragon flame swept across the sky, and the adventurers were stunned. After the flame disappeared, the demons disappeared. Field posed for a while, then put away his weapon and wanted to fight with the big demon. But thinking about the terrifying strength of the god's chosen guard, he decisively chose to pose and finish the job. It would be embarrassing if he was exposed. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Field jumped off the dragon wolf, and Edgar's body was next to him. He picked up his artifact sword and put it in his backpack as if nothing had happened. He turned his head and said sternly, "What's wrong with you? You actually ran to this cursed land." Wow, a female archer cried out loudly, as if she saw her real father, crawled at Field's feet and kissed Field's boots. "My lord, you are really a messenger of God. We respect and love you." Everyone woke up from a dream and cried with joy. No one wanted to offer their soul to the devil, as it was said that they would fall into hell forever. The people in this world are very superstitious and are most afraid of falling into hell. You are adventurers, right? Why are you here to kill corpses? Corpses don't have any treasures. When a corrupted creature dies, it will only turn into a mass of rotten meat and continue to produce plague and gray fog. The previous corrupted black dragon was killed, and even the dragon bones could not be used. We each have our own goals, sir. We are guilty. The guy who said he would burn the night grain warehouse before knelt on the ground and cried, recounting his story. "Baron, you sentenced me to death. I also accept it." "Not so," Field said philanthropically. "If you know your mistakes and can correct them, you are the goddess's good children." Woo. The adventurers burst into tears and wanted to slap themselves twice. They are really nothing. Baron Field is so kind, but they still persecute him. But you have been in contact with demons, and you really can't let you return to the civilized world. Moreover, you have to redeem your sins before the goddess will forgive you. You need to sign a soul contract. Field pondered for a moment. "I plan to build 2 new villages, and you all work for me. One is a fishing village located on the seaside, named Tide Village, and the goal is to expand it into a big city. The other is Blue Water Village, which is built on the ruins of Blue Water City and based on the Lord's Palace. After all, there is a usable building, and it would be a waste if it is not used." Field plans to gradually expand Blue Water Village into a university and let adventurers serve as temporary teachers to teach various skills. After all, the martial arts, fighting skills, and experience of these guys are all real. I am worried about them going to the Night Lord City, so it is more appropriate to arrest them for labor reform. Yeah, we all listened to the adults. Everyone looked well behaved. After all, they didn't have to die, they just worked. They even secretly vowed to work hard. Very good. Field nodded with satisfaction. Now go and treat the wounded and then collect all the weapons and equipment. Hey, that's little Jenna, sir. Did she find you? The people of the Hunter Adventure Group were excited when they found the magician they had sent out earlier. No, I just happened to see her faint. Field smiled. If I hadn't seen a living person, I would never have thought that an adventurer would come to my territory. Of course, she will also be investigated and sent to labor reform. After a rescue, a total of 26 adventurers were captured, 7 of the 3rd level, 11 of the 2nd level, and the rest were all 1st level, with terrifying combat power. If you don't use your brain, it will be difficult to get them to work. If you forcibly kidnap them, they are likely to rebel and escape in the future. Next, we have to take back the sea whale. The adventurer was just a small episode, and Field looked in the direction of the Viscount's territory. Field pulled out the long sword he had seized before, and after subduing it, he found that it was only of the First Order. Artifact, Harvester Long Sword, First Order, Dark Goddess Effect, Extra Enhancement of Dark Power. It's useless, keep it as a reserve. Returning to the night territory, Field first went to the river for a walk. The lake water was light black and still poisonous. Without the gray fog, there was no need to worry about corrupted fish crawling out of the river to beat people. The little fox was instructing the workers to make the fan blades of the water wheel, while Asana was playing with water-skipping stones on the side, and there was a quiet white giant wolf sitting next to her. Seeing Field coming, Asana hurriedly came up and smiled. "Black Wolf, did you listen to the adults obediently?" The Black Wolf nodded repeatedly, indicating that he was very obedient. Field was amused by Wenkai and patted its head. "Very obedient, but the feeling of riding a wolf is a bit scary. I still like riding a horse. By the way, sir, this is the Black Wolf child." Asana pointed to the white giant wolf with super high appearance, elegant and quiet. "It has been weaned and now mainly eats meat or magic cores." The giant wolf used to eat milk, and it had to eat a large bowl of it at a time. "This big, it's only more than 2 months old. What a growth monster." Field's eyes widened. This guy can reach his waist when he stands up. The white wolf species has weak potential and can only reach the 3rd level of life at most, but the growth rate is extremely fast. "It just looks big. Will take a long time to advance to a 1st level life form." Ashina explained, "There's still more than a month to go before the rebellion. As long as they can reach the level of mounts, I can appoint them as mounts of the gods' chosen guard. In this case, we have to give priority to supplementing their nutrition." Field asked someone to bring a large piece of steel back pork, mixed with a drop of black dragon blood, and put it in front of it. The giant wolf's ears instantly stood up, as if a bear smelled honey, drooling and couldn't wait to come up. Putting down the food bowl, Field grabbed 2 handfuls of dog heads. "Come on, good boy, show off your food." Without Field saying anything, the giant wolf plunged into the food bowl and swallowed it with a wheezing sound. In just half a minute, the 10-pound monster meat was eaten up. Intimately approaching, the giant wolf rubbed Field's calf. "Wow, it's such a big eater. It seems that the monsters we bought before are not enough." Field smacked his lips. No wonder the cost of the monster army is so high. The little guy ate at least 10 gold coins in this meal. Soon, the effect of dragon blood broke out, and the giant wolf was extremely hot all over, just like being steamed, and steam was coming out of its body. "Run, circle around the city." Asana blew a strange whistle, "Otherwise the dragon blood will burst you." "Ow!" The giant wolf galloped obediently, and its speed was as fast as a horse, and it rushed out in a whoosh. "Interesting. Can you communicate with the giant wolf?" "When I was a child, I herded the tribe, and there were giant wolves among them." Asana put her hands on her waist and answered with a smile, lively and full of vitality. Field gave a thumbs up. "Teach me to whistle next time." "No problem." After taking back the artifact Dragon Wolf, Asana was busy training cavalry. Field was thinking about how to use the Second Lady of Greycastle to get the most benefits. Back to the castle, Field flipped through history books and travel notes to find information about the Count of Greycastle. Why are there only poems and prophecies? Field couldn't stand it after only 5 minutes of searching. The written records are very rough now. It's hard to find valuable information. I haven't checked the territory for a long time. Let's see how prosperous the territory is. Just when he was about to open the Lord's panel, Field glanced at the small map. Damn. 2 small dots, 1 purple and 1 green, suddenly appeared in his study. Who? You know that your chosen ones are all in the territory, so there's no reason to run in directly from outside. Field was startled. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he didn't show panic, but pretended to be calm and continued to flip through the books. The purple dot is the Purple Heart. No, it's the Netherworld disaster. Field recalled that the Netherworld that appeared when dealing with Queen Ziyu was the Purple Mark. Closing the book, Field calmly stood up and walked to the door of the study, pretending not to know, ready to leave. As soon as he stretched out his hand, a cold voice came from behind. "What bad water are you holding back? Lord Baron of Justice, since you know I'm here, why don't you chat?" His Field swallowed silently. The small map showed that Rosaria was sleeping in the attic, but if he called her for help, he would probably be the first to die. I'll turn around, you don't mind, do you?" Fang was the first to expose it, but Field was not panicked. As long as he was not stabbed directly with a sword, he would not be at all weak. Turning around, he saw a beautiful woman with brown long hair and asymmetrical purple robe, sitting on her desk with her legs crossed. She was the chosen one of the netherworld, Margaret. Another red-haired girl stood with a forced business expression. The devil horns, strange runes on her body and bat wings were obviously a demon transformed into a human form. You really have powerful reconnaissance methods. I released sporadic breath and you noticed it. Margaret's eyes flashed with surprise. You are worthy of being a unique soul. You can even wake us up. I miss you so much. When did you come? Field took the initiative to speak. Not long from the time you deceived the adventurer. Margaret shook her calf. Don't worry, I don't mean to criticize your behavior. I don't want to destroy your city, but you can rest assured that I have plenty of cities to destroy, not just yours. Hearing this, Field breathed a sigh of relief. Who is this? Don't you recognize her? Queen Ziyu. She can't maintain her demon body for a long time, so she has to become like this now. Margaret smiled. Of course, she works for me now. Disaster, I won't give in. The queen gritted her teeth. Bah, you control my people, but you can't control my heart. You don't have the right to speak. Margaret snapped her fingers and Queen Ziyu hummed, her face flush. She covered a strange place and crawled on the ground. Awesome. Taking a breath of cold air, Field immediately became bolder when he saw that the other party had no intention of killing. You came to me to thank me? Oh, that's nothing. If you want to repay me for saving your life, just give me your body. You are so brave. You are not afraid that I will kill you. Margaret shook her head and coughed twice. We are never reasonable, but we can make a deal with you. Trade, interesting. Field keenly noticed that Margaret's face was not right and hurriedly asked with concern. You are injured, do you need medicine? Seeing Field approaching, Margaret panicked and pushed with both hands. Don't come over. Don't think about killing me. I have the strength of the 4th level. If I dissociate the artifact, your territory can be turned into a ghost den in an instant. 4th level, Field was secretly surprised. She was released not long ago. I remember you were only the 3rd level at the beginning, and you upgraded so quickly. Did you eat gold carrot? Don't ask so many questions anyway. Don't get close to me casually. Margaret turned her face away, not wanting to answer. If you don't need help, forget it. I won't take advantage of others. Field said unhappily, there's no need to be on guard. There are many disasters in my family. I haven't persecuted anyone. Margaret said coquettishly, oh, don't be angry. It's normal for me to be on guard. I don't want to be locked up for thousands of years again. Let's talk about the transaction. Field felt that the disasters were all paupers and there was nothing to trade at all. First, artifact for artifact. Second, you help me replenish my soul power in exchange for my help. It's that simple. Margaret said quickly, and with a thought, more than 20 artifacts floated out. The lowest was the gradeless grade, and the highest was the 5th grade, flying around her like stars. My rich woman. Field was dumbfounded. Did you rob a bank? I stole some of it from the queen, and some of it from the treasure house of the city of the Holy Angel. When Margaret talked about stealing, she smiled unconsciously and seemed very proud. I know why you were injured, because you broke into the city of the Holy Angel. Field suddenly remembered the attack on the city of the Holy Angel. It's not just me, there are other disasters, I'm just responsible for assisting. But the fighting power of the Holy Angel City is so strong that we can't succeed with our current fighting power. Margaret shook her head. We failed, and we didn't release a single disaster. If I hadn't used the queen, a pure-blooded demon, to pretend to capture the demon and offer credit, we wouldn't have been able to steal the treasure. Wait, didn't they say that all the disasters were released, and the city was destroyed on a large scale? Just after Field finished speaking, he slapped his head and said, I know, it's the church's means of taking advantage of the situation. They didn't lose anything at all. Pretend that the disasters were released, then keep the enemy to yourself, reasonably make money and expand armaments. Humph, not too stupid. Margaret waved her hand. Hurry up and trade. If you have the Netherworld artifact, it's best, and I can use the rest of the artifacts. Field licked the corner of his mouth greedily. Miss Margaret, why don't you join the Night Territory? Then everything in the territory will be yours. Don't play that trick on me. Margaret glared at Field with amusement. I have my own things to do and I have no interest in weaklings. Weaklings? Field was very angry, isn't it? Margaret covered her mouth and laughed continuously, but her rabbit was not big enough to achieve the effect of flowers and branches shaking in the Night Territory. Field had a dark face and thought to himself, you ignored me today, and you will be out of reach in the future. The chosen one of our own grew up and hung her up to make a defeat animation. Okay, let me see my artifact now. Myri was still unconscious, and it was a pity that I couldn't take her artifact. In addition, the artifact I got when I killed the bone stick was also there. Artifact, Heart of the Wild Beast, level 3 organ special, only for non-chosen ones. Effect, cooling time is 30 days. After using it, it will transform into a corrupted monster, level 3, and its life and defense will be strengthened to the maximum extent, which will last for 1 day. And the small glass bow obtained by killing Thorn, because it is not suitable for Rosaria, it is not used for her. Artifact, Small glass bow, level 3 effect, shoots withered arrows with high damage. Special effect, Corrupted God chosen can obtain temporary level 3 magic skill, Corrupted Glass Arrow. Field found all the vacant artifacts in the territory, including the long sword found from the adventurer Edgar. Level 1, Iris Long Sword Lucky Clover Gift Potion, completely restore the Lord's injuries. Appraisal Book True Artifact, can enthrone a wise God chosen, Reaper's Sword. Level 2, Dark Ring adds Rampage buff level 3. Reassuring Pendant blocks 1 level 3 attack. Windtalker's Command Sword Rapier adds Endurance buff, Glazed Bow Heart of the Wild Beast. Field looked around and couldn't find any that he didn't need. He definitely couldn't give him life-saving items. As for the other artifacts, even if he didn't need them, it would be good to use them to strengthen the military. Forget it, let's take a look at Margaret's things first. Since he tasted the sweetness of the 0-level artifact, Field said without hesitation, "Is there any 0-level treasure?" "Oh, you are very knowledgeable." Margaret hooked her finger and a bottle of strange potion fell only the size of a thumbnail. Artifact, Holy Water of the Goddess of Luck, 0-level, consumable, special, only for non-chosen people effect, get super luck within 1 hour. Description: the Goddess of Luck worked hard to create this little. No, buddy, it doesn't sound right, can it really be drunk? Field sweated, I want this, let me taste it to see how salty it is. Well, it's not very useful to me anyway. Field looked at every artifact. Although he wanted them all, he had limited financial resources. Finally, he chose a very good 3rd-level artifact. Artifact, Golden Fountain Miracle Building Source, Goddess of Harvest effect, inject energy, provide rain for a territory, and increase all agricultural output of this territory by 10% while watering crops. Special effect, when used by the God of Harvest, there is a small probability of producing high-level crops of level 1 to 3. This thing is good. It saves manpower for watering and can also liberate the labor of hundreds of people. Field was very satisfied. Okay, let's discuss the price. Margaret was extremely greedy. She ignored Field's bargaining and traded away 3 artifacts, Iris Long Sword, Reaper Sword, and Glazed Small Arrow. Field said with a dark face, "You are too greedy. Although the things I got in exchange were all useful, I lost out in terms of grade." Margaret smiled and stretched out her slender hand. "You are allowed to take a bite, which is considered to make up for the price difference. Come on, you think I have never eaten good pork, right?" Field continued with a dark face, "You didn't wash your hands after going to the toilet." "You..." Margaret almost cursed out of anger. Even though she was super good-tempered, she couldn't help but put down her hand angrily and said as a matter of course, "If I can't make a profit from the price difference, why would I trade? That makes sense." Field was embarrassed. By the way, what does it mean to replenish soul power, isn't it? Because of the special nature of the Nether Gods chosen, I not only rely on divine power, but also soul power. Margaret kept fiddling with her hair with her index finger. "It is through stimulation that I can stimulate your soul power, and I can absorb the dissipated power and repair my own injuries." Field suddenly felt a chill on his back. "You can find someone else. I don't want to have a headache, and we don't seem to be very familiar with each other." "No, because your soul power is special. It has this effect. Don't worry, it's just soul power. You just need to rest for 2 days. I can help you solve some problems." What Margaret didn't say was that it was because Field's soul power awakened her that she felt inexplicably close to her and had a strange feeling of seeing her relatives. "Solve the trouble." "Okay, deal. Just consider it an investment in my future gods chosen." "Tusk, you've got a big advantage, okay? Although I don't care about these, it's enough to destroy the world." Margaret rolled her eyes coquettishly. Field gritted his teeth. After all, if he didn't agree, people might rob him openly. Although the other party seems to have a good temper, disaster is still disaster after all, and his mind is full of killing, so he must not be taken lightly. If she slaps him to death, it will be a big loss. "Lie down," Margaret ordered, then take off. Margaret blushed and didn't know what to say. Hey. It's really the kind of soul replenishing power. Field's pupils trembled. Wait, with the nature of this world, it doesn't seem strange. Lie down nervously. Extending her long legs, Margaret's eyes were mixed with curiosity and disgust, and she slowly used the war trample. Slender, white, and perfect curves. Damn, you actually use your feet. You don't have athlete's foot, right? Field almost jumped up and punched her. It's not his own cabbage, so he was worried about eating it. Be honest and don't move or I'll beat you. Margaret was embarrassed and busy in an unfamiliar and clumsy way. 2,000 words omitted. A few hours later, Margaret absorbed the scattered soul power and looked much better. She wiped the fine beads of sweat on her head. It's really not easy to repair the soul power. I've been busy for 2 hours. I'm so tired, my legs are sore. I'm tired. Field felt a headache. Every time the soul power is depleted, I get a headache. Thank you for your contribution to the destruction of the world. Margaret stuck out her tongue. Traitor. The queen facing the wall said hatefully. By the way, why do you want to destroy the world? Ignoring the abuse of Queen Ziyu. Field asked the question that had puzzled him for a long time. Margaret scratched her head. I don't know at all, but now the mission of destroying the world is not on us, but on corruption. We are already the eliminated disasters. You can ask the corrupted creatures about this question. No wonder other disasters don't have a strong desire to destroy the world. It turns out that they have completed their mission. Of course, in addition to destroying the chosen, this guy has become the king of the night, killing all day long. Field was very curious. Which civilization did you destroy? I forgot. I vaguely remember that it was a world with steam everywhere, and a large population. Their puppets' machinery and equipment are very powerful, but their biological combat power is very fragile. We in the netherworld can just turn into nothingness and use strange means to kill. It's easy to kill all their living things, leaving a bunch of puppets which have become scrap metal. Field took a breath. Terrible. I'll borrow your study to rest for a while. If you need help, just call my name. Margaret's power surged, and the two of them disappeared directly. It's gone on the small map, the elusive guy. Field looked around and thought to himself. In the future, I have to arrange for the chosen to be on duty to protect them. If I encounter an assassin one day, I will be stabbed to death. At this time, Field used the Lord's Palace of Starry Night City as a temporary residence for the noble Lady Myri and sent heavy soldiers to guard it. Myri woke up leisurely and opened her eyes. What she saw was the old ceiling. This is... The wind blew the window lattice and made a slight creaking sound. The flowers on the windowsill swayed slightly. Myri sat up and looked around. When she heard the voices outside the window, she vaguely remembered that she was rescued by the Baron of Night. She came to the bed and saw the empty city, Starry Night City. The houses here are all stone houses that have been repaired and used. They look shabby. But the residents who occasionally appear are in surprisingly good condition. The ruddy complexion and the windy walk are completely different from the numbness of other city residents, which makes Myri feel very strange. Dong dong dong, the door was knocked. Come in. Myri adjusted her dress, then he said, Hello, I'm Field, the Baron of Night Territory. Field brought two maids over and greeted them appropriately. Myri looked around. I didn't expect that there was a city in the gray fog. This place is completely different from our east. We don't have mountains, but there are continuous rainforests and jungles, and the architectural style is also different. The houses here are made of former ruins. It's just a helpless move. Field sighed. In order to fight against the corpses, you can see that there are not many people in the city. In fact, most of the population of Night Territory is concentrated in Fengqi town. Although it is a town, it is more like a city now. When the free people expand to 5,000 field plans to immigrate to Starry Night City on a large scale. Your bravery is admirable. If it weren't for your help, I would have died in the mouth of a corpse. Myri thanked sincerely and bowed. Please contact my father, he must be worried. Okay, give me a token and I will write a letter now. Field rubbed his chin and asked for ransom directly. Of course, the principles of the nobility cannot be abandoned. There must be rewards for efforts. Myri took off the necklace and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry about this. My father is old-fashioned and stubborn, but he loves me very much. Okay. Field was about to write a letter, but was stopped by Myri. Can you not tell me that I'm pregnant? Myri dodged her eyes and was embarrassed. I believe you have already known it from the adventurer. I won't tell. Not married, but having a child. If it is a daughter of a commoner, it may be mistaken for the child of a nightmare. In the aristocratic circle, it is a terrible scandal, and there is no hope of marrying other nobles in the future. Thank you very much. Myri handed over a beautiful long sword. This third-level artifact is for hush money. If it is convenient, kill all those adventurers. They are just low-class people. Myri gestured to her neck. Don't worry, I won't leak any news. Patting his chest to assure, Field was not surprised at all. This is the attitude of the nobles towards the common people. There is nothing strange about it. When it comes to reputation and interests, he swings the sword faster than anyone else. The probability of 3 out of 10,000 has improved a lot. At least it is much better than when I first came to Night Territory. Shaking his head slightly, Field arranged the books and documents, turned his head, and saw his new secretary, Franita, sleeping on the table. She had vowed before that she could handle government affairs, but the moment she touched the paper, the shutdown button was pressed. Of course, at least she drew an abstract kitten design on the document instead of eating it. For a corrupt creature, this is already an incredible achievement. Wake up, we're going back to the castle. Field pinched Franita's face. Well, Franita sat up, her beautiful and lithe body lazily leaning over. And she said in an unclear tone, "Don't you want to walk? I want to. You want to be carried back, don't you? No problem." Field was so happy that he never imagined that the plot in a romantic drama could actually happen to him. "No, I want to be harshly spoken and humiliated before I leave." Franita said softly, "Good brother, you have been busy all day. Are you angry? Scold me, don't scold me. I was out of energy." "Gishan, what a spirited little girl, you need to be beaten, right? This is what we corrupt creatures are like." Franita spread her hands and said matter-of-factly. Rolling his eyes, Field's blood pressure rose. "Would you love to leave?" "Please mess with me." Franita hugged Field's arm and kept acting coquettishly. Field raised his hand and hit Franita on the head with roasted chestnuts and said seriously, "Please love yourself some more." Touching her head, Franita found that instead of being woken up by her brain collapse, Franita's cheeks turned red. "Well, this feeling is surprisingly good. Let's do it again." "Fuck you, you feel so good." Field is ashamed. Among so many gods, she is the only one immune to brain breakdown. Seeing that Field was about to leave, Franita quickly grabbed Field and said seriously, "Let's do this, brother, please hear about me." "Say it." Seeing her becoming serious, Field nodded and stood still. Horse riding is very hard work. Riding for a long time can easily lead to back pain. Franita said distressedly, "My lord, after dealing with government affairs for a day, it's better not to ride a horse." Field scratched his head sheepishly. "Thank you for your consideration." Unexpectedly, Franita was so considerate and Fieldton felt relieved. "Let's do this." Franita lay on the ground, patted her waist and stuck out her small tongue. "Sister is carrying you back. It happens to be dark now, so no one can see it." "Damn it." Ignoring the opponent's unnatural behavior, Field picked up Franita and left. Hey, I'm serious." Franita kept twisting her waist. "I'm talking about using magic skills to drive." "What are you thinking? I don't believe a word of it." Field laughed angrily. Back at the castle, Franita was as sticky as chewing gum. "I don't want to go back to the room to sleep. Can I sleep at your place? Besides, aren't you worried about the assassin? If I don't stay in your room, I can't protect your safety. Although I have consumed a lot of soul power today, but you have asked again and again, then okay." This is not City Hall, Field immediately thought. Looking at the other party's perfect figure, Field swallowed and showed a teasing smile. "Since you came up in a hurry to deliver it, then I'll be there in time. Song, delivery, jiang, jelly, no matter what, I have to help out." "Okay, I'm going to take a shower first." Not long after, Franita came back to the room wearing a gauze pajama with her long pale blonde hair hanging down, humming a little tune. The evening breeze blows in through the window, and with the faint light, you can vaguely see the curves. Indescribably charming. Franita combed her hair with her hands and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that after 10 years of becoming a corrupt creature, I would still be able to use hot water one day." "Oh, that's right." Field looked at Franita and asked curiously, "What are your corrupt characteristics?" "These pair of devil horns and my pupils can see each other's weaknesses." In the darkness, Franita's eyes were like amber, exuding nobility. "Besides, it's my big tail." Franita pointed behind her. "Not at all, just a huge butt." "Ahem, what are you talking about, you gangster?" Franita glared at Field and the magic flames rose rapidly, forming a big fluffy white tail behind her. She clawed with her claws and made an animal gesture. "Oh, isn't it scary? Too cute. It's detachable, no wonder you can't see it normally." Field opened his mouth wide. Influenced by Rosalia calling her a Persian cat, Field thought Franita would have cat characteristics. Not counting disassembly, this should be the part of a rare monster. The tail is burning like a flame and can be dissipated at any time. Let me study it. As the moon was dark and windy, Field stepped forward with a smirk and went straight to pick up her pajamas. Hey, 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 what are you doing? Before she could succeed, Franita jumped away and said with a look of surprise, Brother, stop messing around, lie down and sleep. Why are you so reserved now? Field was stunned, and in the blink of an eye he saw Franita jumping on the bed, stretching softly, and fell asleep. Zzz. No, buddy, am I opening it the wrong way? Field, confused, had to reach out to comfort the rabbit. But he was slapped away by the alert Franita, who murmured, Sleep, otherwise you will become a fool like Rosaria. The shorter the dormancy time of the corrupted creatures, the higher the degree of rebellion. Field, who did not believe in evil, tried to touch Mosaic again. You can't sleep. Who scared you today? Franita slapped Field's hand away and comforted him gently. Don't worry, I'm here. Are you serious? Field was sweating. It turned out that she was really serious from beginning to end. It's just that her words and deeds are particularly easy to be misunderstood. Looking at the other party's clear eyes, Field silently swallowed the complaints and evil thoughts. After suffering all night, nothing happened. Fuck if this continues. I will either be killed by an assassin or die of a heart attack. The next day, Field got up with dark circles under his eyes. Last night, after Franita fell asleep, Field had to sleep too. But damn, this thing is not at all quiet. Every time I feel sleepy, this thing will swing its long legs, hug Field like a big doll, and then say it's hot and pull the collar to the waist. The key is that this thing is like a cheat, and it blocks perfectly when the hand reaches out. I want to sneak out and change rooms, but she can actually follow me by smelling the smell. She is the ultimate torture king. Griffin Province, Royal City, early morning. Mary Ruth was playing the Nicoharpa, playing a melodious music. After the song ended, Mary Ruth stood up and saluted her parents. You are worthy of being the apple of my Robert's eye. After we deal with the rebels, you will definitely be the focus of the Queen's celebration ball. This is the song my daughter prepared for the God's Day performance, but we heard it first. The mother beside her smiled dignifiedly. It is full of all the temperaments required of a qualified noble. Robert pinched his beard and said proudly, I just don't know which boy will get it in the future. In the past, Mary Ruth would have run away shyly if she said this, but today she could not feel any other emotions except tears. Father, do you have to go to the war? Mary Ruth looked at the wrinkles on her father's face and his dull beard. She couldn't help but worry. Our family can send knights and soldiers to fight. There is no need for you to go in person. I will make my own decision. When it comes to the military affairs of the territory, Robert immediately became stern and spoke decisively. Take good care of your mother and wait for me to return with the army in triumph. Although I am not as strong as I was when I was young, my sword is still sharp, and my lance still tears through the army. Robert's eyes were bright, just like when he was young. The master is a fearless imperial knight. And he will always be. The old butler next to him also burst into tears. Back then, Robert was a royal knight. He rushed to the forefront of every war and killed countless enemies, which earned him a baronship. Unexpectedly, many years later, his own lord would still go to the battlefield for the empire. Let's go. Robert strode out of the door without looking back. I will definitely win glory and return bathed in flowers and holy light. Mother, why don't we send soldiers? Can't we let Uncle lead the troops? Mary Ruth's eyes were red and she couldn't help asking again. Miss, because every time we sent troops to fight with the imperial army, no one came back. Without the command of the nobles, other nobles and commanders don't care about the lives of soldiers at all. Ordinary soldiers will be used as cannon fodder, and if the soldiers sent are elite, they will be poached. As for spoils and benefits, they will not get any at all. Every time we go on an expedition, our territory will lose a lot of manpower and material resources. The old butler was very sad. What's worse is that the territory's income is meager, and the previous accumulation is gradually exhausted. If we don't get merits and spoils, the family will fall into decline. I can do a lot of things. And I will definitely contribute to the family. Mary Ruth clenched her fists, for example. After thinking carefully for a moment, it seems that I can't do anything except noble etiquette. Music and playing don't seem to be of much benefit to the family. Well, why do you worry about these things as a little girl? Just be a happy lark and do your thing. The mother smiled and wiped away Mary Ruth's tears. The war won't last long. I used to get through it this way. Well, okay. Mary Ruth was unhappy and felt uneasy after returning to her room. She asked the maid, Is Shirley back? I want to go to the garden with her to relax. Originally, she had two best friends. One was murdered and only Shirley was left to confide in. Miss Shirley hasn't come back yet, the maid said carefully. She seems to be hunting the rebels' chosen ones. The enemy is so terrible. They brutally killed 2 Imperial guards. This matter has been spread everywhere recently. Ah, didn't she say that the enemies were all bandits? Mary Ruth stood up immediately after she sat down. Miss, I heard that the rebels are more terrible than bandits. The maid trembled all over. Many people in the rebels are ignorant slaves. They are afraid of the magic and sharp arrows of the Empire, so they use. What? Mary Ruth asked anxiously. Tie the living women to carts and armor, and use them as human armor to force the Imperial army to stop and rescue the hostages through close combat. Ugh, Mary Ruth's stomach was churning. It's not that the war hasn't started yet. How could this happen? The prelude to the war has slowly begun, and the only thing left is a formal declaration of war. Both sides are accumulating strength quickly. Once they take action, hell will surely return to the world. If I had power, it would be great. Mary Ruth realized for the first time that anything, even her most beloved music, could not compare to real power. The so-called inner strength or independent personality learned in the academy. Under the swords and guns of the rebels, it seemed particularly pale and powerless. Miss, don't worry too much. The Empire will definitely defeat those demons and bring justice back to the world. The maid encouraged. Mary Ruth prayed silently. Father, surely you must come back safely. On the other side, the knight led. We love you, Baron. Long live the Lord. Look at those houses, how beautiful. The people cheered and called in a mess, and laughter came from the crowd from time to time. Field completed the ribbon-cutting ceremony of the community. After all, it was the first batch of decent houses. How could it be without a sense of ceremony? Winter is coming soon. My people, I promised you that you would live in a house that is draft-proof and will not freeze you to death. Winter, Field stood on the high platform and pointed to the brick and stone houses not far away. Of course, this is only part of it. New houses are being built and will not stop for a moment. As long as you work with your hands and create wealth, you will soon be able to live in a better house and eat better food. The people were very happy. At first, they thought it was just a lie from the nobles, but they didn't expect Field to really do it. Sir, how much is the house? Although everyone had heard that the house would not be expensive a long time ago. They didn't dare to believe it. At least they wouldn't believe it if Field didn't say it himself. Field stretched out 3 fingers, 3 gold coins and 30 silver coins. The scene was silent in an instant, and everyone's breathing became particularly rapid. You know, Emu's monthly salary is much higher than that outside, but the price of the house is actually cheaper than outside. Moreover, if you use a dilapidated old house, you can deduct part of the amount. The first house was a dangerous house made of thatch and mud by the people in the territory. It will have to be demolished and rebuilt sooner or later. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't even believe their ears. Long live the Lord. Everyone burst into cheers like a tsunami. I will set up a special sales office. You can go and buy it with money. Field snapped his fingers. Wow, we have a new home. Look at the slate floor tiles and the independent small garden. Oh my God, I want to raise a hound. Such a wonderful house only costs 3 gold coins. It's unbelievable. I bet that this attic alone, the city where the cod collar is placed, must cost 50 gold coins. Tom kissed the paper voucher hard and shouted outside the new house, we are on welfare. It is said that the adults sell it so cheaply in order to quickly improve people's livelihood. The rotten wooden house that once belonged to my family was taken away by the Lord for 30 silver coins. It's fine if you don't take it out, but you'll have to pay property tax, and you'll have to pay an additional tax of 15 copper coins per month for the second home. Be quiet, kid. You are now the Baron's knight, so keep your manners. Tom's mother pretended to be stern, but her lips were harder to suppress than AK's. Okay, I'm so happy. Tom's father, Smith, the first-class blacksmith in the territory. Tom is now a noble fighting knight, a true warrior, and can no longer be blamed. Even if he has his own grandson, he is still my child. What's wrong with me scolding him? The woman burst into laughter with a big belly. This is all thanks to the Lord. Tom chuckled and scratched his head. If the Lord hadn't given us the precious potion, I wouldn't have been able to become a fighting knight. Yes, everything has changed since I came to knight territory. The goddess blesses your Lord Baron. The couple prayed quickly. Of course, I also bless the child in my wife's belly. Smith added, he can also become an excellent blacksmith and make armors and swords for adults. Maybe it's a daughter. I've always wanted a daughter. After the residents settled down stably, many women became pregnant, and the foreseeable baby boom was imminent. "Okay, Dad, we have brought a bunch of things. Come into the house quickly." Tom motioned to the clay pot in his hand. There was a jug full of milk inside. Everyone was about to open the door. "Tom, it's really you," a woman exclaimed from outside the fence. Turning his head, Tom was also stunned for a moment. "Gemma, you are actually leading the night." "Yes, that's right. Long time no see, Tom." Gemma nodded hurriedly, just about to run into Tom's small courtyard happily. Seeing the flat stone floor and the beautiful and tidy house, and looking at myself covered in dirty and tattered clothes, it was incompatible with all of this. Gemma didn't even dare to step in. God, this is simply the villa of a businessman. Gemma shrinks her neck, forming a pitifully thick barrier in her bones. "What's the matter? Come in quickly." "There is no furniture in the house yet." Fortunately, we brought chairs. Tom did not dislike this childhood playmate. "Come on, tell me you're not in the cod territory fighting for the cod barren, fishing." "My previous homeland suffered 2 wars. The barren's fish pond was poisoned and all the fish died. The family lost its livelihood. My father sold off all his property and it was my turn." "Hey, the empire is not peaceful, and it's all the damn rebels' fault." Tom didn't know what to say, so he could only scold the rebels. "By the way, you have left your slave origin." "Yeah, just 2 days ago. I was the 4th batch to come to pick them up at night." Gemma nodded and smiled. "Thanks to the Baron, I recently worked in the newly opened pottery pot workshop, and the pottery pots I made were just like that, like this." The girl pointed to the jar in Tom's arms. "That's great. As long as you work hard, you will soon be able to live a good life." Tom's words were sincere. Their family had never been idle. Even if he became a fighting knight, his father would still go to the blacksmith shop, and his mother would do handicrafts at home. Although he is a fighting spirit knight and his income is extremely considerable, his expenses are also high. Just buying magic potions, meat, eggs, and milk was beyond his capabilities. Fortunately, things like fighting skills are all free. "Come in quickly. It's rare to meet someone you know. Please be sure to have lunch with us." "No, no, no." Gemma shook her head repeatedly, but when she caught a glimpse of their family, holding large pieces of steak in their hands, the girl swallowed silently. "I can actually eat such a big steak." "Whatever, if you have acquaintances, they will take care of you in the territory." Tom's mother grabbed Gemma's arm and pulled her into the house. "Okay, thank you, Auntie." Gemma looked back. A lot of people outside the community looked at them with envy. Everyone wanted to live a better life. The envious gaze made Gemma's whole body feel hot. Even if it wasn't her own house, she felt an unprecedented sense of superiority. "I must have my own house." The first batch of new homes was sold out within 1 day. Field played with the gold coins in his hand. For 50 houses, excluding labor and raw materials, we only earned 40 gold coins. It's funny to say that the income is not as good as a box of happy beans, because the raw materials were extremely cheap, and thanks to Rosaria, she helped cut the stone, which greatly accelerated the progress of the project. Moreover, the Chosen One does not need a salary. After all, the territory is considered the joint property of the Chosen One and the Lord. It's so little. Rosaria, who is counting the money next to her, sighed, "But there's nothing we can do about it. The citizens don't have any money. Such prices are already the limit. Fortunately, property taxes, water and electricity, etc., will continue to generate income in the future. Moreover, this house has solved the housing needs of more than 200 people. After all, there are several people in one family. Moreover, the decoration and furniture of the house will bring positive benefits to the territory." Field threw the gold coins into the treasure chest beside him. "We can prepare to build the second batch of brick and stone houses. I will make the price closer to supply and demand. The price of the second batch of houses will increase." Field took out the Knight Territory Phase Roman II project plan and ticked the first batch of houses. "I believe that this construction experience has spawned a large number of skilled construction workers. The second phase of the project plans to build 200 brick and stone houses." "My lord, the artifact. Golden Fountain has been built." Minister of Agriculture Charlotte walked in. "It's in the garden of your castle, a very beautiful artifact." Charlotte clapped her hands. "Oh, let's go and see." Field pulled everyone back to the Starry Night Castle. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a golden and gorgeous fountain, which looked like the Torana fountain in the Palace of Versailles. In the center, there is a statue of the Goddess of Harvest, which is elegant and beautiful. "It's just like a building in a royal forest garden," Charlotte said seriously. "Because this fountain is a third-level artifact, I have to inject divine power 9 times before I can activate it once to bring rain to the territory. In a month, I can activate it at most 4 times. Don't activate it often, don't get too tired. Field patted Charlotte on the head distressedly. Just once every 2 months is enough. Anyway, the effect can only take effect once on the same plant. You have done enough for the territory, don't tire yourself out. We cannot let the chosen ones work for ordinary people. That is simply putting the cart before the horse and is not conducive to the development of the territory. Just show your strength at the right time. As a lord, you need to put the right people in the right positions and give them the right rewards and treatment, instead of catching a person and making him work until he dies of exhaustion. Okay. Charlotte came up and said, "Sir, let's go shopping together. There are a lot of people in the business district recently. It's fun. Sir, come and listen to our singing. Mermaid Love Kalija happened to be next to the fountain. I can also teach you to dive. These things are too boring." Rosaria squeezed the two of them away. "Come on, come over and help me pinch Giorgio. Field, let's go to bed. I think it's fun for you to sleep, brother. Just like a kitten, you always come to scratch me." Franita didn't know when she came and she was laughing so hard at the side. What kind of weird options are the last two? Field's pupils were shaking. Also, Franita, I didn't sleep well last night. Hey, what did you do last night? Everyone was shocked. Franita showed off coquettishly. Last night you attacked Tutu and then touched Taudao. She almost couldn't resist him. Pull him down. Rosalia was disdainful. When you are not a corrupt creature, you are very unnatural. I won't believe a word you say. That's right. Field already knew Franita's nature. Once trust collapses, it can never be re-established. It's no wonder that when Franita was a human, rumors were flying all over the sky. This face that brought disaster to the country and the people, combined with her already heaven-defying brain circuit, was a killer. Forgive me, good brother. Franita immediately stuck to her and decisively resorted to her coquettish technique. Field said with a dark face, Stop making trouble. It's rare to have a free day. Just do one thing according to everyone's suggestions and then bring Little Moon with you. Of course, the suggestions of the corrupted gods chosen will not be adopted." Why is this? The two sisters felt as if they were struck by lightning. What happened to us corrupt creatures? With the arrival of the god's son, the night territory gradually became happy, and even the slaves could get extra rest. However, most of the Griffin Empire has begun to be shrouded in the shadow of war. The entire imperial palace revealed a suffocating sense of oppression. Every maid and guard did not dare to move, for fear that the nobles' anger would be implicated in them. In the center of the imperial parliament, the queen stared straight at the thick stack of declarations of war in her hand and fell into silence. This incident has exceeded her expectations. The chief consultant had no expression on his face. He held out his beer belly and announced slowly, "Your Majesty the Queen and all the loyal knights, ministers and nobles, the rebels who do not care about life and death have attracted stupid jackals to fight for them." No one took the lead consultant's word for it. Even the queen, who used to be proud and elegant, just raised her chin and motioned for him to continue. The 3 major western provinces, Virga, Kaianhu, and Kanghai, are out of the control of the empire. And the rebels have declared war on us, the Holy Light Papal State, Holy Light Church, and the 4 Knights countries. The grounds of eliminating disasters and rescuing believers, they excommunicate us and declare war. The Dragon Tower Empire and the Island Alliance declared war on us on the grounds of protecting the independence of the 3 western provinces. The Kingdom of Franvia declared war on us on the grounds of preserving the independence of the 3 western provinces. Svelantes, Nord, Terranas, and other kingdoms responded to the call of the suzerain or allies and declared war on us. In addition, the surrounding small countries have sent independent legions to attack us as servant armies. The entire discussion hall was silent. The ministers all lowered their heads and looked at their toes without saying a word. Everyone knew that the real disaster was coming. Just 2 old powerful countries, Dragon Tower and Franvia, can fight the Griffin Empire back and forth if taken alone. The enemy's attack and concentration had already begun when the war letter arrived in the imperial capital. Due south, there is the stormy inland sea. This is one of the core areas of the entire continent. A large number of wealthy small commercial countries are located here. The core trading port of the Griffin Empire is located here. The sailors were busy moving goods from the merchant ship to the dock. Many of them were thinking about what to have for dinner or finding a woman to have fun with. Boom! There were loud noises in the distance. An enemy attack is an enemy attack. The sailor raised his head, and his pupils suddenly trembled. Merchant ship within sight was split in half by a golden stream of light and slowly sank into the water. A golden inland sea fleet slowly appeared on the sea level, surrounded by countless galleys and warships, and the angel army covered the sky. The flag of the church, engraved on the sail, is sacred and majestic. The army of the Holy Light Goddess. The sailor froze in place. He wanted to pray. But to whom to pray? Holy Light, the western coast, the endless sea. The few island fortresses and ports were already burning in flames. Dragon Tower's royal fleet bombed an island fortress of the Griffin Empire into pieces. More than 300 giant warships, like a moving sea castle, are endless. Continuous fireballs and stone cannons blasted out, blowing the fleeing boats to pieces. The advanced troops have landed and started to build the dock. On the transport ship in the back, densely packed soldiers stood on the deck, waiting for the magician to teleport them. The organized red-robed wizards continuously released various searchlight magic to scout the surrounding environment. In the southwest direction, at the border of the empire, the ground trembled like an earthquake. Tens of thousands of iron hooves passed through the border like a torrent. Blue flags of all sizes made a fluttering sound, and heavy armored cavalry were everywhere. Even the war horses were wearing heavy armor, with iron horse masks, and a layer of blue and white silk robes on the outside, which could not be penetrated by bows and crossbows. And the servant army and baggage convoys dressed. Various costumes were like a vast ocean. More than 30 strong blue dragons, composed of the royal dragon knights, blasted the border troops stationed here and the fortress into the sky. The heroic woman wearing armor and waving a flag stood on the ruins of the outpost, waving her sword and shouting, "Knights of Franvia, let those barbarians taste the iron hoof of the country of knights." Why is this happening? The Griffin Queen frowned. Is my diplomacy bad? Your Majesty, the enemy has gained a foothold and started to build siege weapons and temporary fortresses. We only have about a month left. We must assemble the army immediately. Give them a head-on blow. Havava. What a bunch of stupid people who don't know how to live or die. Close Minister Oster laughed with his beer belly. No one can offend the majesty of Her Majesty the Queen. The behavior of the enemy is the same as sending someone to death. Oster, tell me what you think. The Queen held her head, showing no signs of happiness or anger. Your Majesty, we are the ones protected by the goddess. We are destined to win. The minister squinted his eyes. We have 3 major advantages. First, the enemy army is not familiar with our country's terrain, and the Dragon Tower Empire's advantage lies in its navy, and landing operations is a disadvantage. Second, the enemy has no determination, and has declared war on us by reinforcing the rebels. This shows that the enemy has left a way out. The more there is a way out, the easier it is to fail. Third, Her Majesty the Queen is extremely capable. The country's power has increased dramatically in recent years. Everyone in the empire is willing to swear loyalty to her. I believe victory is within easy reach. Well said. The Queen's brows relaxed. She didn't expect that she had such a good chance of winning. Moreover, the southern part of the empire is guarded by the most powerful Lord Protector of Ashes. His strength is enough to resist the kingdom of Franvia. Due to the special system of the Griffin Empire, similar to the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, the princes within the empire were either strong or weak. The Archduke of Ashes owns 3 wealthy provinces, and the territory alone is equivalent to a quarter of the size of Flanvia. That makes sense, but we need more supplies. The Queen shook her head. Pass my order. Collect war taxes from the peasants in the empire. The empire has given them enough kindness, and they should repay the empire. Telling all the nobles about this and urging them to assemble more private armed forces is still the same time and place. My marshals, assemble the main army of the empire and prepare for battle. Yes, Her Majesty the Queen. Everyone agreed and left. The Queen slowly came to the garden, where a little golden griffin was being groomed and fed by the servants. Your Majesty the Queen, are you feeling any pressure? The little griffin said. The Queen waved her hand and signaled the servants to leave. There are some. I really didn't expect that they would be declared war by Dragon Tower and Franvia, 2 greedy wild dogs. The Queen picked up the wine glass and took a sip, but fortunately the Empire's power is not worse than them. In this battle, we have to show some trump cards. The little Griffon nodded, but be careful not to mobilize the chosen ones from the direct line of the elves and demi-humans. Never. No problem. The queen's lips curved into a beautiful smile. This time the Duke of Ashes will be in bad luck. He borders Franvia, and the main battlefield is right there. If the cavalry regiment steps over, all the food in his territory will be reduced to rubbish. The territory of the Duke of Ashes has the most fertile soil in the empire. Isn't it a bit? To weaken the power of the nobles at this time, the little griffin pondered for a moment and said tentatively, "Although the Grand Duke of Ashes does not deal with our griffin family on weekdays, he is still a compatriot of the same country and nation. If he does too much, how can you call your own people if you don't deal with them?" The queen didn't take it seriously and even thought to herself, it would be great if the Duke of Ashes died in the battle and extinguished his heirs. Her family would simply take 3 wealthy provinces for nothing. This is no longer the land of the empire, but her personal and family land. It makes me happy to think about it. What kind of Grand Duke of Ashes protects the country? Sorry, we are really not familiar with him. I'm going to the ball to socialize first. After all, the sun is coming. There are many balls and performances waiting for me to attend. The next day, God descended upon the sun. Field was awakened early in the morning by restless fighting spirit. With a little movement, Duke Kai is running crazily, and the speed of cultivation is greatly increased. Holy shit, there's really a tide of divine power. Even the fighting spirit is running much smoother. Fielder was amazed. "Good day, my lord, may the glory of the goddess shine on your future." Cow the butler came to say hello early in the morning. "Good day." Field smiled and nodded. "I have checked the celebration procedures twice and there are no problems. I distributed the coupons in exchange for food yesterday." "Haha, it's very good, but don't be too nervous." Field waved his hand. "It's just a celebration. Don't be too harsh on everyone, just prevent crime." "You are always so kind and forgiving." The residents of Night Territory fell into a sea of joy. On both sides of several main roads in the town, long flags commonly used by nobles have been hung. The patterns with black background and gold patterns made the originally ordinary Fenkasian immediately become solemn and noble. The lord built a stage in the center of the town and prepared a lot of wood to prepare for a bonfire dinner. They were even told that today's food would be given away for free, as long as they relied on the exchange coupons issued a few days ago. Wow, it's so lively. The night owl's gray dove spun around happily. On the street, you can see people playing songs or playing with earthen instruments everywhere. They are not professionals, but just showing off their hobbies. The citizens wandered around the town, and the parks and commercial streets were crowded with people. That's right, I never thought that people in the Night Leader could be so happy. Ellen no longer had a bad look on her face, but just like an ordinary girl, she was just having fun. Even the hometown in my memory is not that lively. Gray Pigeon was in a daze. His hometown was in Kanghai province, which was a lifeless place. Even when a child is born, the citizens will always have numb and painful expressions, let alone any celebrations. No matter what day it is, you have to work and pay taxes to the Lord. Celebrations have always belonged to the nobles. Field is a tolerant and good man. He is different from other nobles. The Night Territory is also different from other places. It is clean and peaceful. No one will starve to death or be hanged for no reason. If I were born in his territory, it would be great. I wouldn't have to suffer so much. Erlin saw the little civilian girl holding candy. She seemed to see herself in the past, but she was miserable at that time. Living in a stinking alley, snatching kitchen waste with wild dogs all day long, and even stealing cattle and horse feed when she was too hungry. There was no way. She was too thin at that time and didn't even qualify to be a slave. Later, they were kept in captivity by a mysterious organization and learned how to kill cruelly. She was even a little jealous of the little girls here. "Hey, don't you hate Field very much?" Gray Pigeon covered his mouth and laughed. Erlin was furious. Who called him a bastard? I will never forgive him in my life. Everyone go to the square, there are free skewers and juice. Yixiao and the others hurried to the square and saw Field riding a tall horse at first sight. Fire waved slightly at the crowd, and the people cheered loudly without even giving a speech. "Long live the Baron, the Lord is very popular." Asuna, who was guarding on the side, couldn't help but sigh. Haha, the people know who is good to them. Field was very satisfied and shouted loudly, "My people, enjoy your holiday." Amid the roar of the mountains and the sea, the butler brought a large amount of pork, mutton, bread, and barrels of juice under the protection of the army. The chefs will take turns to grill skewers for a day. Cao smacked his lips. With a budget of nearly 300 gold coins, only the Lord is willing to treat civilians to meat in the whole empire. Queue up, and receive it with tickets. It is the ticket given to you yesterday. You idiots, no one will lose it. The soldiers maintained order. Otherwise, Field dared to guarantee that they could take all the edibles in the square home. Fortunately, I didn't take it to the toilet. Erlen took out the exchange voucher from his arms. I thought it was a joke. Queue up quickly. Grey Pigeon rushed over first. Soon, Yizayo and the other two got 2 kebabs each. The roasted mutton was sizzling and greasy, and the portion was quite large and fragrant, along with a large piece of bread. The two hummed a little tune while eating. It's really delicious. Yu drooled, and it's free. Oh no, I still have to go to the show. It said that there will be mermaids singing. Yu was so anxious that she was running around. Don't worry, sister. It's the same if you go to get it in the evening. Swallowing his saliva silently, Yu said weakly, the chefs can't see clearly at night, maybe we can get more meat. A black crow flew across the sky and landed on a tree not far away. The Baron's evil monster. Erlen recognized it at once. Grey Pigeon rubbed his chin. Why does Field raise such a terrifying monster? It's easy to cause misunderstanding. After all, this thing looks like an evil creature. It feels so dangerous. You're right. After all, Field himself is quite evil. With a dark face, Erlen bit the bread fiercely. I felt pain when I walked those days. Oh, forget it, after all, it's our fault. Grey Pigeon was embarrassed. Thank God they didn't hang us to death. Mr. Crow is not dangerous, at least for us. Yu walked forward slowly and smiled sweetly. It is everyone's patron saint. Every time there is a large gathering or an enemy exists, it will appear. Really, little brat, it's a patron saint. Erlen was happy. Of course, it is like the abyss, quietly watching everything. Yu said leisurely. Little brat, you are quite mysterious. Wait until that flying monster pounces on you and paws you twice, and you will be obedient. Erlen made a scary face to scare the little lowly in a black skirt. Yu just crossed his arms casually and smiled calmly. Okay, seeing that he didn't scare the other party, Erlen rolled his eyes in boredom and began to look at the little girl in front of him seriously. The other party has a bookish air and seems to have received a good education. The white and slender neck is tied with a black ribbon, but it does not lose the aristocratic temperament. The other girl, who looks very similar to her, is full of vigilance and always keeps her head down. May the goddess illuminate your future. Yu waved his hand and went to the temporary stage to watch the show. The two people from Yizayo scratched their heads stupidly. Grey Pigeon poked Erlen, looked at the backs of the two people leaving, and smiled. It is probably the daughter of Field's men. How cute. Cute. You will also be very cute if you give birth to one yourself. Erlen pouted. Don't look at their young age. They are the minions of the nobles. They will execute you without blinking. I have seen a lot. So, I don't know how everyone is doing. Counting the days, the war will come soon, and Field will definitely participate in the war. We should resign from him. Field strolled around Fenki town and then went to Xinghai City for a stroll. After returning to the castle, Field opened the small map and looked left and right. There was no sign of the Chosen One. I am not the Emperor of Europe. With the current prosperity of the territory, would be incredible if the Chosen One could be born. In fact, this is also the distress of most small lords. The Chosen One is particularly cherished. In a poor small town, it may even take thousands of years for a Chosen One to be born. Try to see if the goddess of luck is helpful. Field took out the artifact Lucky Potion and poured it directly into his mouth. It smells a bit strange. After waiting for 5 minutes, there was no change in the surroundings. Is it possible that I have been fooled? Field was speechless. Just give me some good news. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. Field's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands expectantly. Great, maybe a gold mine was discovered, or someone became the Chosen One of God. When he opened the door, it turned out to be Ashna and Tisifa. Field was awed. These two guys came at the same time. It must be that something happened to the Empire. My lord, the border fortress received an urgent war report. Tisifa, the little angel who had been stationed in the fortress, held a roll of parchment. The Empire was attacked from both sides. Ashna frowned. My lord, do you want to assemble the army immediately? Don't worry, let me see. Took the parchment and just glanced at it. Series of country names, a piece of paper could hardly be written. Field took a deep breath. My old queen, this is not a campaign to suppress rebellion. This is the rebels destroying us. How did the queen do it, surrounded by mortal enemies? Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, he continued to read, but the letter was not from the queen. It was a letter from the governor of the province. He asked Field to pay an extra 30,000 gold coins and bring supplies to a fortress near Shanghai province. Because of the extra money, the governor also hinted that he could be a little late for 3 or 4 days. The governor claimed that all nobles were treated equally and paid more or less. Fuck beast, at this time there is still infighting. Field was so angry that he almost exploded and threw the letter to the ground. What's wrong? Did the queen bully us again? Asuna gritted her teeth. Does she want us to send troops immediately? No, the queen wants us to wait, don't rush. Narrowing his eyes, Field said coldly, the queen wants to kill with a borrowed knife. Since the territory of Grand Duke Ashes is in the southern border, the army of Franvia will have to fight him first, unless Grand Duke Ashes doesn't want to be a Grand Duke anymore and gives his territory to Franvia directly. Otherwise, Grand Duke Ashes will have to defend it to the death. Tisifa scratched his head, not understanding at all. Kill with a borrowed knife. Who to kill? Asuna's pupils trembled. At this moment, it's the same dilemma as Grand Duke Golden Lion. Back then, Grand Duke Golden Lion led the people of the northern border to resist the orcs. The former queen not only did not rescue him, but chose to backstab him in order to maintain her absolute rule. Picking up the letter, Field said seriously, this battle will definitely be extremely dangerous. The queen actually chose to reduce the vassal states in the face of national destiny. She might stab more people in the back. We have to be careful. No way, she will stab others in the back, but why? Asuna was dumbfounded. Although the tribes of the Wolf Asians fought each other, they were united as solidarity against other races. I guess the queen is not satisfied with the feudal system. Autocracy and unification are inevitable in history, but she is too naive, stupid, and bad. She actually used the method of harming her compatriots and conspiracy to gather power. If she swept all the nobles like Qin Shi Huang, then he would barely accept it. But relying on stabbing her own family in the back, Field said it was too despicable. She can plot against the Grand Duke. Though she will certainly not be soft on us, so we must be careful. Ashna was furious. Then we won't go. We have to go. Field sneered, how can we make a lot of money if we don't go? Fortune is sought in danger and taking the initiative is our style. In addition, I have my own plan. Hurry up and train the cavalry, they will come in handy. Yeah, Asuna nodded heavily. As soon as Asuna left, Field heard a hurried knock on the door. Covering his head, Field almost wailed, sweating profusely, and said, fuck, is there any bad news? Spare me. My lord, our night territory has also been blessed by God. Asuna went and came back. Ah, fuck, it's still a type that has never appeared before. Field opened the small map, and a special mark of silver and black appeared on the map. This time, the Lord panel showed that the probability of the chosen one appearing was 0, completely cutting off the possibility of another one appearing. It seems that there won't be another one in a short time. Field understood that the factors for the appearance of the chosen one were also related to luck. He stopped struggling and asked, who is it? Surprisingly, it's the little girl Hai Yu. Asuna didn't expect it at all. She is gifted. She awakened at such a young age. Riding quickly to the square, the people in the town talked about it, and even the disciplined soldiers couldn't help looking around, but looking at their expressions, they were all very serious. Did you see it? That goddess phantom came. It was so scary. I have never seen such an evil goddess phantom. It's the goddess of darkness, but it doesn't look like it. I just took a look and I was trembling with fear. The world is going downhill. I didn't expect that in our happy and peaceful night territory, there are people who secretly believe in evil gods. Don't worry, with the Lord and Miss Tisifa here, don't be afraid. The holy light will bless the Baron and his humble people. Seeing Field coming, the people in the territory stopped talking and saluted respectfully. Where is Hai Yu? She was protected immediately, don't worry, sir. Ashina swung her tail. Soon, Field saw Hai Yu at the town hall. She seemed a little overwhelmed, but still tried her best to suppress panic. At least most of the people in the town saw the god's descent. I was watching the clown performance on the stage, but suddenly the sky darkened, and a large group of crows made of divine power wove a goddess I had never seen before. Then Hai Yu felt a heat in her lower abdomen, and the strange mark belonged to her. Although she did not become a first-level god's chosen directly, she was already a potential god's chosen. Seeing Field rushing over, Hai Yu was about to cry. She didn't want to become a demon or an ominous person. Although the god's chosen was very precious, it did not prevent her from exchanging it with the shadow cult. Hai Yu did not want to leave the night territory at all. Sir, I am a good child. I really believe in the holy light. Yu shed tears and moaned, "Can you please not kill me or abandon me? I will be very good." Her sister immediately stood in front of Yu, her legs trembling, and she trembled and said, "Sir, my sister doesn't even dare to kill a chicken. She can't be evil." How could it be? Fei realized that he was too serious and immediately laughed. "I can't wait to be happy." "Really?" The two blinked their big eyes. "Of course, you are my students. When have I ever lied to you?" Thinking of Field's usual kindness, the two girls put down their worries a little. Fei waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to leave, and he took out the awakening crystal. "Come, put your hand on it." Yu put his hand on the awakening crystal, and a terrifying force belonging to the disaster immediately surged out like a flood. The evil and mysterious goddess phantom gathered, and the majestic divine power exuded the power of chaos and gathered into Yu's body. The next moment, Yu's already good looks were further enhanced. Her perfect young face added a little mystery. Her gentle and delicate white skin was decorated with exquisite ribbons, as if a cake was paired with clever strawberries. What's more interesting is that the little Loli's clothes have a modern style, and the milky white pantyhose wrapped around her textured feet. The black divine power, like a physical entity, surrounded her body. Disaster. Field was stunned. How could a disaster be born from a normal territory? According to the books, disasters are natural creations that are the result of the malice of the world and the evil thoughts of living beings. They cannot be contracted or controlled. Just like natural disasters, they appear suddenly and kill whatever they see. This feeling is so interesting. Yu raised his arms and looked at his snow-white hands. I heard the voice of instinct which told me to kill everything in the world, including other disasters. What does a living person smell like? Yu was stunned. Sister. Of course, not including adults. Yu suddenly realized his terrible thoughts and quickly turned to apologize to Field. "It's over. I feel like I have become something more evil than a demon. Don't panic, just throw me a divine power connection." "Yeah." Field instantly signed a divine contract with Yu and obtained Yu's information. Name, Black Feather. Occupation, Plunderer Goddess. Plundering Goddess exclusive to Night Territory. Description: a non-existent disaster born from Field's Lord ability, mutated from chaos and destruction power, belonging to the disaster god system. Artifact, Chaos State. Kill the Chosen One personally, plunder their artifacts, transform and merge them into your own artifact. Only one of your own artifact can exist. Divine Skill. Chaos State. Kill the Chosen One personally. Plunder their divine ski. LLS. And change to plundering divine power attributes. Talent 1. Chaos State. Kill the Chosen One personally, plunder their talents. Talent 2. Extreme Distortion. Perfectly conceal the breath of divine power. Perfect Anti-Reconnaissance. Talent 3. Non-existent disaster, not restrained by any attribute of divine power, not afraid of holy light. Talent 4. Mutated Destruction Constitution. Kill the Chosen One, permanently increase the upper limit of divine power. Note: weak effect, strong growth. Field was sweating profusely. Am I a very evil person? I can actually turn the ignorant little girl in the territory into such a terrifying existence. I do have a Lord ability called a brand new future. The future of her is a disaster. You should at least give her a God-chosen one with a small steel cannon. In Field's view, the Night Territory is a harmonious and friendly place full of love and warmth, and has nothing to do with violent looting at all. It's like a fierce bandit suddenly came to a loving family. But this plasticity is stronger than that of an ordinary first-level God-chosen. It's completely a blank sheet of paper. Even the natal artifact has to be plundered. Now it is in the initial state, without talent, artifacts, and skills. It is the weakest God-chosen one, but the growth potential is very strong. It doesn't help the current situation at all, but it can be foreseen that she will shine in the future. Moreover, she is the youngest God-chosen one, destined to have more time to cultivate and grow. By the way, how many divine skills and talents can you plunder now? Yu scratched his head apologetically. I am now at the first level, and I can only plunder one of each. But my inheritance tells me that after the upgrade, I can plunder more skills and talents, but I don't know the specific number, and even I can plunder some strange things in the future. Is that so? Then you still have to choose carefully. After all, Yu has not undergone a third-level qualitative change. It has not yet become a real numerical monster. Field secretly said, I want to train her to be a thorough killing god. Whether it is a divine weapon, talent, or skill, I have to plunder the strongest equipment. The future is promising. It belongs to the essence of our night territory. Field put his hands on his waist with satisfaction and patted Hai Yu's head. The little girl raised her head, put her index finger on her lips, and smiled slightly. As long as the adults like it. Even her mind seems to have matured. She was obviously very ignorant before. A new disaster has been born. It's really unexpected. Obviously, this world has not been razed to the ground. There was a chill behind him. Margaret, the chosen one of the netherworld, walked out of the void. I was right about you, dear Baron. You are the leader of our disaster, born specifically to destroy the world. Margaret looked calm. Assassin, when did you get in? The sudden appearance of the netherworld scared Asuna, and her wolf tail stood up. Asuna quickly stood in front of Field and summoned her weapon. She was not afraid of the fourth-level Margaret at all, and her killing intent was about to overflow. Don't panic, she has no ill intentions for now. She is a new ally. Margaret had no interest in other people. She was very happy, walked up and patted Field on the shoulder. Come on, hurry up and kill all the living things, don't be soft. Don't talk nonsense. Field pushed with both hands. He didn't want to be Arthur's. In fact, I have a headache now. The sequelae of the soul power being sucked, haven't you recovered yet? Margaret stuck out her tongue. My leg soreness has healed. No, I'm worried about the war. Field frowned. I have to go to the Viscount's territory first and take back the warship. But the vast corpse tied in the Viscount's territory is a problem. Once the hornet's nest is poked, who knows how many corrupted gods will jump out. Each disaster has its own characteristics. The biggest feature of the corrupted gods is that they are large in quantity and can't be killed at all. This is easy, I can help you. Margaret put her hands on her hips. Teleportation and folding, these things are what I am best at. As long as I have been to a place, I can teleport at will. Really, don't trick me. Field looked doubtful. Believe it or not, I will leave at noon tomorrow. If you don't want my help, then I am happy to be idle. After that, Margaret took 2 steps back and disappeared directly, like a ghost, appearing and disappearing. Hai Yu pulled Field's clothes. My lord, Hai Yu also wants to help. Thank you, little darling. Field pulled the little girl's cheek, but now is not the time. If you go to the Viscount's territory, I have other arrangements. What you need to do now is to get familiar with your own power. Okay, I will listen to you. Hai Yu nodded obediently, but... My lord, can you tell everyone that I am the chosen one of holy light? If everyone knows that I am a disaster, my sister will definitely be hurt. The existence of the disaster will make the people of the territory feel terrified. They dare not attack the chosen one, but they are very brave to attack the family of the chosen one. Okay, no problem. Field agreed immediately. You are so thoughtful at such a young age. He and Black Feather can really disguise as holy light. This is the special ability of the Chaos God system. Black Feather's mind moved, and the strange black divine power that permeated around him instantly turned into warm holy light power, which was even purer than the real holy light. The essence of the divine power will not change, it's just disguised. Fuck. Field was almost blinded by the golden divine power. He slapped his head and broke out in a cold sweat. I can't find the chaos disaster. Could it be that they are right next to me but I don't know it? Black Feather will protect you. The little girl came up carefully and clenched her pink fist to cheer. It's okay, I'm just guessing. Anyway, it's okay to be alive now. Field waved his hand, turned his head and ordered Ashna, recall the little fat dragon. We will invade the Viscount's territory tomorrow morning. If you meet Pure White, beat her hard in the defeat animation. That night, Field found Margaret and arranged a plan. The next morning, 2,000 corrupted demons stood neatly in the open space of the Morning Curtain territory, and 300 dragon-winged demons flapped their wings and hovered in the air. Each monster exuded terrifying power. There is not enough time. I haven't formed a full team yet. Ophelia fell from the sky, domineering. It's almost done. Field nodded with satisfaction. The sense of power brought by the army made people very satisfied. Saria, Ashina, and Philomena were also ready to go, because this time they had to run to the Viscount territory. It was too dangerous to bring the first or second level, so only 4 people were dispatched, to be exact 5. Cat Frenita would always possess herself to protect herself and would not come down to fight, so she was not considered a serious combat unit. Let's go. Okay, why are you in such a hurry? Margaret pointed her finger at her forehead, and purple light gathered out. Gathering a door in her palm, This is my artifact, the Gate of the Void. After that, Margaret's fourth-level divine power burst out, and she injected divine power into it crazily. Buzz, the door grew bigger and bigger, and instantly turned into a giant portal 20 meters high, a purple void gate, extremely magnificent. This is big enough for you to move the whole ship back. Margaret had no intention of stopping there. Help them to the end, and I will give you some buffs. Level 4 magical skill, hiding ghost shadows. Margaret let out a soft drink. An invisible wave of divine power surged out and enveloped everyone present. Alas, I have become translucent. Ophelia lowered her head in disbelief and then looked around. You have all become translucent. It's group invisibility. We can still see each other. Margaret punched twice in the air. This way we have the upper hand and won't get beaten when we land. Okay, get ready to go. Field cheered up but first winked at Ophelia. Ophelia understood instantly. Don't worry, I'll send scouts through the portal to investigate first. Oh, how cautious. After all, Margaret is not one of her own. Knows if Calamity will have a brain twitch and open the portal in the crater of the volcano. After the dragon-winged demon passed through the portal, he immediately flew back and nodded to everyone. Let's go. Everyone formed a formation and walked through the portal in an orderly manner. Field walked into the portal and felt a strange feeling, as if he had fallen into water. When he opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by a thick fog, much thicker than the night sky. In the gray fog of death, countless monsters roared and screamed. A rotten and disgusting carrion with 4 arms. It quickly rushed out of the gray mist, but instead of attacking everyone, it crashed into the corrupted demon. Roar! The corrupted demon was furious and raised his hand to slap it to death. It was immediately stopped by Ophelia. Don't act rashly. This invisibility effect is terrifyingly strong. Ophelia was surprised. The wild carrion can't hear our words. Awesome. Margaret seemed to be beaming with joy as if she hadn't been praised by anyone for a long time. As long as they don't make killing moves, it will be difficult for them to find me. Of course, my ability is definitely not as good as that of the Chaos species. If the corruption has reconnaissance expertise, it will be very dangerous. Field stepped forward and bumped into the corpse. The corpse was just dazed in confusion. That's great. This saves us a lot of trouble. Pharamine, who switched to the form of the sun, looked at her hands and frowned. The current disaster, why can't it be destroyed directly with these messy abilities? That's why you were eliminated. Margaret said without mercy, of all the disasters, only destruction has disappeared. It's strange, why would the second age begin when all living creatures have been killed? Philomena couldn't understand. Opening the mini-map, Field took a breath and saw 7 or 8 red dots in the Viscounty, all gathered in the corrupted fortress, Hearthfire Fortress. I can't even imagine how happy it would be if we captured them all and signed contracts. Field smacked his tongue, but looking at the other party's posture, it's definitely not a mess. In the past, it was easy to catch the corrupted god's choice, mainly due to the lack of command, but now it's hard to say. The ship you want is not far to the west. Be careful and try not to disturb the disasters here. Margaret smiled. The number of corruption disasters exceeds your imagination. I don't want to be beaten by more than a dozen. If I can't be defeated by a god's choice, I will run away. The situation is unknown now. It would be too cumbersome to lead a large army. I suggest that the army stay where it is first and wait until the ships are found before bringing them over. Good. Take the chosen one with you and set off. The whole journey is filled with ruins and bones. Crazy rotting corpses are either crying or laughing, and there are even rotting corpses that are self-mutilating or reproducing, just like a mental hospital. Sir, there are more and more rotting corpses ahead, and this road is completely blocked. Asuna drove the dragon wolf back to report the situation. The dragon wolf struggled to push away the tide of corpses, looking so irritated that he wanted to burn all the rotting corpses around him to ashes. Ophelia, please help us transport the ruins of the city wall. There is a path behind the ruins of the city wall that leads to the ship. Field took advantage of the small map to know the surrounding terrain well. We can't be alone now, let's hold hands together. Ophelia asked everyone to hold hands, and spread her huge wings and flew up in a series like candied haws. Hiss, just as they took off, a series of corrupted feathered serpents happened to gather. After bumping into people, these sensitive monsters spit out venom randomly regardless of whether there are enemies or not. Ant, how dare you? Philomena was almost hit and immediately became furious and wanted to explode directly. Field quickly scratched her palm and said, "Don't be ridiculous, just be patient first. Don't scratch my palm." Philomena glared at Field. Don't be so cruel. You won't lose a piece of meat, even if you scratch it twice. If you scratch it too much, the flesh will fall off, but it won't fall off from your hands, but from your stomach. Rosaria was grabbed by Ophelia and flew into the air. She still couldn't help but said, "It keeps messing around. If you touch it, you will get pregnant." "Let me go, I don't want to get pregnant." Philomena was shocked. Pregnancy will reduce combat effectiveness. Unbelievable. Field was speechless. Fortunately, it didn't take long to cross the broken city wall, and everyone landed quickly. "Save us. There's a monster, please come help." As soon as he landed, Field heard a sudden cry for help coming from behind his ears. It was a woman's voice, full of panic. Something. As soon as Field turned his head, the world around him immediately turned into a dusk. The town alarm sounded dang, 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 dang. Before Field could figure out what was going on, a large group of rotten corpses rushed towards him. Field reacted very quickly and immediately drew his sword to chop. "Don't move, it's all an illusion." His body stiffened, and Franita, who was possessed by him, stopped him. In another blink, the surroundings was still gray fog, and his sword almost fell on Rosaria's head. Rosaria didn't mind and said, silly and happy, "Field, being too smart will make you stupid." "Oh my, what's going on?" Ashna was also affected by the illusion and shook her head twice. "I saw a lot of people being killed, goddess, it's so real." But the corrupted gods had no reaction. Margaret was also disturbed. She said in a deep voice, "The more complicated the thinking, the easier it is to be affected. I just sense the change in divine power. I think someone has noticed our existence, but just can't find the location." Everyone continued to move forward, but the illusions became more and more. Field even saw his dead brother and childhood sweetheart. They stared at him, but when he approached, they turned into corpses. Fortunately, Field gradually got used to the illusion, and thanks to the invisibility, the corpses would not attack him. Just treat the illusion as non-existent. "Hold on, I see the battleship." Margaret cheered everyone up. The outline of a giant battleship appeared in the thick gray fog. Not long after walking towards the battleship, they entered the fog-free realm. Everyone can intuitively see that this magnificent giant battleship is one of the flagships of the Storm Kingdom. This battleship belongs to the Clark four-masted sailing ship. It is about 60 meters long. The hull is covered with heavy armor and is equipped with hundreds of magic towers. The hull of the ship weighs about 1,000 tons. There are survivors, and there are actually mermaids. Field was surprised and strode over. 50 or 60 sailors built a camp using the ruins of the ship's hull. It was just that they were all huddled together, crying or praying. "Mr. Field, thank God someone will come to save us." A sailor stood up and walked towards Field in surprise. "Don't go there, he's the one who killed us." Another sailor jumped up, pointed at Field and yelled, "Devil, you killed everyone. I'll fight you. It's all you, come and accompany me to hell." The sailors picked up the weapons on the ground and rushed towards Field, their ferocious faces showing infinite grief and indignation. "This is an illusion." Field was no longer confident. Franita's voice came to my ears. "Of course." Blinking, Field discovered that there was no fog-free realm and no living people, but the surrounding area is indeed a camp, built from the ruins of a ship's hull. More than 50 rotting corpses were wandering under the hull, including even corrupted mermaids. The beautiful appearance of the mermaid was distorted, and her body became like a swollen water corpse. "They died a long time ago," Margaret concluded after just a glance. "It seems that we still underestimated the power of disaster." It's hard to imagine what kind of hell scenes the other territories further north in the Viscounty territory are like. Field was sweating profusely. The danger level of the Viscounty was completely different from that of the 3 peripheral territories. He had disaster to help him, but it was still so difficult. No wonder the expeditionary force back then was completely wiped out. Ashna wiped her cold sweat. These hallucinations are too real. If they are affected for a long time, they will definitely go crazy. Yes, yes, Tisifa nodded repeatedly. "Hub, it's really scary." Field breathed a long sigh of relief. "Tisifa, help me." "Wait, I didn't take you out at all." Inexplicable terror like sharp claws plucked at his heart. Rosaria on the side said confused, "Field, who are you talking to?" He, I found you, just wait for death to come." Tisifa's phantom disappeared and an overwhelming pressure of divine power surged in. On the small map, countless red skull marks surged in like a red tide. Ho ho ho! The sound of countless rotting corpses stomping on the ground was like an earthquake, and they were rushing in their direction. Oops, the enemy has discovered us, prepare to fight. Margaret slapped her head. Gate of the Void recall. Purple light bloomed, the Void Gate opened again, and the corrupted legion of the Night Leader quickly passed through the Void Gate. Field, don't worry. I will burn the corrupted divine power, and you will not be affected by the hallucinations. Franita was very convincing. However, once the divine power is used, you will not be able to become invisible. At the critical moment, you have to use all your strength to hide a ball of wool. Stop playing tricks and kill me. With the divine power burning, Field felt his mind clear and everything around him became real. Taking out the fog lights, Field immediately began to disperse the gray fog around him. Everyone follow the plan last night. Okay, Lord Miscellaneous Fish, Ophelia cheered up. When I created the ultimate corrupt creature, I couldn't spare the time to help you. I'll leave the army to your command. By the way, please protect me. I can't fight now. It will take about 3 hours. After saying that, Ophelia closed her eyes. Third-level magical skill, fusion of will. Sacrificing the Gixu magic ball, the majestic divine power like a vast ocean surged out crazily. Almost instantly, Ophelia controlled the sailor corpses and mermaid corpses around the ship. Bang, bang, bang. The controlled rotting corpse exploded and turned into lumps of rotten flesh. Then the pieces of flesh began to squirm and fuse like slimes. From the satchel beside her, Ophelia took out the pieces of octopus monster meat collected by the Morning Veil leader, the corpse of the corrupted demon, and some random pieces of meat. Almost all flesh and blood that can be thought of were thrown in. The flesh slimes grew larger and larger, squirming into the holes in the ship, grabbing the rotten corpses and corrupt secretions inside, and began to absorb, fuse, and transform them. We need to buy time for Ophelia. We have to fight with our backs on the battleships. The surrounding terrain is empty, with only the battleship itself, which is barely usable terrain. Field immediately ordered, Rosalia, you laid 1,000 corrupted demons divided into 4 square formations. As the front formation, defend the enemies in front. There are the most enemies in front, and only Rosaria with her full battery life can resist them. The dragon-winged demon defends the sky and the sporadic monsters behind the hull. Ashina, you lead 500 corrupted demons to block the enemy forces on the right. I will take my own initiative. HMPH, I'm not just for a living. Margaret said confidently, leave the enemies on the left to me, I don't need you to fight them one by one. So awesome, even if you are level 4, don't overestimate yourself. Field said seriously, the divine power of the Chosen One is limited and it is possible for him to be killed by minions. You've been underestimated. I'm a disaster that destroys everything. How can I only teleport? Margaret raised her hand, and the void gate opened again, but this time it became as dark as the abyss. Tear up everything that can move, netherworld creatures, fight for me. Roar! An ugly giant demon floated out of the void gate, like a soul body. Field could only see a rough outline and skeleton, then a continuous stream of strange creatures floated out of the void gate, which was extremely terrifying. I knock, you are a summoner and teleportation is just an additional ability. Field was overjoyed and gave a thumbs up. Well, almost. Margaret chuckled twice. Then your invisibility skill is a bit off. Philomena pointed out without emotion. Field hurriedly said, go and set up defense quickly. Stop chatting, the enemy will be here soon. Since the soldiers were all dead, there was no hesitation and they all took their positions quickly. Field asked the remaining 500 corrupted demons to act as engineers, tearing up trees, moving stones, and building a temporary defense network. Hold your ground and protect the little fat dragon. The next moment, a dense tide of corpses rolled in from all directions. It's the corrupted expeditionary army. Field recognized them at a glance. Unlike the cannon fodder corpses commonly seen in the night territory, most of the ungraded corpses here are wearing tattered armor. Spears and halberds are like a forest, and tattered griffin flags are connected to the sky and the ground. Come on. Field waved his sword in the air, and his fighting spirit surged. Roar! Roar! Roar, there is no dazzling temptation. The attack of corruption is always direct and crazy. The continuous tide of corpses rushed out from the gray fog. In the dim environment, Field only felt that there was a gray-brown sandstorm in front of him. Once he encountered it, he would be eaten up without leaving any residue. If there is a God's chosen hidden in it, we can force it out. Field climbed up a big rock, but it was still difficult to see the composition of the enemy. Fearing that he would be caught off guard, he immediately shouted, "Bomb them first to dampen their spirits. Listen to the order, cover bombing." Buzzed the 300 big demons flying above Herd. Field's order roared, and a dazzling arc of electricity flashed all over their bodies. He grabbed the air with his hand, and in an instant, the blue-purple lightning gun was in his hand. Towards the dense enemy, hundreds of big demons blasted lightning guns together. Like a thunder pond, the dazzling lightning spears fell into the corpse tide like a watermelon being hammered. Large pieces of dirty blood flew out with broken flesh, and the continuous flesh and blood burst, instantly dyeing the gray fog red. Field narrowed his eyes slightly. His vision became particularly sharp due to the possession of Frenita, and he saw the guys who were not killed in the corpse tide at a glance. Good guy. I really guessed that there were rotten corpses that had been contracted, mixed in the corpse tide. Rosaria, be careful, at least 2 chosen ones are attacking. Field shouted immediately. Are the expeditionary forces coming to die again? The corrupted night elf god waved his hand to disperse the arc on his body, and then drew his bow and arrow, 3rd-level magic skill, Grey Rainstorm. An arrow was shot out, split into 2 in the air, 2 into 4, and instantly turned into a rain of arrows. Incarnation to fight together. Rosaria was already prepared and immediately pulled out the mountain like corrupt dragon. The corrupted dragon, like a tyrant, fell heavily to the ground, crushing a large number of soldiers just by landing. Crackle! A large number of arrows fell on the corrupted dragon, but it didn't even move. Only scattered arrows fell into the front formation through the gaps and shot dozens of corrupted demons. The enemy is also a corrupted god. Another corrupted god hidden in the corpse tide was about to drive his mount to attack the army from the flank. But when he saw that the other party was his beloved fellow, he was obviously stunned for a moment. Then his eyes turned red, and he rushed towards Rosaria excitedly. I like to kill my fellows the most, especially my companions in the expeditionary army. Die for me. The corrupted mount was a huge and elegant white fox. The giant white fox also had a gorgeous cloak-like robe on it, and a silver sword hung around its neck, which was very strange. He himself had a neat long ponytail and wore an ancient noble women's robe with the emblem of the Griffin Empire on his robe. Obviously, the other party was a soldier of the expeditionary army. The expeditionary army back then was more elite than the current imperial army, and it was the foundation of the country accumulated by successive empresses. Unfortunately, tens of thousands of them were killed in one breath by the former empress. Otherwise, how could Longta and Franvia dare to provoke like this now? The 3rd level appeared so quickly, and with the rich combat experience of the expeditionary army. The enemy may not be easy to deal with. Field frowned. The other party seems to have a living artifact. Rosaria was not afraid, and she morbidly curled her mouth and said, "The same kind, delicious." Clang! The white fox knight rushed forward in an instant, and the cavalry sword in his hand collided violently with Rosaria's sword, sparks flying. The two had no time to estimate the strength of the other party. The corrupted demons beside Rosaria immediately helped their own chosen ones. 7 or 8 corrupted demons pounced on the enemy without hesitation. Some were tearing at the opponent's mount, some were attacking the chosen one, 7 or 8 pairs of claws stretched out. If they were caught, Rosaria could kill them with just one more sword on the head. They are all 2nd-level corrupted soldiers. They are very strong. The infantry of both sides have already engaged. The corpses of the Viscount's territory were not in a mess. Even after being bombed, they still lined up. The rusty spears and halberds were laid flat, like fallen reeds, stabbing neatly. Just one corrupted demon had to withstand more than 3 rows of stabs from the opposite side, and was instantly stabbed by 7 or 8 long spears. But as a 2nd-level life, the corrupted demons don't care about pain. As long as there is a breath, they will keep attacking. The roaring, corrupted demon stretched out its claws, twisted the enemy's head off in one go, and threw it far away. And it drew out the axe and hammer it carried, and madly beat everything that could move. The morale of both sides was boundless. In just a moment, the 2 sides were strangled and blood flew everywhere. The front row fell, and the back row immediately made up for it, without retreating a step, seeing the corrupt demons surrounding him. The white fox knight did not panic at all, and held Rosaria's greatsword with his right hand. With his left hand, he pulled out the long sword hanging on the white fox's neck. And the silver long sword was unsheathed, sweeping out terrifying power. Third-level magic skill, silver cutting. The corrupt demons that rushed over, even if they had steel-like skin, were cut like tofu in front of the gorgeous sword light, and the claws that stretched out were torn apart, and the broken limbs were thrown everywhere. The sword light was too fast, and it instantly enveloped Rosaria. So fast. Although she blocked it with the chain and the gluttonous greatsword, Rosaria only felt a chill in her heart, and a deep wound that could see the bone appeared on her chest. The gluttonous greatsword immediately gushed out a large amount of blood and began to heal itself, mistakenly thought that Rosaria was seriously injured. "Oh, you must be the corrupted god chosen from the 3 outer territories. No wonder I have never seen you before. What's wrong?" Rosaria raised her head. The broken beauty brought by the injury made her very confusing. "The corrupted creatures of the 3 outer territories are too rubbish. You are not worthy of being my opponent." Retracting the silver sword, the white fox knight pointed at Ashna in the distance, blinked his deep blue eyes, and smiled. "My lady, I don't want to bully the infantry. Let's change your knight." "Oh, but you are my prey." Rosaria smiled horribly, and the corrupted divine power surged, wrapped around the ferocious sword and slashed out suddenly. With a loud clang, the white fox knight took Rosaria's slash. The surrounding ground collapsed, and the invisible shock wave blew away everything around. Previously, she fought Rosaria to a draw, but only borrowed the speed blessing brought by the impact. This time, she really felt the opponent's strange power. At the moment of the collision of the weapons, the 4 legs of the giant fox bent directly and were almost slapped to the ground. The female knight also spat out a mouthful of dirty blood, her face full of disbelief. "HMPH, I'm going to hang you up and beat you." The corrupted dragon that was crushing the corpse tied beside him suddenly turned his head. His bone wings trembled, and countless chains were thrown out. "I underestimated you." The white fox knight's face condensed, and he swung the big sword with all his strength. The white fox knight was not intimidated by the overwhelming attack, and relied on his terrifying combat experience to move around quickly. After dodging Rosaria's big sword, he nimbly dodged all the chains, and then crashed into the square of corrupted demons. He rushed left and right, killing dozens of corrupted demons in a row, and then was killed by Rosaria. Force back. The first wave of corrupted creatures that came had been completely killed by the Knight Leader's Legion. The combat power of the corrupted demon was so terrifying that it killed ordinary rotten corpses into mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Just when Rosalia was about to pursue her, Field stopped her and said, "More enemies are coming. Don't pursue us yet. There is no need to turn a defensive battle into a pursuit battle. It would be terrible if you were surrounded by enemies." The rumble of horse hooves came. "It's really strange that living creatures are mixed with rotting corpses." A nobleman riding a tall horse walked out of the gray mist with an elegant posture and a calm smile on his lips. "Young sir, can you tell me how to do it?" "Cannot." Field lazily looked for excuses and almost choked the other party to death with his straightforward words. "I am Constance, Viscount of the Border Guard. I welcome you to my territory. This makes me feel very happy and proves that I have not been forgotten by this miserable world. Nice to meet you too. I am Baron Field, nickname Guardian of the Empire." Since the main purpose of this battle was to buy time for the little fat dragon, and the other party was willing to talk nonsense, Field was happy and responded loudly before it was too late. Constance was an extremely handsome nobleman, but of course, he was only half as handsome. The smaller half of his face looked like that of a normal person, while the rest was made up of squirming gray-white rotten flesh, with tentacles dangling behind it, which was extremely disgusting. Looking at the giant corrupted dragon that was coming, and the elite rotting corpses that had already formed, Constance fell into deep thought. How could this guy have anything to do with the Guardians? Once upon a time, I was also the Guardian of the Empire. Constance remembered fondly. "I have never been defeated by the invasion of orcs, and I have not given up any inch of land, but the reward of the Guardian is like this. The Queen betrayed us and turned everyone into monsters. I deeply understand and sympathize with your experience." Field said seriously, "Viscounts are not awarded casually. This title is rare. Generally speaking, Viscounts only appear on the border. Sir, I failed to win the opponent's chosen one." The white fox knight returned to his camp. "It's not your problem, suzerain. They are not from the Imperial Army. We know nothing about them." Constance saw the blood on the corner of Suzerain's mouth and said curiously, "They are also at the 3rd level. The other party can hurt you." Suzerain is an extremely elite battle god, and she almost never loses in a duel. I'm also surprised. Suzerain scratched her head. Be careful of the chosen one with the big sword. Her strength and vitality are terrifyingly strong. However, I will kill her and that wolf demi-human with my own hands. Very well, let's return to the team. Why are there still damn Netherworld disasters? When he saw Netherworld, Constance carefully checked the other party's aura and frowned. Get out of my territory, disgusting monster. The holy light will kill you severely. Burn to ashes. Well, Margaret had already controlled the Netherworld creature and repelled the rotting corpse on the left. She was listening to Field chatting with the other party leisurely, but the other party directly scolded her. Why are you scolding me? I don't seem to have offended you for being corrupt. Margaret pouted and said sadly, besides, you are also a disaster. How dare you let the holy light burn us to ashes? Field comforted, just get used to it. You will never understand the brain circuits of corrupt creatures. The eliminated waste should be buried underground, Constance said bluntly. In fact, Constance's thinking is a typical conservative aristocratic thinking. Field came with an army to invade, and it was a feud between nobles over lordships. But if a wild disaster appears, it will be a competition. Moreover, the Netherworld will snatch the corrupted resources. Field, I admire your courage. Constance sneered and said bluntly, but your behavior of going deep alone and cooperating with ghost monsters and dirty demi-humans is simply unreasonable, and you are not enough to shoulder the responsibility of commander. Your short-sightedness will kill everyone who trusts you. I look forward to seeing that wonderful scene. I will kill you in the end so that you can bring me more fun. Haha, you will know whether you are stupid or not by looking at the results, respected Viscount. Field was not irritated at all but said calmly, no matter how smart you are, you will still be killed in the north. It seems that your smartness is also limited. Looking for death. You were still in your mother's arms when I was directing the war. Constance was furious. Field was right. Come on, when I look at the wisdom of our ancestors, you are still dripping with liquid. See if I can pump you, that's it. These words made Constance explode. You have no idea what you are facing. The combat power of the Viscounty is far beyond your imagination. Border guards prepare to attack from both wings. Expeditionary force prepare to break through from the front. Fanny, my wife, go kill the invading ghost. New waves of corpses are coming from all directions. This time the rotten corpses are even more elite. Corrupted cavalry, deformed rotten corpses, and corrupted animals can be seen everywhere, even mixed with third and fourth order high-level rotten corpses. As if to let Field know the disparity in strength, Constance no longer let the chosen ones wait for the opportunity or hide in the corpse tide, but put them all out. Rosaria's front line, 5 chosen ones. Ashina's right line, 3 chosen ones. Margaret's left line, singled out by Fanny, a 4th-level chosen one. Oh my God, this is too exaggerated. Field's scalp tingled. The combat power of the corrupted chosen ones varied, but the number was really terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that the red dots of the Hearthfire fortress, that is, the pure white men, had no intention of moving at all. The chosen ones in front of him were all just the Viscount's legions. If it doesn't work, we'll give up the mission and save our lives. He came to the Viscount's territory to adventure, mainly because of the teleportation of the Netherworld. Don't worry, the opponent's 4th-level god chosen is not a pure combat type. The previous illusion was caused by her. Yao Ming snorted coldly and said very forcefully, I will help you share some of the pressure. 4th-level divine skill, soul slave. The void gate opened, and 3 god chosen appeared, including Queen Ziyu. All of whom were 3rd-level strength. I've taken out all my wealth, don't let me down. Margaret blinked. Okay. Field instantly got excited. I have to beat him hard and make him kneel down to apologize to you. 2 people go to support Rosaria, Queen Ziyu. You go to support Ashina. Field ordered directly. Humph, dog bites dog. Queen Ziyu obviously retained her will and glared at Field fiercely. Will this guy fight seriously? Field touched his nose. The method of the Netherworld was too weird. He could actually control the gods chosen. You can only fight with your subconscious mind. Don't expect them to kill the enemy. Google searched TWCan after Margaret explained. She immediately raised her body and fought with Fanny, who was rushing over. The battle of the 4th-level gods chosen was extremely terrifying. The divine power impact swept out like a tornado, crushing the surrounding fighting soldiers into slag. 4th-level divine skill, multiple phantoms. Fanny's appearance was a fusion of chameleons, and her arms were covered with colorful scales. As she performed her divine skills, several gray abilities surged out, gathering into 4 clones. The taste of the netherworld, I'm looking forward to it. Fanny swung her long braid, and thousands of streams of light gathered in her palm. Counting the clones, 5 identical figures from different angles simultaneously released divine power to attack Margaret. Margaret glanced around and couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. Seeing that the evasive route was blocked, Margaret had no choice but to release her divine power, forming a protective network while her body turned into a translucent soul, resisting the opponent's attack. I found your real body. Margaret rushed out of the explosion and in a translucent state. She directly penetrated Fanny's body like a ghost. However, Fanny was only in a momentary state of unconsciousness, and her defensive divine power was slightly depleted. She sneered, "Soul attack. It's okay to bully ants, but it has no effect on us corrupted creatures. Your corrupted attacks have no effect on me in the netherworld." Margaret was not affected, but threw out the void gate and directly hit the opponent with the artifact. The 2 sides went back and forth and fell into a stalemate. Normal combat power of the same level rarely results in instant kills. Field watched for a while and determined that Margaret would not be defeated immediately. The key to this battle is still us. Field knew that Margaret had done her best. Oh, don't expect her to come to his aid after defeating Fanny. When the strength is similar, the chosen one in his own territory is almost certain to win. It's just a matter of time. Failumani, don't attack the miscellaneous soldiers. Save your strength to target the enemy's chosen ones. I know. Failumani nodded coldly. Can you withstand the enemy's attack? There are too many people on the other side. Even with my support, your 2 chosen ones can't hold on for 3 hours. Oh, you're used to falling asleep and know nothing about the strength of the night territory. Field smiled confidently. I think we can not only hold on for 3 hours, but also turn defense into offense. Humph, impossible. Failumani didn't believe it at all. Rosaria's strength is barely enough. She can recover from her injuries by killing, but Ashna has no means of sustaining herself. It is never necessary to be all round. You wait and see. Field was amused. Seeing her serious and cold look, he immediately laughed evilly. If you can prove that what I said is right, don't be so cold and let me suck it. You want to kiss me? At most, you are only qualified to suck my fingers. Okay. Seeing that the corrupted Viscount launched an attack, Field didn't want to chat anymore and agreed immediately. Philomena was confused and thought to herself, could Field really have a way to turn defeat into victory? It is impossible. Unless his 2 chosen ones are both their chosen ones for destruction. Field. Let's chat for a while we can still talk. Constance was ignited by the blood. And the sharpness of the battlefield in the past burst out from this Viscount again. He swung his sword fiercely on the corrupted warhorse. Attack, I want to cut off the enemy's skull and use it as a bold roar. Roar! The overwhelming tide of corpses came from all directions. The battlefield, which was already noisy, was now shrouded in deafening war roars. The corrupted soldiers wearing expeditionary uniforms came, and the elite border guards also charged at the top of their lungs. The monsters transformed from various animals and civilians are now as inconspicuous as dust. The crowds of people are all corrupted soldiers at a glance, and it is impossible to distinguish their types. The cavalrymen are large in size and can be seen clearly. Lily of the Valley, who was previously repelled by Rosaria, led 500 light cavalry this time and quickly emerged from the gray fog. This time, she appeared in the right formation, charging towards Ashna. The light cavalry was extremely fast and instantly surpassed the charging infantry. Charged the Knights of the Silver Hand. Lily of the Valley took the lead, leading the cavalry to charge in a cone formation. Like a spear unstoppable, close the gaps and hold the position. Ashna was not panicked at all and immediately ordered the legion behind her to form an anti-shock formation. Something is wrong. Ashna is going to be deceived. Field frowned. Although the wolf sub-people are brave, they are far less cunning than humans. The opponent is an elite expeditionary force, plus the once brave Viscount, who is a guarding force on the border. It is not a stupid commander who can use cavalry to charge the spear formation head-on in the current rebellion suppression campaign. It's too late to remind them now. Field immediately shouted. Big Demon used the thunder gun to bombard once and immediately dropped down to block the 2 wings of the light cavalry. After saying that, Field immediately drove the warhorse and called the 200 corrupted demons beside him to support Ashna. Ashina was riding a dragon wolf, ready to meet the frontal charge of Linglin. But she didn't expect the light cavalry rushing towards her to suddenly tilt her body, and the warhorse split to both sides like a wave. Almost instantly, a large number of flying axes and javelins flew out of the cavalry. Oops! In order to resist the charge, Ashina deliberately gathered the infantry. Now the dense infantry regiment had no gaps and took full damage directly. The rotating flying axe, with the impact brought by the warhorse, smashed into the army. The skull of a corrupted demon was directly blasted to pieces. The flying axe bounced out again and smashed the face of a demon. More than 30 corrupted demons fell in the night army instantly. Wolf subhumans learned something. Linglin raised her eyebrows proudly. When she was alive, she didn't care about the subhuman alliance at all and was beaten by the elite of the Empire. Damn it! Asuna was furious. The wolf subhuman tribe was poor, so the weapons were mainly bows and spears. They couldn't bear to throw away high-end things like flying axes and javelins. Asuna saw that the other party had no bows and arrows and subconsciously thought that the other party was really charging. Linglin was leading the cavalry to sweep away from both wings and suddenly saw Field rushing over. Hey, don't be too proud too early. Lily of the Valley had no time to retreat. And a lightning spear fell. Brilliant lightning instantly smashed dozens of cavalrymen, and the crackling arcs of electricity spread all around. Some cavalrymen who were not hit were burned or electrocuted and fell off their horses. Before Lily of the Valley could react, the ferocious demon fell like a dark cloud. All the retreat routes around it were blocked, and Ashina was facing it in front. As for the back, Field did not block the road, but don't expect the warhorse to run backwards. What's going on? Lily of the Valley was shocked. The cavalry was most afraid of being blocked. Seeing that the opponent was a young noble, she immediately said angrily, "No wonder he is familiar with our empire's tactics. It turns out that he is a traitor and actually brought wolf people to attack our empire. Why don't you touch your conscience and see if it still jumps?" Field almost laughed out loud. Linglin's chest rose and fell violently. "Asshole, you will pay the price. I am not a small fish. Ashina, eat this cavalry." Ashina's scarlet eyes were full of cruelty. "Thank you for your support, sir." Linglin simply did not retreat, drew out the lance on the side of the mount, and charged with Asuna. "Come on, let me show you the combat power of the Silver Knights. I had a small loss when I met Rosaria before. In Linglin's view, it was entirely because of the same disaster. But how strong can the living creature in front of me be? Don't hinder me." Asuna stabbed a gun flower and continued to charge lightly. "But if you want to die, I am happy to satisfy you." The speed of the cavalry's charge was so fast that only 2 afterimages were seen, carrying the extreme gun light of gray and blue. Clang! There was no gorgeous operation, only pure killing instinct. The aftermath of the mighty divine power spread out, and the ripple-like energy spread out, and the surrounding space trembled slightly. The dragon wolf and the giant fox crossed each other. Asuna seemed to have nothing happened, and calmly shook off the dirty blood on the spear. And Linglin vomited a large mouthful of dirty blood, and a hole was blasted through her chest. If it weren't for the terrible corruption of vitality, the normal god's choice would have died long ago. How? Is it possible I actually lost? Unbelievable shock appeared on Linglin's face. The giant fox under her automatically disintegrated and shattered, turning into pure power, barely hanging on Linglin's life. Asuna turned around to make up the knife, and Feiluamanai in the distance also blasted out a long-range divine skill to support. "Holy sword, please give me the power of miracles." Cut. To Field's surprise, the weapon hanging on the giant fox's neck was another artifact of Linglin. However, it was obviously not her own artifact, otherwise she would have used it to fight the enemy, instead of occasionally offering it. The dazzling silver sword light intertwined and tore with the divine skills of Philomna. And Asuna's spear was about to smash Linglin. The strong figure fell, holding a large shield, and took on Asuna's fierce attack. "Linglin, you have failed the adults' expectations." Turning around, Linglin saw that it was Deborah, the subordinate of the Viscount. This muscular lady, except for her pretty face, was all muscle. Linglin was relieved immediately. After she recovered, she realized that she was too close to death just now. "I will apologize, but not now. We will retreat immediately." Linglin recalled Asuna's spear, and her back was cold. "Haha, I'm not as useless as you. I will kill the enemy with my own hands." As a qualified corrupted god, Deborah is the main character who does not believe in evil. Without further ado, Linglin looked at the trapped cavalry with heartache. and with the power brought by the dissociation artifact, she turned around and ran. Her speed was even faster than when she was riding the giant fox before, and she ran 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Hit! Ashina drew her bow and arrow, raised her hand and shot the fleeing Linglin. Unfortunately, the bow and arrow in her hand were not artifacts after all, and it only added some injuries to her and failed to kill. She wanted to shoot the second arrow, but Deborah actually hit the dragon wolf, knocking Asuna staggering. Looking around, the corrupted demon was slaughtering the light cavalry like chopping melons and vegetables. The Viscount's infantry regiment had already come to support, and thousands of people on both sides were caught in a cruel meat grinder. In order to achieve the strategic goal, Field personally led the army to block the infantry regiment that came, and started a tragic fight with the corpses. Waving the weapon wildly, Field used the cat's double swords to kill 17 corpses in succession. Because of the living people, Field was immediately besieged from all sides. Various corpses rushed to kill him desperately, wanting to eat him alive. "Get out of my way!" Field slashed his long sword horizontally. The arms stretched out from all around were broken. Field strode forward and swept across again, cutting a group of corpses in half. "Alas, brother, I didn't expect you to be so brave." Franita, who was hiding on her body, giggled non-stop. "I thought there was no chance to fight." Field said domineeringly, "Don't talk, keep cutting people." In just a few breaths, a large group of corpses fell at Field's feet, but such behavior immediately gave the Viscount an opportunity to seize the opportunity. Mobilize the commando, Abigail, behead the other lord. "Leave it to me." A corrupted God's chosen, holding a long-handled axe, rushed towards Field with a group of God's chosen guards who were all level 3. "Field, the Viscount will own your grave." Viscount Constance roared. Every time Abigail swung the long-handled axe, a corrupted demon would be killed. As a second-level life, the corrupted demon that could cause great trouble to adventurers could not even withstand a single blow from the other party. "No, keep it for yourself." Seeing the other commando coming, Field did not panic, but slowly retreated with the help of the surrounding army. While never revealing any flaws, he made a subtle arrangement to eat the other party through the mobilization of small troops. Field smiled cruelly. He knew that Ashina would come to support soon. He had to stay in a dangerous state, bait the other party, and then eat her directly. There were constantly dragon-winged demons who, relying on their flesh and blood, stood in front of Field and were mercilessly killed by the enemy's chosen gods, just to buy time for the battle. "I am Deborah, the commander of the 3rd Legion of the Expeditionary Force. Remember this name?" Deborah laughed confidently, stuck her shield into the ground, and her strong arms pushed the dragon wolf, which was as heavy as a tank, backing up continuously. Worried about her lord getting into trouble, Asuna hurriedly pulled away and wanted to go to support. But Deborah pulled the dragon wolf's leg again, not letting Asuna leave. He, "I'll entangle you and see what you can do." "What to do? I can only kill you." Asuna was annoyed, and a trace of indifference flashed in her eyes. "Since you have repeatedly interfered with my hunting, you can be my prey." "What big talk." Deborah didn't take it seriously at all. Asuna's slender white neck was slightly red because of the force. Level 3 Divine Skill, Armor-Breaking Frost. Instantly, a sharp cold wind blew out like a knife, and with a slender hand, the 6 guarding ice spears and frost spears gathered together to form a huge and terrifying siege cone. How did Field control his men? He actually let the Chosen One use such a powerful divine power to deal with the meat. Shield, it's a pure waste of energy. The Viscount, who was looking at it from a distance, also shook his head slightly. It seems that the younger generation of the Empire is getting worse and worse. Deborah raised her shield to block and said confidently, "Is it because you beat Lily of the Valley that you look down on others?" But the next moment, her smile froze on her face. There was a deafening sound, and the frost in Asuna's hand was annihilated and violently blasted in. Deborah's pupils trembled, and she suddenly found that her artifact was actually shattered. The huge siege cone had a hole in it and was directly stuck on its shield. How is it possible?" The eyes of the people watching the battle were all popped out. "This is a divine weapon. It can be shattered." The divine weapon automatically disintegrated, turned into fragments, and sank into Deborah's body. Knowing that something was wrong, Deborah hurried to escape, but she was slow and had no teammates to cover her. The dragon wolf flew out and slapped it away with one claw. Level 3 Divine Skill, the Spear of Extreme Cold Killing. Ashina's divine power surged wildly, and the ice spear after charging fiercely burst out, pouring down on the fleeing Deborah. Deborah's proud defense was as fragile as paper in front of Ashna's armor-breaking ability. The dense ice chips flying out from the center of the explosion turned all the surrounding trees and rocks into sieves. Damn it! This scene scared everyone in the Viscount's leadership. Viscount Constance was stunned for a long time before he reacted and muttered, "What kind of combat power is this? Is it really level 3? It was only half an hour after the battle, and one of his chosen ones died and another was seriously injured. This was simply illogical. Field was not surprised at all. Although Ashna's endurance was insufficient, her burst was terrifyingly high. Humph, every night Ashna tortured me in the first half of the night, and I won in the second half of the night. I am too familiar with her style," Field thought to himself. Suppressing the fatigue brought by using the magic skills, Ashna forced herself to rush towards Abigail. "Blow the horn and let the commando retreat." The Viscount narrowed his eyes and saw Field's fearless look. In addition to the looming siege, he immediately made a decision. Abigail heard the horn and didn't care about beheading. She even ignored her men and retreated immediately. The light cavalry and commandos who stayed on the front line were dispersed by Ashna, and Field led the team to kill them cleanly. After stabilizing the front, Field only brought back 100 or so corrupted demons and returned to the center. The enemy's offensive is too fierce. Field shook his exhausted hands and secretly smacked his lips. Support troops he brought out had lost half of their lives in less than an hour. These were all second-level lives, equivalent to all fighting knights. Fortunately, the minced meat just now blocked the opponent's sharpest offensive. Field clearly felt that the opponent's offensive began to soften. If this continues, it will not be a problem to hold on for 3 hours. Reserve team, take advantage of the gap to replace the injured soldiers. Seizing the opportunity, Field asked the corrupted demons in the center to replace some half-crippled demons on both sides as a rest. Real wars are not like in cartoons, where you can just rush in and it's over. It is extremely important to ensure physical strength and manpower. Constance had recovered from the initial shock. He was not sad or angry about the death of his men. Instead, he became excited. "Very good, this is interesting. This Field is probably the heir of a great noble. Sir, should we change our focus and attack the enemy's front line?" A corrupted god chosen wearing a wizard robe asked sinisterly. "No. Let the god chosen in the front line surround but not attack. Just put pressure on them." Constance made a decision that no one could understand. Why? The wizard couldn't understand. "Stupid, a chosen one protecting the flank can defeat 2 of our men in a row. Do you think we can send a fake one in the direction of the main attack? Don't be stupid enough to be killed." "But we just let them go." The mage felt unhappy. "The corrupted chosen ones are not afraid of death. We just need to charge." The Viscount said coldly, "What do you know? Let the miscellaneous soldiers consume them first, and then give a fatal blow when they are almost done." The uninterrupted fighting lasted for more than an hour, and the corpses piled up into a mountain. Field's defense line continued to shrink and was gradually compressed into a small piece. The loss of the corpse was amazing, with only a quarter of the remnants left. Hold on a little longer. Glancing behind him, the giant ship had been wrapped in flesh and blood into a cocoon. Offaly even dissociated his magic ball to supply energy to the warship. In the huge flesh and blood cocoon, a terrifying monster was bred. The other side is already on the edge of the cliff. And the decline is obvious. Looking at the state of the Knight Army, Constance looked at Rosaria and Ashna again. Rosaria didn't blush or breathe heavily. She carried the big sword and used it crazily. Every time she used the endless slash, she could crush hundreds of corpses. The key point is that this guy released his magical skills as if they were free, which made the Viscount tremble with fear. On the contrary, Asana, who had performed outstandingly before, was exhausted by the countless corpses and was about to vomit blood. She could only control the dragon wolf to spit out dragon flames to attack continuously. Fortunately, there are not many enemies in this direction, and the main force is still dealing with Rosaria. "Ashna can't hold on anymore. I'll replace her." Feiluamanai was a little arrogant, but when she saw her teammates in decline, she immediately offered to help. Field pondered for a moment, looked at the gray fog in the distance for a while, and immediately shook his head. "No, just stand by. The netherworld, that's all." Hearing a loud shout from the left, Margaret was hit in the chest by Fanny's palm, and the aftermath alone swept across a group of netherworld creatures around her. Margaret's face turned pale and flew backwards fiercely. She could no longer cover the people in the night curtain and form an effective deterrent. Fanny knew that the netherworld was not so easy to kill, so she was too lazy to chase him. Without saying anything, she rushed towards the people of Night's leader. Kill you first. All troops attack. 2 people go to entangle the corrupted one. The rest of you will defeat the wolf sub-man first. The Viscount immediately seized the opportunity, and while letting his men send a signal, he rushed towards Ashina. You are exhausted, and there are not enough soldiers to cover you. Let's see how you fight back. Field, you lose. Constance grinned. Sure enough, you have been arranging troops and putting pressure on the front line before, just to attract my attention and let me put all my living forces into the front line. Field laughed loudly, not surprised at all. You can still laugh. Philomena was shocked and fired a series of cross-star rays, trying to help Asuna share the pressure. It's expected, don't panic. Seeing the Viscount's men, the 3 chosen ones, including Abigail, were heading towards Ashina. The enemy's 4th-level god-chosen Fanny flew over everyone's heads and smashed more than a dozen dragon-winged demons in the air with a light palm. Philomena hurriedly warned, no, under these conditions, there is no condition for fighting beyond the level. Listen to my orders. Field said in an unquestionable tone and waved his sword in the air. Philomena. Use all your strength to use the fire fist on them. Gritting his teeth, Philomena mobilized his divine power of destruction, 2nd-level divine skill, solar bombing. The golden destructive beam bombarded the opponent's military formation overwhelmingly, causing some loss of divine power to Abigail and others. Don't worry, I won't abandon anyone. It was the inspiration given to me by the enemy cavalry earlier. A trace of cruelty flashed in Field's eyes. If we don't let them gather together and die, they won't be able to feel the pain. Fanny didn't need to worry about Philomena's bombing like the 3rd-level divine choice. She came to Asuna in a few flashes. You killed my men before. Now you use your blood to pay for it. After saying this, Fanny snorted coldly, and her majestic divine power caused her chameleon-like arms to shine with colorful light. It seems illusory and gorgeous, but the toxins wrapped in it are heart-stopping. The poisonous claws stretched out and struck Ashina directly. There were no corrupted demons around that could be stopped, but Ashina didn't show much surprise on her face. Her eyes were as cold as ice, and they only revealed indifference, like a spear flower. There's something wrong with that calm expression. The Viscount, who was watching the battle from a distance, was keenly aware that there was something wrong with the battle situation, but he couldn't find the key to the problem. It's clear that Field's side is at the end of its rope, but the overall tone is as raw as a zombie. It was as if he didn't mind his siege and raid at all, and didn't even ask for help from Rosaria. Constance suddenly remembered the battle. Enemies who are trapped in a desperate situation are either hysterical, desperate, or even crazy and fight with their last breath. But there is no such weird scene. Court deaths. Abigail and 3 other divine choices have passed through the bombing zone created by Philomena, raising various artifacts to assist Fanny and attack Asuna. In an instant, the terrifying attacks from 4 directions were deafening. Come on, I will never take a step back without your orders. The previous fatigue seemed to be swept away, and Asuna's excited voice came out of her mouth. The divine weapon of destiny, the dragon-bred black wolf. Dissociate. The huge black wolf shattered into pieces and turned into a black wolf soul wrapped around the spear in his hand. Ashina's strength has skyrocketed, and she has the power of a 4th-level junior. No magic skills are needed, just a wolf roar. The black spear light pierced out like the reflection of stars. Abigail's neck was directly blasted with a gap, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The other 2 3rd-level divine selections were injured and retreated. That's it. The terrifying gun power just now made Fanny, a true 4th-level warrior, speechless, but she firmly grasped Asuna's spear. Roar! The 3 people who were repelled suddenly went crazy and charged again. It's over. Philomena's heart skipped a beat in the distance. Viscount Constance was amused. Field, I thought you were hiding some trump card, but it turns out you are waiting for death. But Field calmly said, do you think there is a possibility that if there are 2 natal artifacts, they can be dissociated twice? The only flaw is that the outbreak time is so short that you need to gather all the enemies and defeat them in one go. Ah, everyone suspected that they heard wrongly. How can anyone have 2 natal artifacts? The divine weapon of destiny, frost annihilation. Dissociation. The snow-white slender hand grabbed hard, and the spear in the palm instantly exploded into pieces. The surrounding space began to distort, and even the speed of the enemy's weapons was slowed down. The violent and abnormal terrifying ability is slowly woven into shape. Continuous frost spreads out in layers. Ashina's divine power fluctuations were actually caused by two broken artifacts, which were piled up to the point that Fanny couldn't understand. Fourth level peak. Fanny's eyelids twitched wildly. Are you kidding me? Can the dissociation artifact be strengthened to this extent? I've heard of dissociation artifacts and gaining the power to cross levels, but I've never heard of anyone being able to reach this level. What's even more frightening is that the opponent is a pure battle god, and he may not be able to survive. Without any hesitation, Fanny turned and ran away. Abigail and the others, however, managed to recover from their confusion and hurriedly dissociated the artifact. Philomena, don't be stunned, hurry up and grab the head. Field hit Philomena on the head with a set fried chestnut. Ashina in this state will not give you experience. Ashina grabbed the energy beam composed of pure divine power and swept it across with one strike. Buzz, the ice spears that spanned the sky and the earth swept out, and the surrounding gray fog environment instantly dissipated completely. 100-foot frost storm buzzed and exploded. The 3 third-level divine selections who rushed up were directly torn apart by the violent divine power. The last person survived because he had the best seat. But the divine chosen, who had been maimed by the blast, was killed by Philomena's attack. Fuck. Even though Field had a plan, he was still stunned by this terrifying attack. Viscount Constance had a dull expression and couldn't even utter a word of exclamation. Fanny vomited a mouthful of blood, and her whole body was like a sieve full of holes. Fortunately, she also dissociated the artifact, otherwise she might have been killed instantly. What the hell? Fanny's pupils shook. It was close. I was almost killed by the 3rd level. How about I lend you the name of this disaster? Seeing that Ashina seemed to be about to fire a second shot, Fanny couldn't bear to fight again and turned around to leave. Just at this moment, Margaret, the chosen one of the Netherworld, suddenly appeared and her divine power surged. Get out of here, annoying fly, your sole attack is ineffective against me. Fanny almost exploded, and even too lazy to attack, she didn't want to be killed because of the delay. 4th level divine skill, touch of the soul. The Netherworld gate in her hand turned into a very small mini version. Margaret smiled evilly, approached the fleeing Fanny, reached into the Netherworld gate, and pulled out a divine weapon. He who said I was going to attack you. I just stole something unimportant. When the other party's soul was severely damaged, she could steal other people's divine weapons. Of course, she couldn't steal her own divine weapon. Coincidentally, Ashina created an excellent opportunity for her. Retreat. Viscount Constance recovered from his confusion, and he didn't care about face and pride. He immediately shouted, "Corrupted gods chosen, all retreat. Send an order, let pure white come to support our army." So dizzy. With just one shot, Ashina succumbed. She barely managed to stand for a moment, but she couldn't hold on any longer and fell down. Fortunately, she was hugged by Field, who arrived in time. "Sir, let me take a nap first." Zzz, Ashina murmured and fell asleep. I have to use this trick less in the future. It seemed calm, but Field's heartstrings were always tense. The duration is much shorter than I thought. It's too dangerous. As the saying goes, everything that goes up must come down. Once the method of dissociating the artifact does not turn defeat into victory, it is easy to die suddenly. Rosaria already had the upper hand against the 2 divine choices and was preparing to find an opportunity to kill the enemy. We can't fight anymore, retreat. The 2 corrupted gods heard the signal to retreat and fled immediately. The important men of the Viscount, as well as the high-ranking corpses, all retreated. The Viscount was the only one looking at Field with hatred. "Hey, don't run away, I might as well explode too." Seeing Ashina's victory, Rosalia became anxious and quickly tried to pick up the dissociation artifact, but was stopped by Field, who came over. "That's it, Rosalia, don't pursue. This lady can expand the results of the battle. Don't forget our destination." Rosaria opened her mouth and thought of the plan Field had made last night. Then she calmed down and nodded hurriedly. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Our goal has been achieved, and the gains are just the icing on the cake. There's no need to take big risks to pursue it. There are too many strong men in the Viscounty territory, but Field doesn't think so. There is only one 4th-level person. Moreover, the opponent has too many 3rd-level divine choices, so it is not considered a strain at all." This time, both Little Fatty Dragon and Ashina had dissociated their artifacts, and Philomena was someone who could fall asleep at any time. If Rosalia explodes again, she will be completely passive, and may cause irreparable losses whether it is facing corrupt creatures or potential risks in the netherworld. Just use the ordinary rotting corpses coming from around to block the attack of the remaining rotting corpses. Rosaria put her hands on her hips and said, "Okay, leave it to me." Roar, an ethereal roar like an abyss came from behind, and when he turned his head, he saw a huge blood cocoon bursting. A brand new giant ship with a black and red body slowly climbed up from its toppling posture. The corrupted giant ship stretched out its spider-like thick hooked legs from the bottom cabin and climbed up directly. Like a spider-shaped giant beast, with a body of more than 60 meters long, Field could not even see where the stern of the ship was. The ship has 2 artillery decks. Of course, there is a magic tower. There are 152 guns on the front, rear, left, and right, giving full firepower. Evil, terrifying, grotesque, with 5th-level life fluctuations, equivalent to the combat power of a 3rd-level divine choice. Hi. The corruption is complete. Awfully opened his eyes tiredly, waved his hand, and said domineeringly, "I will blow all the enemies into slag." Looking around, there were only a lot of soldiers. She instantly fainted. Where is the enemy's chosen one? I thought they needed me to save the situation. They have been repulsed. Field ran over and said, "Let's go, it's not suitable to stay here for a long time." Okay, after I bomb them 1 round. They actually wipe out the corrupted legion that I worked so hard to save. I must take revenge. Awfully waved his hand proudly. Corrupted warships, all magic towers, open fire. The corrupted giant ship made a soul-trembling hum, and groups of covers opened to reveal the magic towers inside. The terrifying thing is that the originally fantastic and magnificent magic tower is now stuck with flesh and blood, and the pure crystal has turned bright red. Boom, boom, boom. On several decks, all the magic towers launched a salvo all of a sudden. The continuous red energy bombs enveloped all the surrounding corpses, like abnormal sky fire. The spectacular trajectory and residual light in the sky alleviated Field's fear of insufficient firepower. Flesh and blood spattered, and countless rotting corpses were instantly struck with devastating blows and blasted into pieces. The corrupted giant ship fired while moving, clearly a mobile fortress. The corruption dragon hasn't been taken care of yet, and here comes another even bigger war beast. Viscount Constance, watching his army of corpses dying in pieces, suddenly recalled not-so-good memories. What the hell? Yes, who is the disaster? Let's go. I feel that the more terrifying enemy is showing signs of awakening. Margaret appeared next to Field. If the sleeping 5th-level divine choice is disturbed, the situation of the battle will be completely reversed. Okay, retreat immediately. Field gathered the remaining soldiers, and after making sure no one was left behind, he nodded to Margaret. Gate of the netherworld, teleport. Purple light enveloped everyone. There was a wave-like distortion in front of my eyes, and when I opened my eyes again, I had returned to the Morning Veil territory. It's finally over. Field breathed a sigh of relief and sincerely thanked you. Thank you. If it weren't for you, this battle would never have gone so smoothly. If you need anything, Nightfall will do its best to help you. I had been wary of her before because as a lord, I had to be responsible for my friends. Field did not expect that the military strength of the Viscounty was so terrifying. The corrupted legions brought more than 2,000 people, but not even 200 came back, which was extremely tragic. Just help me replenish my soul power in the future. Margaret covered her mouth and snickered, then threw an artifact. If you hadn't injured that corruption, I wouldn't have been able to steal the artifact, so I'll give this to you. He handed over the artifact he had just stolen, which was a small shield-shaped pendant. Margaret actually had other ideas. Seeing that Field's men were strong, she made an investment so that if she encountered difficulties in the future, she would have a place to take refuge. Then I won't be polite. Field took the artifact, and the information immediately appeared in his mind. Artifact Corrupted Magic Shield Level 4 effect. The holder will receive 1/4 of the magic damage and 100th of the divine power damage. Special effect, only for the corrupted gods chosen. Very good, when Rosaria and the others reach the 4th level, they can still use it. Field nodded with satisfaction. No more to say, goodbye. Margaret waved to everyone, took 2 steps back. Suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight, evanescent. Field shook his head helplessly, turned to Rosaria and smiled. Miss, please patrol the border for a few days. Ashina and Ophelia are no longer able to fight. Leave it to me. Rosaria put her hands on her hips and said arrogantly, the night territory must be dispersed without me. After that, Rosaria carried a big sword and went to patrol the border. "My lord, you can let the pervert rest on the boat." Ophelia had dark circles under her eyes. "It looks scary, but without my permission, he will not attack randomly. Let's go back to the castle and rest." Field looked at Ashina, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. If Ashina wakes up and finds corrupted creatures around, she will probably be scared. "By the way, this battleship can fly." Feeling Field's expectant eyes, Ophelia was embarrassed. "I absorbed the memories of the crew. This battleship could fly before just because there was a special God's chosen one. Normal battleships cannot fly and consume energy. It's an astronomical number. As expected, there was only one warship in the Storm Kingdom, so I guessed it was unique. Lord Miscellaneous Fish, when I make a list, you will know the capabilities of this ship," Ophelia said tiredly. Master Hu, go back and sleep. At some point, Philomena had transformed back into the form of a small moon, clinging to her and even trying to squeeze Ashna away. "Hey cockroach lord, this thing you are raising is getting weirder and weirder." Ophelia cast a look of disdain and poked Philomena with the dragon tail. "Dead clip, you have evil energy entering your body. Come on, it can be cured in 2 days of training in my army." Philomena looked like she was looking at a bad guy. She tilted her head stupidly and said, "Weird ant." "Who do you think is the ant?" Ophelia said with a sinister expression like a head teacher, grabbing Philomena's head and pushing it into her rabbit nest. "You haven't grown up, have you? Come to your mother." Philomena couldn't breathe. "Don't embarrass her." She finally managed to say a few words. "Don't make her look stupid." Field was ashamed. This was the key to preventing Rosaria from dissociating. By then he would not be able to take care of the 4 wilted girls. "Everyone, let's go and rest first. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow." Deep in the gray fog, there is an old castle. Woman who was too noble to look directly at was sitting comfortably on a seat in the center of the castle with her long, delicate white legs. "The minister of the Morning Veil who I canonized has been beheaded. The beautiful Franita has also lost her consciousness. I am suddenly curious about who has the courage to challenge me again and again." "It's a noble named Field." Chunbai played with the music. Box in his hand leisurely and yawned. "Don't touch him. It's not the time to kill him yet. It's just a loss of a few gods otherwise. We have too many corrupted gods. Why? Why would a superior make such a decision? It's too annoying to kill a living person immediately. This is how we survive in corruption." Chunbai stepped forward with a smile. But his innocent face was full of morbidity, survival of the fittest. Only by constantly evolving, screening, and absorbing larger creatures can we become a perfect disaster, like a ball. The pure white dress turned in a gorgeous circle. "This time we must completely kill all living creatures. We must not leave any more alive like other disasters. As for those idiots who were killed, they were all too weak. Franita, who you expected in return, was nothing but trash, and some of the corrupted divine choices were even worse than trash. One of the major shortcomings of the corrupted God's chosen is that its skills are in a mess and its strength is uneven. Although there are many, their strength is generally not as strong as other disasters. On the other hand, the corrupted divine choice trained by Field is what we need. The corrupted creatures he created are much more powerful than the ones we cultivated aimlessly." Chunbai caressed her face and said like a yandir, "We just need to wait. The day when we can pick the fruits will be very soon. Soon." The woman sitting on the main seat gathered her long waterfall-like hair and said disdainfully, "Human beings are not worthy of carrying our shoes." "Of course." Chunbai nodded, "so there is nothing to worry about. Everything Field does is our wedding dress. Crushing him to death is easier than squeezing an ant to death." After hearing this, the woman looked better. Your hand is here. Put on some clothes quickly." Chunbai covered her mouth and snickered, making a playful grimace otherwise. "Might be charmed by you like a dog. Pull your hair and just get rid of the little corruption. Go away. If the higher-ups hadn't protected you, you would have died 1,000 times over." A woman's thoughts move her and the tulle is woven. The castle door opened, and Viscount Constance did not dare to raise his head, so he lay on the ground and walked forward on his knees. "Until I saw a Giorgio that bullied the frost and snow, swinging casually, looking very leisurely." "What's up, sir? We should attack." "The human nobles are too rampant," Constance said with sweat. "We were attacked and 4 of the chosen ones were killed." "What? Who is it?" "Yes, it's a man named Field. His men's combat power is extremely terrifying. In just an instant we were killed by him one after another." The Viscount looked sideways at Chunbai. "We asked Chunbai for help, but she refused." "Shame, simply shame. The woman narrowed her eyes, and the atmosphere around her seemed to freeze. The violent divine power has the potential to get out of control, and the fluctuation of the fifth-level divine power makes everyone in the castle breathless. Junbai, why don't you rescue me? I didn't have time. You don't think I can outrun the teleportation of the netherworld? Chunbai said with a sly smile. Ask him about the enemy's strength configuration. Feeling the ferocious gaze, Constance was sweating profusely. The enemy has a fourth-level netherworld to help, but the one who killed 4 of our divine choices was a third-level divine choice. Haha, come closer. I don't dare. Come here, I don't want to repeat it a second time. The woman snorted coldly. Yes. Constance crawled forward 2 more steps in frustration. Bang! The woman stretched her toes and kicked Constance on the head. Constance's head exploded like a watermelon and blood splattered all over the ground. So fierce, there is no need to be like this. Pure White waved her hand and said, What did I say? Field's corrupted god chosen is different from ours. In addition, Field's army is already composed of rotten corpses. He has been soaked in the heart by the power of disaster. It's just that he is short of being corrupted. By then, we will be a family. There is no need to be angry with future family members. That makes sense. He can fight 4 people alone. I am very curious about how he did it. It seems that it is time for me to go out and get some fresh air. Congratulations, my dear colleague. You have already taken the path of evolution and the right path. Pure White understands people's hearts very well. She turned to Clover beside her and said, Help treat the Viscount. His command ability is still useful to us. Yeah, I listened to Sister Pure White. The next day at noon. Because he was too tired, Field slept late. Master, when he opened his eyes, he saw the warm smile of Philomena. Hey, Lord of Trash, your pond is filled with stones. Don't you know how to clean it? Ophelia rarely appeared in the castle and in her own room. What is this called? Oh yes, moonstone. I almost forgot about it. Field took out a piece of dried meat from the drawer on the side and asked while chewing. How is Ashna? I have to go and see her. She is very good. If you want to see her, you have to go to the kitchen. She has already eaten the 5th steak. Ophelia raised her hair and jumped on Field's desk. Field, I always feel something is wrong. You mean corrupt trends? Well, I always feel that. They have ulterior motives. Ophelia's tail flicked wildly. In addition, I think corrupt creatures have communication with the human world. They must have a way to easily cross the border wall. I feel the same way. They deliberately didn't do anything to us. Field pondered for a moment, but one thing is for sure, their goal is very pure, which is to destroy the world. Only by working hard to improve your strength can you survive. Ophelia murmured, By the way, I have counted the loot this time, but I lack the manpower and cannot transport it. Have also sorted out all the capabilities of the battleship. Due to the hasty retreat yesterday, everyone had no time to sort out the harvest. Loots. Field was shocked. I didn't search the Viscounty either. Of course there are spoils of war. This ship is not empty. It is one of the flagships of the Storm Nation. Whether it is military supplies or civilian supplies, the cabin is full. Yes. Field patted his head. After receiving Ophelia's report, Field only glanced at it, and the battleship information appeared on the Lord panel. It was actually entered into the Lord's panel. It seems that Ophelia's clerical skills are very strong. Battleship unnamed, level 5 life description, a corrupted and transformed living flagship, transformed from a sea whale class battleship. It is a mobile combat platform with powerful firepower. Ability 1 passive. Blackwater Defense Network. Form a unique defense network around it to resist external attacks. Ability 2 passive. Lair has the ability to produce and breed carrion. Ability 3 passive. Super Endurance. Can repair the hull and replenish ammunition by devouring flea. SH in Blood. Ability 4 passive. Amphibious Adaptation. Can dive to the bottom of the sea and climb onto land. Skill. Abyss Whale Roar. 3rd level magical skill. Can only be released actively by Ophelia special. When Ophelia is idle, he can store excess divine power in the battleship to release this skill. Description. Tear apart the hull to reveal the true appearance of the corrupted warship. At the same time, blast out a devastating main gun to kill all enemies. Damn, that's pretty good. Field was shocked. It actually compensated for it with a magical skill. It's not a loss this time. Ophelia said proudly, that's it, no matter whose masterpiece it is. By the way, the naming of the ship will be left to you. It's called the Abyss. Field thought for a moment. It sounds more domineering. Well, besides, there's a bunch of cargo in the hold. Here's the list. Ophelia handed over the list. Unfortunately, Many good things have been corrupted and polluted and turned into garbage. Only some of the things that were sealed properly can be considered a harvest. Opening the list, Field was astounded by the abundance of goodies. Fuck. There are 300 boxes of first-level magic cores. One box contains 200 pieces. There were 6 boxes each of second-level and third-level magic cores. The cabin, where the fourth-level magic cores were placed, was originally ignited and exploded, and no trace was left behind. There are 20 boxes of fifth-level magic core as power fuel. There are 500 underwater breathing pearls in total. There are 800 sets of naval equipment, including clothes and weapons. But the clothes of the Storm Kingdom are not suitable for wearing out and can be sold to the people of the country. 20 barrels of rum. 100 barrels of unknown alcohol was smuggled. 170 boxes of addictive substances, and 1 box of teeth and claws of rare animals. A box of luxury goods, all antiques, ornaments, and jewelry from the captain's bedroom. There are 3 large boxes of gold bars worth about 300,000 gold coins. There were countless messes, many of which were personal belongings of the crew, and Awfully was too lazy to forget about them. What the hell, I'm just robbing a city. Field was delighted. Isn't this the reason you robbed the ship? That's about right, but there are longer-term plans. Field wanted to say that he didn't think about the trophies at all. By the way, this is the strange plant in the miscellaneous box. You always said you wanted to collect crop seeds, so I brought it to you. Awfully handed over gray plant. Dirt. Potatoes. Almost biting his tongue, Field said with emotion, "Finally, I found it. I have been asking about it for almost half a year, and it is indeed overseas." There was no potato in the Griffin Empire, and Field spent a lot of effort to find it. "Is this thing very precious?" Awfully sniffed it twice. "It's just ordinary." "He is very useful, can provide a lot of food, and can even double the population. In the long run, he is more precious than all other goods. Every modern person knows the meaning of potatoes, real or false." Awfully didn't take it seriously. He looked at the potato for a moment and threw it directly to Field. Time will tell, but promoting planting is a problem. Field put the potatoes away. The fruit of the potato grows under the soil. It's an unclean thing." Awfully's pupils were shaking, and he hurriedly took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands with a look of disgust on his face. "My lord, throw it away quickly, it's dirty." "No way. What can you say about a corrupt creature like you?" Field was embarrassed, and Ophelia's reaction was greater than he thought. Many people believe that as long as it is modern and progressive, if it is placed in ancient times, it will be unconditionally pursued and the oracles will be carried out. However, the reality is that most things are difficult to achieve. It is even very likely that they will be regarded as heretics and heretics, tied to a pillar, and become the most burned person in this era. Refer to Bruno, who made a little progress and was burned to ashes by the rampaging people. The Griffon Empire, and almost all the surrounding countries, do not eat the fruits of the ground. They believe that the underground is the territory of the devil. If ordinary people eat food wrapped in filthy things such as excrement, water, and soil, they will accept the devil's temptation and become completely depraved. Give it to a noble, and he will give you a sword without hesitation. And then ask people from the church to come over and exorcise the devil. Plant it first. It happens to be the season for planting potatoes. After many experiments, I will educate everyone. Field was a little greedy and wanted to eat baked potatoes, but gave up after thinking about it. After all, there aren't many seeds. Besides, what if the potatoes in this world are really the devil's trap? Don't fall into the misunderstanding of empiricism. Sir, as for the magic core, I suggest leaving part of it. When the warship leaves the gray fog environment, it will need the magic core to provide auxiliary energy. In addition, I must be provided with qualified wood and steel every year to maintain the warship. This is no problem, gold coins can do it. Field, who was called corroded by the disaster by pure white, fished in Tide Village for 3 days. After a miserable Air Force, he took his friends to play, camp, and go fishing. The location of Tide Village was based on reason. It is located in Deepwater Bay, which will make it much easier to build docks and ships in the future. The disadvantage is that there will be fewer seafood here. However, Night Territory does not need to export seafood, and self-sufficiency is completely enough. My lord, steamed clams and oysters are here, and sea spiders. The chef brought a large basin of seafood with sweat dripping down his back. It looks like a family of cave demons. Ophelia pointed at the crabs and said in surprise, "This thing will bite people." Our dragon tower, sailors are very afraid of it. Franita rolled her eyes in disdain. Eat something good. Nobles should go hunting wild boars or deer, not picking spiders to eat. These are blue crabs and swimming crabs, not cave demons. Being stared at by several pairs of straight eyes, Field turned around and asked, "Miss Mermaid, you live in the sea, you must have eaten crabs." "No, we usually eat fish and seaweed, and my father hunts sharks." Icarisia looked like we were not familiar with each other. Naga sirens can use sea spiders for alchemy, but we don't know whether Adala mermaids eat them. What mermaid? Field was stunned. They are the mermaids of the Sea of Death. They are much stronger than our mermaids of the inland sea and our allies of the high elves. I remember now, mermaids of the Sea of Death have their own empire in the sea. Awfully slapped his head. They may even come to the shore to kill people and sink ships. They are very dangerous. The coastline must be defended. Fortunately, the abyss is patrolling nearby, so there is no need to worry too much. Field sighed. This world is really dangerous. There are strange races in almost every place. Don't worry. There are actually cave monsters underground, and feathered people and harpy people in the sky. But the possibility of attacking us is almost zero. Ophelia poured herself a glass of beer and drank it all up. When I patrolled the territory before, I found traces of underground creatures in Yunmu territory, and there may be living creatures. Oh, Yunmu territory is mountainous and has complex terrain. There may be places that are corrupted but not extinct. Field immediately became interested. It seems that the recovery of Yunmu territory must be put on the agenda. It can be transformed into a mountain fortress in the future. That's a good idea. Ophelia picked up her tail and shook it. It would be great if a gem mine was discovered. How can a dragon be without gems? I won't talk nonsense with you guys who don't eat. My seafood is almost cold. Field picked a piece of steamed oyster meat, rolled it in mashed garlic, vinegar, and spices, and then swallowed it in one gulp. The sour, spicy, and tender taste made Field frown slightly at first, and then relieved his turbid breath with satisfaction. Finally, I don't have to eat meat and bread every day. Picking up the blue crab again, Field mixed a crab cake and poured lemon juice on it. It tasted delicious. It's delicious. Do you want some? 3 people watching, degrees, no, thank you, sir. The 3 people shook their hands hurriedly and looked at Field with sympathy, as if watching someone chewing a lighter. The 3 people secretly wiped their tears. I have to take care of the Lord more in the future. I picked up spiders and ate them. I am worried about the Lord's mental state. After Field finished eating all the seafood, he patted his belly and said, "The morning territory is close to the sea. The sea area of Tide Village alone has the potential to feed 3,000 people. Once the rebellion is over, we will prepare to purchase slaves on a large scale. Let's go back to the night territory and make final preparations for the rebellion." Yes. After returning to the night territory, Field immediately convened a meeting to make final preparations for the war. The first thing is to arrange the territory affairs. Except for the samples, all the potato seeds are sown. In addition, due to the magical plants, the raw material of the happy beans, yang grass, can only be expanded to 3 acres of corrupted land for planting. New plants such as grapes and hops have begun to be planted in large quantities. In terms of industry, windmills and water wheels will continue to be built, and small fishing boats and gillnets for fishing will be built in batches. For territory defense, in addition to expanding the walls, Ophelia will be stationed in the Dawn territory, which can also deal with the remaining rotten corpses in the local area. The Little Angel will be stationed in the border fortress, and Rosaria will be stationed in the night territory. The army going out will have 400 cavalrymen, composed of 300 wolf subhuman light cavalry and 100 human heavy cavalry. As for the logistics of transporting food, I will continue to recruit labor and mercenaries for transportation. I will take Ashina, Philomena, Jalos, and Mau Mau out. This is the arrangement for the recent period of time. And there will be changes. I will notify everyone when the time comes. Next, it is daily training and the preparation of supplies. If you have no objections, everyone should prepare well. After quickly reading the order, Field did not notice Rosaria's abnormal expression. After returning to the castle, Field washed up and prepared to rest. Squeak, the door suddenly opened and a ghostly shadow rushed in. Who? Field drew out the long sword from his waist, but before he could make a defensive gesture, the artifact sword in his hand was snatched away by an unmatched force. Fuck. Field was about to get the spare weapon, but when he looked up, he saw Rosaria. She was carrying a big sword with bright, starry eyes staring at him silently. "It's you, why do you look like that?" Field was ashamed. Why did he feel like, "Fengxian, my son, why is it so?" Rosaria purred in her throat like a beast and pressed forward aggressively, forcing Field directly to the desk. Her already delicate skin was even more difficult to feel the smoothness because of the close proximity. "What's wrong?" Field didn't understand. The next moment, Rosaria grabbed Field's hand and pressed it directly on the rabbit nest. The scale seemed to be a little larger. I don't know if it was an illusion, but an idea popped into Field's mind. Chain, Rosaria controlled the gluttony great sword and pressed Field to the ground. The gluttony great sword's strong control directly took over the control of Field's limbs. Rosaria turned over unceremoniously, and her straight calves touched her clothes, as if rubbing against silk cocoons, making an inexplicably shameful rustling sound. What is this guy going to do? Did she stay up late again and become a fool? Field's mind was full of question marks. Then the girl seemed to be facing a can with her bare hands, shaking her body constantly, opening her mouth, sniffing her nose, and finally sticking out her tongue, as if she had no idea where to start. "What's wrong with you? I'll help you save your seed. Give birth to a child for you," Rosaria said with a little anger. "So that's it." Field almost laughed out loud. "You don't know anything, why are you catching me?" It turned out that she looked domineering and just wanted to reproduce, but she seemed to have an empty mind. She couldn't trigger the defeat animation after searching for a long time. In the end, she didn't know what to do at all. Rosaria glared at Field with anger in her eyes. "Don't be proud, wait." Bloodlines gushed out from the gluttony sword, and Rosaria quickly transformed into the royal sister. Her beautiful and mature form looked exactly like that. This time, her sense of oppression was more than a little stronger. It was a physical sense of oppression. As if a mountain was crushing him, Field was crushed by the giant rabbit, leaving him breathless. Even if he wanted to push it away, he couldn't. After all, the gluttony sword had tightly controlled himself. "Stop it, my eldest lady. You are going to crush me to death, right? Don't make any noise, this will definitely work." Rosaria's face flushed, and she raised her head shyly and said, "If it doesn't work, try what you did last time, eat it directly." But like before, it never reproduces. It was successful. Field couldn't laugh or cry. Does this guy think that he can give birth to a baby by crushing someone to death? What's wrong with you? Something suddenly seems wrong. "Because you didn't take me out." After pondering for a moment, Rosalia seemed to be discouraged and fell to the side. "You always took me with you and protected me closely. This time I am not here, I don't worry. This time is different. This time you are likely to show up in front of the royal family. Are powerful gods everywhere, and you are very likely to be discovered." Field sighed. "Your weapons are most likely to be known to the Imperial Army and are wanted." "I know." Rosalia turned away and said sadly, "But I can feel that this battle is more dangerous than before. What you have to face is not bandits or the private army of nobles. It's the regular armies of two big countries. This is no child's play." "I know, but there are some things you have to do." Field sighed. "I won't make fun of everyone's lives before I have enough strength. This counterinsurgency campaign must go. If you don't put down the rebellion, your title, territory, or everything else will disappear immediately. In the final analysis, I am just a little barren. What I need most is time, and my territory also needs time to develop. Only by accumulating everything can we support everyone in the Night Territory and live better. Night Territory has a terrible geographical location, with disaster to the north and the Empire's actual control area to the south. With a current population of less than 7,000 people, do you want to disobey the Queen's will? Dream. I know so. Before you die, I have to leave you a child." Rosalia grinned, wanting to pounce on him and bite him. "Wow, don't curse me, say something nice." Field couldn't laugh or cry. "I have a careful plan. Besides, we now have a battleship. If there is danger, there is a waterway to escape. It won't be that dangerous." "Really?" Rosaria almost cried. Field glanced up and down. She has snow-white skin, a graceful waist, a figure full of domineering temperament, and long hair that is as loose as a waterfall. It's hard to say. No matter what, for the future of Night Territory, it is indeed important to keep the child. When the topic changed, Field nodded seriously. As for other bad thoughts, they were all incidental. "Let me go first." "You don't know anything. Why should you control me?" "All right." Rosaria pouted aggrievedly and let go of Field. Freed from the control of the gluttony sword, Field suddenly became energetic, pushed Rosalia down on the table, and sneered. "You dare to attack me, right? Let me show you what violent output a top ADC is. The strength of the strongest person in the night territory. The right hand was like an iron clamp, clasping Rosalia's bony ankle, but the left hand was gently calming the rabbit's emotions to prevent this humanoid disaster from going wild. 10,000 words are omitted below. It can be summarized as prosperity, democracy, civilization, and harmony. The next morning, Field glanced furtively at Rosalia. She was only covered with a corner of the quilt. Her numb body was rising and falling slightly due to her breathing. Her white lotus arms covered her eyes. He didn't know what she was thinking. Afterwards, Field climbed up gently, fearing that he would disturb the humanoid dragon beside him. Where are you going, my dear servant? As corrupted creatures, they are just sleeping with their eyes closed, not really sleeping. They can immediately sense the slightest movement. He turned his neck mechanically and saw that the other party's slightly narrowed eyes was still a little confused. Field was so frightened that he fell to the ground and felt terrible pain all over his body, as if he was falling apart. Miss, I was wrong, please spare me. Field's lips turned pale. Giorgio, full of soft and beautiful lines, firmly stepped on Field. Rosaria exhaled like a blue breath. Don't be so angry, my dear servant. I feel that reproduction has not been successful. Forget it, I'm not interested in children. Field was sweating and feeling cold. She was indeed one of the three beauties in the north. She was impeccable in every aspect, but the biggest problem is that this calamity body will not be tired at all. It will drive people to death. One person is as good as Ashina and the little angel combined. Be good, Rosaria comforted her like a child. Stop it. If this goes on, I feel like I won't be able to fight in the war. I'll be buried today. No, I have to be responsible for the future of the territory. Rosaria was annoyed. Half an hour later. I just realized now that Ashina eats so well, but she always hides it. Rosaria let out a long sigh and smiled proudly. The despicable wolf subhuman has been eating alone. No wonder her complexion is getting better and better. I can't leave her any in the future. Field moved and forced his way to the city hall. He forced himself to do it. I have to finish all the government affairs today. I'm going to go to war soon, and I won't have a chance to deal with it then. My lord, here is your letter. It was just sent to the border fortress. Butler Cow pushed the door open with a bright look, and was directly shocked by Field with dark circles under his eyes and pale face. Who are you? What do you think? Field almost cursed. Sir, excuse me for being blunt, you'd better go back and rest. Aristocrats need a comfortable life, and it's not too late to do work later. Go back and rest? No. Field thought to himself that if he went back he would be dead. Show me the letter. One letter is from the Count of Greycastle and the other is very strange. The messenger said it was sent by the Dragonborn. The first letter was from Greycastle. The Earl thanked himself and extended a helping hand to her daughter. Greycastle's convoy was already waiting outside the border fortress and brought 5,000 gold coins as thanks. 5,000 gold coins is already a scary amount. Normally, except for the eldest daughter or eldest son, most of the heirs of nobles only have a ransom of 500 gold coins. Opening the second letter, it was from Dragonborn area. The content of the letter was, Sir Field area here to send you kind wishes. Hope you still remember me. You will never guess where I am. It turns out that the Moonmark continent, where the Griffin Empire is located, is only a part of the world. I arrived at the Eternal Continent, which is located in the south of the Moonmark continent and needs to cross the Infinite Sea. The Eternal Continent is the rear area of the world and is often the last pure land destroyed by disasters. It is rumored that the most powerful empire here has a scroll of destruction left behind by the god of destruction after his death, which has been taken away by the corruption disaster. The bad news is that this pure land like Eternal Continent has failed first in its fight against this corruption disaster. Most of the continent has been corrupted. There are corrupt monsters as big as mountains everywhere. The remaining people here have completely lost hope of living and have fallen into collapse. Before this, I always thought that the disaster of corruption only existed in the northern province. I learned that in this world, there is an organization called the Disaster Sect. They hide among the crowd and take pride in detonating disasters. Please be careful about your own safety. After a while, I will return to the Griffin Empire. Come and play with me then. Putting away the letter, Field pondered for a moment. There is another continent in the south of the continent. How big is this world? As for the Disaster Sect, what kind of lunatic is it that they actually want to detonate the disaster. But the good news is that there are clues to the new world. Destroying scroll. Faramine was originally born from the scroll of world destruction. As long as she gets the scroll of world destruction, she can immediately revive and destroy the disaster. When Arya comes back, I must ask clearly. After carefully collecting the letter, Field personally returned the Earl of Greycastle's daughter, Myril. Immediately afterwards, the government affairs began. Time flies and half a month has passed. Autumn is in full swing, and it is the season when war horses are strong, suitable for war. Ouch, 20 giant wolves shuttled and jumped like sharp arrows. The monsters, which were only one head shorter than the war horses, showed off their strong muscles and bodies in the complex ruins of buildings. The knights on the wolf's back were glued together, not affected by the bumps at all. Each knight can control the reins with one hand. The saber in his right hand flashes with a biting cold light, and with a simple swing, he cuts off the head of the corpse. The wolf cavalry shuttled through the ruins of the building, killed all the rotting corpses, and then returned to the open space to gather. Sir, the training was very successful. The giant wolf has the ability to fight on the battlefield, and we also have enough riders to control it. Asuna reported proudly. Very good, they are qualified to become the gods' chosen guards. Field nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, Lord Barren. The wolf riders shouted in unison, and everyone was shaking with excitement. Being canonized as the gods' chosen guard means reaching the sky in one step and gaining powerful power instantly. Asuna clasped her hands together, the shadow of the goddess of winter appeared, and 20 simplified goddess marks reflected everyone. The wolf cavalry knights are rising steadily. Whether it is a demi-human knight on the wolf's back or a giant wolf as a mount, they quickly reached the 3rd level of life. The frost fighting spirit bloomed and became a soldier of the blizzard wolf cavalry. The power bloomed was not weaker than the dragon-winged demon. 23rd level fighting spirit knights have been added, which feels really good. In this way, your own safety is better guaranteed. Field chuckled and motioned to the servants to bring the equipment. Knights, from now on, you will be the cornerstone of the knight territory. I am willing to die for my lord, the knights shouted immediately. The border army fighting spirit suit that had been gathering dust in the warehouse could come in handy. Full set of fighting spirit armor, lances, bows and arrows, and even the cushion covered by the giant wolf exudes powerful energy fluctuations. Very well, now go assemble my knights. Field had the troops assemble. At this time, the 2 men from Night Owl had already packed their things and came over with large and small bags. They said with complex expressions, Mr. Field, we have come to say goodbye to you. Please let us go. We want to fight for the people. If you want to leave so much, wouldn't you like to lead the night? Imu Ling is very good, very good. I want to stay here in my dreams. Grey Ji, a usually weak girl, had determination in her eyes at this moment. But we hope that everyone in the Empire can live a good life. Since you are so determined, okay. But you have to pretend for a while first. If I let you go here, you won't be able to go back alive. When the time comes, you will become enemies with Izayo. Field did not force them to stay. Izayo was his enemy after all, so he was worried about leaving the 2 of them in his own territory. Pretend to be my prisoners first, and come with me to Kanghai province. I will let you go when you get there. Thank you, sir. The 2 night owls were not at all happy about their freedom. Grey Pigeon's eyes were filled with tears. From the bottom of her heart, she did not want to be an enemy of Field. Unfortunately, the war was so helpless, and the camps were naturally opposed. Field returned to the castle and said goodbye to everyone. You have to take good care of Field. Rosaria and others looked sad. Leave it to me. Asna gave a thumbs up, but she was secretly happy. Franita smiled and put her hands on her hips. Don't worry, Rosaria. I will stay in the state of possession. There will be no problem. Master, although Philomena was also one of the departure members, she seemed to be infected by the atmosphere. Well, take care of yourself. Since becoming a disaster, Rosaria has not felt sad for a long time. Unexpectedly, she felt so distressed when they parted now. My lord, don't forget to pass the message to us through the Black Crow. My lord Field, it's time to set off. Jalos, who hadn't seen for a long time, urged in a beautiful black and blue skirt. If you don't set off now, you will miss the teleportation array. The cavalry and carriages for the trip were all ready. I'm leaving. After hugging everyone, Field mounted his warhorse, took a deep look at everyone who saw him off, waved his hand, and rode away resolutely. The knight led the black background and white pattern wolf flag fluttering, and the main knights were all elites who rode and shot arrows. More than 400 riders were running, making a shocking sound, and their cruel and murderous temperament seemed to crush all enemies. Let's go. Go to Irevan province first and meet up with the governor. Without stopping, they traveled day and night. Through the teleportation array of Rick province, they were teleported to Irevan province. Arriving in Irevan province, Field suddenly felt like he was in another world. The surrounding area was completely bare, with not even a few grasses. Suddenly, I feel that we are so rich at night. Field scratched his head. Is this the Irevan province in my impression? How could I remember that this is a land of plenty? The night caller is indeed rich, at least much richer than my former family. Jero stood on tiptoes and looked around. Sir, we should be on the right track. It's just that there are too many dead bodies here. Asuna pinched her nose, and she smelled a lot of disgusting corpse smell, the kind that had been dead for a long time. The grass is full of dead bodies. Looking around, there were people starving all over the place. Corpses as thin as skeleton soldiers were lying in the grass. A wild dog with scarlet eyes was munching on dried carrion. The animals here have eaten people and have gone crazy. Seeing such a huge cavalry regiment at night, the wild dogs were not afraid. Instead, they were salivating and wanted to bite. Whoosh, a wolf demi-human cavalryman beside him nailed it to death with a casual arrow. This place is obviously far away from the 3 major provinces of the rebellion, but as soon as Field stepped here, he felt as if he was already on the battlefield. Sir, I heard the sound of fighting. As soon as her ears moved, Ashna immediately pointed out the direction. Is it possible that the rebellion has spread here? A gleam flashed in Field's eyes. If the rebellion spread to the hinterland, it would be a fool's errand to quell the rebellion. He immediately joined. Let's go and take a look. Leaving some cavalry to protect the convoy, Field led the team quickly to the location where the battle broke out. I saw a convoy of more than 30 people being attacked by a dark group of wild dogs. The horses in the carriage had been besieged to death, and the wild dogs were trying to get into the carriage. The people in the convoy fell into chaos, and from time to time someone was bitten and screamed. A wild dog leader has actually emerged. Ashna glanced at it and knew what was going on. Sir, it seems that this place has been in a state of neglect for a long time. The wild dogs have given birth to first-order monster species. It's incredible. Help! It seemed that they saw Field on the high ground. The embarrassed people in the convoy seemed to see their reborn parents, waving to Field anxiously. Garoth waved the scythe, and his elegant long skirt swayed with it, as if dancing a waltz, extremely elegant. Leave it to me, I will kill all enemies for you. Don't worry, little sickle, they are just wild dogs. You will be useful in the next battle. Field didn't take it seriously. Come on 2 teams of light cavalry and deal with them quickly. Yes. A team of light cavalry rushed out on the left and right. Due to the limited number of giant wolves in the night leader, not all of them were wolf cavalry. The cavalry team immediately spread out their attack formation, forming an arc like the wings of a swallow. Before engaging the enemy, the knights immediately drew their bows and drew arrows. Crack, crackle, crackle, locust-like arrows took away the lives of dozens of wild dogs in an instant, and the attack of the dogs slowed down instantly. Blessed by the goddess of luck, look, Lord Daniel, a noble has come to save us. The servant jumped up in surprise. Great, great. A skinny old man opened the wooden curtain of the carriage and peeked out. Just one glance almost scared Daniel to the point of peeing. Damn it, fart on you, this is obviously a robber. It's over, it's over. I can't fulfill the Queen's royal mission. These cavalrymen are the elite of the night leaders. They are equipped with shining standard equipment and have 2 bags of armor-piercing feather arrows on the sides of their horses. They wore black burqas, and Field also equipped them with iron faceless masks, with only their eyes exposed, making them extremely ferocious. What's even worse is that this group of people were trained according to the old robbery cavalry method, and they really looked no different from bandits. The cavalry easily cut through the pack of dogs. Under the trampling of the war horses, countless crazy wild dogs were trampled to death. Although the wild dog king had become a first-level life, under the cavalry's shooting and charging, he could not hold on for a minute and was killed. Kill. Performing well. Field drove his horse forward leisurely, without asking any questions. Dear Ranger boy, please let us go. A few old men in the convoy ran out with their maids. They spoke fluently in the dialect of the Griffin province. We have no money and we don't have good food. These maids are given to you for your enjoyment. For the sake of the goddess of virtue. Come on, please let us go. Ah, Gerlos was the daughter of a baron. She couldn't hear this and immediately said angrily, "What a maid, what a ranger. We are nobles, not robbers." Everyone glanced at the cavalry of the knight leader and immediately felt an inexplicable sense of blood, as if they were all demons killed from hell and had no emotions at all. But thinking that no robber would have such sophisticated equipment, I was relieved. To Field's surprise, instead of becoming respectful, the group became arrogant. "It's not a robber, you damn idiot, you scared me." Hearing what was said outside, Daniel, who was hiding in the carriage, instantly felt confident. The trembling body was instantly healed. Stepping out of the carriage, Daniel squinted at the person. "Oh, that's great. We are Her Majesty the Queen's ministers. We are responsible for supervising the army. You must also be here to fight for Her Majesty the Queen." "That's right." Field nodded. "Yes, very loyal kid." Daniel sneered. "No one can disobey the Queen's order. If a noble tries to evade responsibility, we will never make it easy for him. Her Majesty the Queen is so wise, who would disobey her?" Field said meaningfully. "For example, those rebels who don't know how to live or die, and the greedy untouchables. Damn it, they just starved to death. They have to give me more work. I should enjoy my vacation now." Daniel changed the topic and said with a smile, "My child, what is your name? Thank you for your rescue. I will definitely use my contacts to help you in the next battle." "I am Field from the Ross family." Field said bluntly. "Haha, Baron Happy Bean." Daniel laughed out loud. The fear he had caused by leading the army at night disappeared instantly. He said arrogantly, "I hope you can fight bravely on the battlefield like your brother. Of course, be careful not to end up like your brother. His fate is that his body and head are in a different place." "What kind of attitude is this?" Ashna was unhappy and waved her spear. "We saved you. Fighting for us is your duty." Daniel rolled his eyes because Ashna was also wearing a mask and a white burqa. Daniel did not see that she was a wolf demi-human. He snorted coldly. "Besides, it's just a bunch of wild dogs. Do you think we can't deal with it? Will you save me?" His Field's eyes closed slightly, and he thought secretly, as the saying goes, if something is good from above, then everyone will follow suit. The Queen is very likely to take action against the nobles during the war. Of course, there is another big reason why imperial officials hate nobles. Officials and nobles are actually two different interest groups, representing bureaucrats and landlords respectively. They have a relationship of competition, cooperation, and mutual restriction. "Haha, but thank you for your help." Seeing Field's expression becoming more and more gloomy, Daniel didn't believe that a young noble would dare to do anything to him, but his tone softened a lot, and his body was slightly lowered. "Let's go, Sir Field. It's time for us to go find the governor. How is the situation on the front line?" Field did not let the other party lead him by the nose. He snorted disdainfully and just asked what he wanted to know. "Of course, it's a victory." Daniel didn't even think about it and immediately said with joy, "Hurry up and set off. You won't even get the military merit if it's too late." "Haha, Lord Daniel, you mean to say that a 5th-level divine choice was killed and 12 scouts and vanguards were annihilated? This is a victory." Behind everyone, the ruthless laughter of young people suddenly came. "Damn it, who dares to spread rumors about the Empire? I will cut you into 8 pieces." Daniel was furious, drew his sword and turned around. When Ashna was shocked, a breathless guy. Field turned around calmly and saw an evil young man in his 20s, leaning against a big tree with an arrogant attitude like a bully. Beside him was a melancholy girl with a world-weary look on her face. She was wearing a loose, ill-fitting robe with sleeves that even covered her hands. She looked like a ghost. "Cut it into 8 pieces. Haha, you'd better keep your word." The young man grinned and spread his arms. "I'm right here, come and chop me." "Master Adam, didn't you say you were going to have some fun? You're back so soon." Daniel's eyes seemed to be about to explode. His legs trembled and he knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Sir, I really didn't know it was you who came. Please forgive me. Since you are my father's loyal dog, I will let you go this time." Adam showed his big white teeth, "But you can't even hear my voice. It seems that these ears are useless." As soon as he finished speaking, the girl next to Adam blinked. The space fluctuated strangely. Putch Daniel's ears were crushed into pieces. "Wow, my ears." Daniel covered his bleeding ears and rolled around on the ground. "Just tell me, well done." Adam laughed. "You did a good job, you did a great job." Daniel yelled in pain, "I didn't want ears for a long time, thank you for your help." Adam waved his hand. "This is decent." What a strange ability. The other party's attack was too strange. Field stared at the girl, guessing the other party's divine system and abilities. "Are you Baron Field? I heard my father mention you. He said that you will become the queen's cannon fodder, haha. Adam said without any scruples, the army is quite powerful, but compared to your sister, there are not a small gap. This guy actually said it directly. Wasn't he afraid of causing trouble for his father? Field's mind was spinning, and he gave a light smile that was neither salty nor bland. Thank you for the compliment. But the beauty around you is no worse than your sister. She must have been played to death by you a long time ago. Staring at Gerlos, Adam smiled strangely. She is indeed a noble. Ordinary people like us can't play like that. Flower. Isn't it funny? Field was not frightened by the other party's ruffian behavior. He stared into the other party's eyes without any fear. Her Majesty the Queen appointed me to participate in the war just to watch a boring show, or to exchange private life. Adam said with an innocent face, I just said it casually, don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously, my dear Baron. Even if you beat me to death, you wouldn't dare to attack the noble. The murderous intention surged, and Field was very unhappy, thinking to himself, why are the people sent by the royal family all valuables? Don't be impulsive, my lord, his chosen one always feels very dangerous. Gerlos tugged on Field's sleeves. I know it well. Field nodded slightly. Let's go, ministers and Sir Field, I have to supervise the northern noble army. The Legion of the North is composed of nobles from the 4 provinces of Idavan, Rake, Highkeep, and Morrowind, and once also the northern province. Wait, why did your fleet become like this? Noticing that all the ministers were injured, and that the surroundings were full of wild dog corpses, Adam asked curiously. The ministers looked at each other speechlessly and could only laugh in embarrassment. Their soldiers have been dragged by Adam to search for local beauties and treasures, and they have to ask themselves in turn. Field felt disgusted when he saw him and ignored him lazily. After joining up with another cavalry team, they arrived at the city of Nogaisk, which was the agreed rendezvous point. The Legion's camp stretched for more than 10 miles, and various family flags, royal flags, and even personal battle flags float like a sea of flags. There are layers upon layers of military camps, filled with soldiers and laborers. Field, long time no see. Before they could pass through the sentry post, they met Lei Ying from the Nibelungen family. He was the commander of Field during the first counter-insurgency campaign. He was a tough guy with knightly virtues. Good day, Sir Lei Ying, Field said with standard aristocratic etiquette. It seems that this time we can fight side by side again. That's right, the ignorant rebels thought they could challenge the Empire by gathering some foreign troops. Lei Ying was in high spirits, stroking his unshaven chin. I still remember your performance last time. You were brave and fearless, and you were the first to break through the city wall. Field pretended to be regretful. It's a pity, I still want to continue charging with you, sir. There will be a chance. The opportunity to serve the country has come. We must make the Franvians understand the power of the Griffin Empire Knights. Lei Ying excitedly punched, making a terrifying sonic boom as if the enemy was standing in front of him. I will definitely do it. The two exchanged a few polite words. Sir, we caught a group of rogue knights. They looted the village here and killed all the men in the village. Rogue knights? They are just bandits who took advantage of the chaos to rob. What a joke, bring them here. Lei Ying was furious. Foraging is fine, but killing free people violates the imperial law. Foraging means letting soldiers search for food. This behavior is not serious, but killing the people is too much. They are really knights. The soldier who reported was nervous. Soon, the knights of the Nibelungen family came with a group of noisy guys tied with chains. Wearing golden armor and a long sword inlaid with gems, Field couldn't believe that they really caught a group of knights. Following them were 50 or 60 female villagers, the youngest of whom looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. The cattle, sheep, and property in the village were also brought back. The women cried and cried. Field shook his head when he saw it, lamenting in his heart that the most unlucky people in war are always ordinary people. Sir, looking at their clothes, they are definitely not ordinary bandits and robbers. They are probably the guards of a certain big noble, so let them go. Lei Ying's men immediately reminded them. Almost laughing out loud, Field thought to himself, how could Lei Ying let him go in front of so many people when he shouted that he would be severely punished? Otherwise, where would you put your face? HMPH, no matter who subordinate he is. The punishment he deserves cannot be less. Lei Ying planned to whip them twice, a small punishment but a big punishment, but a playful reply came from behind. They are my men. Who? We met them again. Field turned around and it was Adam who he met before. Lei Ying was stunned for a moment. drove his horse forward, pinched his throat, and said in a voice as warm as the spring breeze, "It turns out he is Mr. Auster's son. He is really an extraordinary and handsome young man. Thank you for your hard work coming all the way. Let's talk about the massacre of the village first, Lord Lei Ying." Adam smiled. "Mr. Adam, after the Queen increased taxes, our income has been greatly reduced. These villages must not only provide us with money, but also maintain the supply of food and supplies. Just let the soldiers grab some money. Mass killing may have a negative impact on the royal family, bad reputation. Besides, the subjects are the property of our nobles." Lei Ying had tried to speak as gently as possible. Even if the other party had a big background, he still had to compensate for infringing on the interests of the nobles. "Sir, who is this guy? Is he so powerful?" Ashna came up and asked curiously. "Auster is one of the Queen's chief advisors, and her right-hand man," Field explained. "They are not nobles who control the land, but imperial officials who only manage the land for the Queen. What's interesting is that their chosen ones also advance normally. The nobility owned and managed the land. Imperial officials did not own land but could manage it on their behalf. Both of the chosen ones can grow normally. However, it is rumored that the chosen ones of the imperial officials are not easy to mislead their skills and are highly professional. The disadvantage is that the growth of the chosen one is extremely slow, and the chosen civilian has a random profession after the third level, almost 100% of which are auxiliary." After listening to Lei Ying's words, Adam sneered and said, "Since it is the property of the nobles, then I will pay compensation. How much does it cost for each of the people I killed?" 10 gold coins, after all they are free people. Please compensate their families and restrain the troops." Lei Ying said solemnly, "Well, how can I put it? I am also the executor of the Queen's will." A smile appeared on Adam's lips and he strode towards a victim girl. "I'm sorry for destroying your home. I will compensate you with gold coins. May I ask how many of your relatives were killed?" The girl was crying miserably, but when she saw that the other party was wearing noble clothes and looking handsome, her mind was filled with fantasies. Feeling that he had met a handsome and domineering good man, he immediately cried, "I have 3 relatives. Take 40 gold coins." Adam snapped his fingers. The world-weary god chosen beside him tilted his head and actually dropped 40 gold coins out of thin air. Could it be a space type? Field already knew in his mind. It's probably a type I've never seen before. "Give me too much, Mr. Adam. Fairness is the beauty of our nobles." Lei Ying hadn't finished his words yet. Adam actually pulled out the gorgeous dagger from his waist and plunged it into the victim girl's neck. Listening to her screams, Adam directly cut off her head. "Fuck you, madman." Field was disgusted by his cruel operation. "Now I paid. Don't forget to compensate the local nobles for me." With a smile, Adam looked at the remaining people. "No, don't. Please let us go." The villagers were shocked and wanted to escape but found that they could not take a step at all. Smiling wildly, Adam stabbed the villagers present to death one by one. A small mountain of gold coins was piled on the ground and blood was splashed everywhere, even forming a pool of blood. He said happily, "Now there is no idiot who will be dissatisfied with Her Majesty the Queen. I am right, Lord Lei Ying. Come on, let's go see the governor." Adam took the captured guards with him, ignored Lei Ying who looked extremely ugly and strode away. How dare these bastards who have no land or army and only know how to manipulate people's hearts dare to be so arrogant. Lei Ying spat and left unhappily, not caring about the gold coins and the piles of corpses on the ground. A team of people will come and bury them. Feeling inexplicably uncomfortable, Field became increasingly unhappy. Although he never claims to be a good person, the fact that he slaughters innocent people for fun is simply unacceptable. You can't keep this stuff. Field is wary of Lamin. With the army stationed, Field went to find Governor Takelin. This important minister of the Queen once commanded the first counterinsurgency campaign. Of course, it was this guy who let the cavalry attack the spear formation head-on, causing heavy casualties to the noble coalition. Tusk looking back. His strange operation at the time was probably a smart move. Field snorted disdainfully. Maybe it was the Queen's instruction. "My Lord Governor, Baron Field has come to report." The beautiful maid took Field to a gorgeous and huge tent and reported softly, "Oh, the warrior chosen by the Queen is here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Taklin is a fat middle-aged man with hair combed like a judge. He looks majestic and a little funny. "Hello, Governor. HMPH, have you brought all the supplies that Her Majesty wants? The governor moved his body with difficulty, with expectation in his eyes. Of course. I brought 200,000 gold coins for Her Majesty. Field was very unhappy. Although he spoke in a respectful tone, he roared in anger in his heart. Wait, soon I will have to take back these gold coins twice. No one can plunder my property. The money that Yimu received was all robbed by himself, 1 gold coin at a time, so how could he allow others to rob him? What, only 200,000? Didn't I write to you? Another 100,000 gold coins must be added. This is related to whether the war will be won. Taklin was furious. Find a way immediately and ask your family for it. No one cares if you have any difficulties. Solve it for me quickly. This governor is not only an important minister of the Queen, but also has a deep family foundation. He is not afraid of anyone. Field clenched his fists, wishing to pound his stinky face immediately, but he still suppressed his inner irritability. He kept telling himself that a little impatience will ruin a big plan. I have separated the other 100,000 gold coins. Shouldn't they be transported to the adult's tent? Taklin smiled and was very satisfied. What are you talking about? These are all for Her Majesty the Queen. I will transport them to where they should go. You did a good job. In fact, I wrote 150,000 gold coins before, but seeing that you have a lot of chivalry, let's leave it like this. Taklin stamped the gorgeous magic scroll with his personal seal. The financial officer in the Griffin Imperial City received the information about Field's payment of gold coins. Only then was Field's responsibility fulfilled. He waved his hand impatiently. Very good, let's go to the front line as soon as possible. I need to recruit some mercenaries, please give me some time. Field said bluntly, the Night Territory has no population and I need mercenaries to help. That's okay. Mercenaries are very important to the war situation. Go ahead and do it. I will give you a few days. After leaving the governor's camp and not in a hurry to go back, Field opened the small map, which clearly marked the symbols of all the surrounding creatures, except for the chosen ones who had been contracted. To be on the safe side, he also put living animals in the treasure chest. However, it seems to be a redundant operation now. Things will be easier to handle if he knows the convoy where the governor keeps the money. If you dare to take my money, you won't get the chance to swallow it. Keeping an eye on the moving marks on the mini-map, the gold coins given to the Queen was sent to the Nagaisk treasury surrounded by allied forces. They would then be sent to the Imperial City by a large teleportation array. There was nothing that could be done in the short term. But the 100,000 gold coins given to the governor were loaded onto the carriage, ready to be sent to the governor's private treasury along with the gifts from other nobles. Let's take it back from you first, the kind that comes with interest, jai jai jai. Field snorted coldly and returned to his camp unhurriedly. The soldiers of the Knight Leader had already set up the camp. J-Rose, take 50 cavalry and help me recruit mercenaries. When the time comes, you will lead the mercenaries. Garroth held up the hem of his skirt and said with a decisive look on his face, I got it, my lord, even if it means sacrificing his life. It's not that bad, Field said with embarrassment. The budget is 5,000 gold coins. Try to recruit highly professional mercenaries. You won't be too expensive if you have more. In the Griffin Empire, mercenary fighting is extremely popular. Their fighting power is much stronger than that of serfs, and they don't feel bad when they die. Don't sneak away while I'm away. J-Rose cast a suspicious look. When the time comes, I will be the chosen god of killing without anyone to protect me, and I will be dead. Field laughed out loud, invited her to eat some roasted chestnuts, and scolded her with a smile. Why are you like a child? That's what I am. Haha, why don't you usually play with me? Making a face, Garroth laughed non-stop and strolled out playfully. Be careful on the road. Field shouted, it's not that I don't take her with me to play. The first-level divine choice is too easy to die suddenly. I take her this time mainly to help her avenge. After all her family members were killed by the rebels. As a lord, he must not ignore their pain. Field. Philomena wandered into the room with a fairy spirit. Her expression was complicated. She bit her lip as if she had made some kind of determination. Little Moon, what's your expression? It looks like you are constipated. Field had a doting expression on his face. He moved forward to pinch Philomena's face, but his hand was frozen in the air. Wait a minute, you are the sun now. How did you wake up on your own? Why can't I wake up if I want to? Do you think you can control me at will? Philomena slapped Field's hand away in disgust. Okay, noble Miss Faramine, what are you going to do? If you want to fight and kill, I will call you. Field didn't want to chat with Philomena in this state. The perception was no different from chatting with Beau. Anyway, all she could think about was killing people. Snored. After biting her lip and remaining silent for a moment, Faramine floated. Her long golden hair like a graceful and luxurious curtain. Immediately afterwards, she raised her flawless Giorgio without any decoration in front of Field. Nah, hey, what? Field was confused and deeply shocked. Are you corrupted? Why did you suddenly become weird? Isn't that what you said? As long as we defeat the corrupt lord and seize the battleship, we must, hey. Philomena's voice became smaller and smaller and she couldn't speak at all. She just spat with an expression of disgust and resentment. You damn pervert, you will suffer my revenge, but after all, I am the original ultimate disaster. Keep your word. Field was sweating profusely and suddenly remembered that he had indeed joked with this guy at that time. However, given Faramine's nature, she would probably beat her up immediately if she touched her. Forget it, I'm just teasing you. Huh? What do you mean? Field wanted to give this arrogant guy a step up, but to his surprise, Philomena was dissatisfied. She bit her naturally moist lips. You are willing to hang out with despicable demi-humans and corrupt creatures, but you actually look down on nobles. The disaster of destruction. I'm no worse than anyone else. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly, and Faramine looked like she was about to explode. Damn it, don't get excited. Field was speechless, meeting such a live treasure, at least not in broad daylight. This is still a military camp. It will be embarrassing to be bumped into. We will talk about it after we get back. If a noble commander is caught doing strange things in the military camp, his career as a commander will be over. But one thing is that Philomena's body is weak in bones, but rich in muscles. She is obviously very smooth, but it gives people a feeling of being fragile and in need of care, fragrant and weak. No, it must be now. Faramine waved her hand and declared domineeringly, I want to see who dares to meddle in other people's business. I'll kill whoever comes. Hurry up. Sir, it's time for us to set off. Ashina opened the camp door lively, her eyes flashing with the light of gold coins. She kept wagging her tail. I'll grab it. The convoy transporting the coins hasn't set off yet. Wait a minute. Field shook his head. Isn't he going to take it with the army? That means you can't get it. Ashina suddenly became depressed. Field reassured. If you can rob, don't worry if you can't rob. It's no big deal if we rob his city next time. Okay, I'll listen to you adults. Nodding obediently, Ashina looked at Philomena with a confused look on her face. Why are you here? Aren't you going to sleep? Because Philomena's soul is fragile, she needs to sleep for a long time. Can't sleep, there are too many annoying demi-humans. Faramine turned her face away coldly. Wait a little longer. Field laughed. After staying in the camp for 3 days, the main city of Nojisk sent the nobles away in batches. Unknowingly, most of the surrounding military camps were vacant, and most of the troops had already rushed to the front line. An enemy has sneaked in, it seems. Is it Night Owl? Field was discussing the location of the raid with Ashina and was busy studying the terrain map. Ashina's nose twitched slightly, and she said with a speechless face, Those Sheikun you released came to you after smelling the smell. Are they here to recruit you to surrender? Ashina said nervously, Sir, you must not be loyal to those rebels. They are in the far west and we are in the far north. We cannot take care of them at all. We are just benefiting them in vain. You're right. Field said to reassure Asuna, I do think they might come to rescue our friends. If you have sensitive ears, go outside Grey Pigeon's camp and see if this is the case. If they are suspected of sneak attack, sound the alarm immediately. Okay, Ashina nodded repeatedly. But more than this, I'm curious about how they found them. Field rubbed his chin. Night Owl may have a sophisticated intelligence network. Without reaching out, Ashina sneaked out and hid in the dark. Just as Field expected, the 2 men from Night Owl, wearing green robes, dodged the patrolling soldiers and entered the camp. After some searching, the 2 found Grey Pigeon's tent. Yunduo, do you think Grey Pigeon and the others are being held here? That's what our internal correspondent said. Yunduo, the chosen one from the Night Owl Sisterhood, kept looking around. SHH, Little Lion, don't talk. This is the camp of the Northern Noble Army. If you are discovered, we are dead. Okay. Little Lion Brinda nodded helplessly and said sadly, they must have suffered inhuman torture. If you are caught by a noble, you can imagine the fate. There's no other way. It'll be good if you can survive. Yunduo was also very worried. She couldn't even imagine how miserable they were when they saw Huey G and the others. Being turned into a reproduction machine is already considered a mercy. They have seen even more tragic scenes many times. The two of them entered Field's camp with trepidation. As soon as they entered the camp, Brenda almost guessed the secretly buried nail board trap. She hurriedly controlled her body and almost made no sound. Who? Immediately. 7 or 8 wolf cavalrymen caught the slight sound and came over to patrol with vigilance. There are many cavalry. This noble's army is very strong. The fighting spirit of the third level surges wildly. They are all divinely chosen guards, and their combat effectiveness and perception abilities are far superior to ordinary people. Seeing that she was about to be surrounded, Brenda even began to plan a fight. Damn mice. The wolf cavalry suddenly lost interest in the sound and scattered away. Scared me to death. Brenda patted the oversized bunny. Be careful, I found Gray Pigeon and the others. Young duo looked complicated. Oh, I don't know what they have become. The clouds pulled Brenda, hiding here and there, and got into the Gray Pigeon's tent. Wild who? As soon as the two entered the camp, Gray Pigeon and Ellen was startled. Brenda was dumbfounded, not because of the tragedy she saw, but because of the comfortable environment in front of her, which was beyond Brenda's expectation. There were no foul smells, torture devices, or perverted soldiers lining up. There are only spacious tents, neat camp beds, and bread, fruit, and tea on the small table. Gray Pigeon and Ellen were playing the game of throwing stones out of boredom. The two of them were wearing decent clothes, their faces were rosy, and they even looked a little more noble. One look at them showed that they were living a good life. Oh, sisters. Gray Pigeon was stunned for a moment, then happily greeted her. I miss you so much. Go away. Brenda was anxious. Did you betray everyone in exchange for good life? What are you talking about? Gray Pigeon stepped back with a pale face as if struck by lightning. No, I have always been looking forward to being reunited and fighting to overthrow the Griffin Empire. Calm down. At the critical moment, Ellen said the key point. Little lion, don't you know Field? It was Field who caught us. It's that bastard, so it's not surprising. He is indeed an anomaly among the nobility, and he can be regarded as an extremely kind and good person. Brenda understood instantly and was embarrassed. She looked down subtly. You. Don't mention this. The atmosphere was frozen, and everyone present was looked over by him, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Let's leave here quickly, young duo urged. Gray Pigeon shook his head repeatedly. Field promised us that he would let us go. It would be too much to leave without saying a word. Then go and tell him. This guy is very hateful. I want to teach him a lesson. Brenda's mind went blank. She subconsciously said it, but immediately regretted it. Forget it. I don't want to see him. It's definitely not good, ever since they found out about this guy. Field seemed to be their nemesis, being tricked by him every time. Farewell, mother-in-law, mother-in-law. The front line is only about to break out, and everyone is extremely important now. Young duo said sternly like a big sister, our comrades are sacrificing every minute and every second. How long are you going to play with each other? We will resign from Field, but not now. Ellen closed his eyes slightly. By the way, we can steal some confidential information and severely attack the nobles. This is okay. Young duo began to think. How could you do this? Gray Pigeon couldn't accept it. He forgave us, gave us food and jobs, and promised to let us go back. If we are so despicable, what difference will we have from the cruel nobles? That's what war is like. Young duo grabbed Huey G's hand and said seriously, it can save a lot of our people. Besides, when we win, we will let Field go, which is fair. Under the siege of many countries, the stupid Queen of Griffins will definitely lose. There was silence for a long time. Huey G pursed his lips and just fell on the camp bed, covering his face and crying. Erlin said seriously, you wait for us outside first. After I get the information, I will bring Huey G to meet you. The people of Night Owl came quickly and left quickly. Ashina hid in the dark, her wolf ears shaking constantly. Afterwards, Ashina reported everything she heard to Field. Sir, in my opinion, they are assassins after all. Pointing at her neck, Ashina said without emotion. Killing them and taking the artifact is the most profitable. You are right, the Night Owl is our enemy after all. Field paced back and forth in the big tent, and after careful consideration his eyes narrowed slightly. However, the enemy is not just the Night Owl, they must be let go. With the rebels, having one more own person who can speak well is equivalent to leaving yourself an unreliable insurance. In case the Queen really loses, having 2 more people who speak well can give you a glimmer of hope. The biggest reason is that the relationship between himself and the dignitaries of the Empire is very bad, and there is no need to please those villains. Since they want to steal intelligence, let them steal it. Field smiled mysteriously. He had seen on the small map that the governor's convoy transporting treasures had left the camp. As soon as the little lion and the others left, Erlin couldn't sit still. Thinking of the rebel soldiers falling down one after another, she stood up and said, "We will resign from Field now, and then find an opportunity to steal intelligence and leave immediately." After getting ready, the two of them didn't want to be seen by the soldiers, so they sneaked out and sneaked to Field's tent. Fortunately, there were no guards around, so it was easy to sneak. Before she lifted the curtain, Erlin heard Field's complaints from inside. "This route is too dangerous. We have to go back and forth to transport important materials for the Imperial Army. If they are intercepted by the enemy, the consequences will be disastrous." Ashina held back her smile. She had heard the two's movements a long time ago, but she didn't want to expose them. She pretended to be surprised. "It's impossible. This is the heartland of the Empire. How could someone rob a noble's convoy?" "No, it's very likely." Field said hatefully, "Resources are scarce recently. Bandits and nobles disguised as privateers are everywhere. If the enemy ambushes in this forest, they are likely to succeed." "Sir, this is not our business." "Don't think so much. Anyway, the loss will not affect us." "That's right, it's none of my business. Asuna, go and kill 2 deer for me. I want to eat venison." Field yawned. "I'm too tired from being busy these days. I'll take a break." Yexiao and the other 2 hurriedly dodged and waited for Asuna to leave humming a little tune. A gleam flashed in Erlin's eyes. "Did you hear that? An important convoy of supplies. You can't do that." Grey Pigeon was furious. "This is betrayal. It will bring trouble to Field." "This matter doesn't affect Field. It won't be a big deal." Erlin coaxed and lied. "Think about it. As long as we get a lot of supplies, the soldiers on the front line can get food, and we can buy more magic equipment from the Dragon Tower." Okay. After coaxing and lying, Grey Pigeon's emotions were stabilized. The 2 waited for a while, opened the curtain, and saw Field sleeping, then tiptoed into the tent. "Field," Erlin shouted in a very low voice, "if you don't answer, you are a pig." Field resisted the anger of jumping up and kicking them away and continued to pretend to sleep. "Zzz, alas, dead pig, we owe you." Erlin was amused by his own childishness and urged in a low voice, "Look quickly, copy down all the maps, letters, or troop deployments." After searching, Erlin found a map on the table. "That's it, the route of the supply convoy." The map even had 3 or 4 ambush sites thoughtfully marked. Since there were only a few roads of this era that could accommodate large convoys, it was not difficult to estimate the route. Of course, it didn't matter if the estimate was wrong. The chosen ones had strong search capabilities, and it was easy to find the convoy if the general direction was correct. Hee, Field, you've finally been tricked by me today." Erlin was so proud that he quickly copied it down. Not finding any other valuable information, the 2 of them tiptoed out, left a farewell letter in their tent, and fled the barracks. The whole journey went smoothly, and the 2 of them couldn't believe it. Traitors who betray their own people. Ashina was so angry that she kicked the gun angrily and stabbed a flower in the direction they left. Fortunately, when they were in the night territory, we restricted their range of activities. "I owe you a map," Feiluamanai said coldly with her hands folded across her chest. "Fortunately, they escaped on their own. If they are tracked down, it has nothing to do with us." Asuna held her forehead. Field brushed the long sword at her waist with her palm. "Let's prepare for business. If they dare to swallow my gold coins, I will make them spit out twice as much." "My lord, will they really attack the caravan?" "It's best for them to attack. It's easy and they can take the blame. It doesn't matter if they don't attack. The initiative is in our hands." Field waved his hand. "Let's go. Now there are many people and eyes. Just the 3 of us will act." Riding Asuna's giant wolf, everyone followed the caravan for a while. After confirming that the caravan was really loaded with supplies, they calculated the direction they were heading. The 3 of them quickly came to the road they had to pass. There were woods on the left and rivers on the right. They lurked patiently. "Asuna, your artifact is too obvious. The night owl is very familiar with you. Don't do it if you can, just follow my orders." Feiluamanai, "This time it depends mainly on your output." "Yeah." Feiluamanai nodded lightly, but the corner of her mouth was a smile of victory. "My lord, I suddenly have a question." Asuna couldn't calm down and turned into a curious baby. "Humans have powerful teleportation magic. Why don't they use teleportation for transportation?" "Humans are the favorites of the goddess. and can learn all kinds of magical magic and fighting spirit. Although the subhumans are brave and strong, most races know nothing about magic. Only smart species such as fox subhumans and dragon subhumans can master magic. Good question. Because the cost of fixed teleportation arrays is too high. It is even more difficult for magicians to teleport. Just like in order to transport a truck of supplies, you won't go to dig out a subway. Large teleportation arrays require energy nodes and massive magic cores in large cities, and they only lead to another large city. Field explained. Only the 6th-level Great Magician has the ability to teleport a large number of troops, and there are strict requirements for weight and life level. Otherwise, it is very likely to be strangled to slag by space turbulence. Otherwise, with a bunch of archers, teleport to shoot arrows and teleport away immediately after shooting arrows back and forth, wouldn't it be invincible? Comparable to flying Thunder God. I see. Around the afternoon, the Night Owl's people really came, a full 6 gods chosen. This time they seem to have learned their lesson and did not bring any more dragging guys. There must be a secret base of the Night Owl in the nearby province. Most of the Night Owl's people were familiar faces, indicating that they often moved around nearby. After surveying the terrain, the Night Owl found a secret place to hide. The governor's convoy came later than everyone expected, and it was not until the next morning that it slowly came. A team of 100 knights led the way in the front. All of them were 3rd-level fighting spirit, and their necks were shining with the simplified mark of the goddess of war. The convoy loaded with supplies followed behind, escorted by 300 soldiers. Miss Catherine, how do you think the outcome of this battle will be? The green-haired God's Chosen drove a warhorse to the side of the leader God's Chosen. Winning or losing is never important. Catherine sneered. Samantha, as long as we gain benefits, does the rest matter? Sacrificing 10,000 untouchables to bring us 1 gold coin is a profit. The country can lose the war, but we cannot lose money. Then Master Takalin, there is no need to be so active. The 3rd divine choice came running in long strides, carrying a huge war hammer. His speed was the same as that of a Warcraft horse. It's both money and effort, so it's better to sit back and wait for profit. Sailing against the current, power and strength are earned. If you don't advance, you will retreat. A flash of light flashed in Kathleen's eyes. The faster the empire decays, the more time comes to share the cake. This is also the time when the governor does not hesitate to be reviled. It's also a matter of profit. Those stupid and cowardly little nobles have no idea that they will all be wiped out by the governor soon. Grace, who was carrying the war hammer, said worriedly, "There won't be any resistance if those little nobles take revenge on us. What they don't dare to do is just a bunch of trash who bullies the weak and is afraid of the strong. Wait a minute, there's such a strong killing intent." Kaiser was suddenly startled and looked straight at the forest ahead. Perception is so strong. Field, who was hiding in another place, couldn't help but be shocked. Why are you so strong? Night Owl's people took advantage of the large number of people and ran out on their own. Ashina laughed angrily and pointed to the jungle in the distance, but the transport convoy is a 3rd-level divine choice. They are 6 against 3, which makes sense. Tusk, I thought they were smart. Field held his head. Showing up on your own initiative, why bother laying an ambush? A whirlwind carrying divine power blew in the sky. Night Owl's people, with full pretentiousness, wearing assassin costumes whose faces could not be seen clearly, appeared by stepping on the leaves, full of momentum. Who? Someone really dares to rob the governor's transport convoy. Catherine snorted disdainfully and thrust the Griffon flag in her hand into the soil. The hundreds of Dukai around him showed no fear at all. They roared fight in unison, and the pale golden Dukai surged wildly. Jackals of the Empire, you have plundered too much wealth from innocent people. It's time to hand it over. We, the Night Owls, will kill you all. The 6 members of Night Owl burst out with divine power at the same time, and ripples of terrifying aura spread out like ocean waves. The surrounding war horses were so frightened that they kept digging on the ground. With the large number of people, clowns dare to come out and act recklessly. Caitlin's face was gloomy, but she did not panic at all. I am Catherine, the daughter-in-law of Governor Takalin. Remember, I will write a revenge list in the future. When the time comes, your relatives and friends will need it. After saying that, she gave a sharp scolding, and the violent aura of the goddess of war swept out, like an extremely domineering wall, ruthlessly tearing apart the fragile flesh and blood. The momentum of the 6 Izayo people was actually defeated. Deploy 5 10-man teams, and asked nearby sentry posts to add more troops. It's just a humanoid divine power storage tank that can't be used. Catherine seemed to know many secrets. Seeing Yi Zio's confused look, she didn't say much but summoned the artifact lance. Goddess of guns, I will follow your edge and recast the light of the god of war. The goddess of war is a rich pantheon with branches such as guns, bows, hammers, etc. The god of slaughter is also one of them, and it is inconspicuous. When death is imminent, you damn vampires speak arrogantly. Yi Zio and everyone were furious. Samantha, Grace, follow me to hunt these rats. With a flick of her lance, Kathleen charged forward. With a third-level divine choice as a knight's retinue, its strength is self-evident. Yes, sir. One of the two men took out a warhammer, the other took out a double-edged gun. Followed closely behind. The surrounding third-level grudge knights immediately protected the chosen one and charged. Little Lion Brenda took the lead, and the Mad Lion's shadow shot out a continuous stream of lion claws, tearing apart 3 cavalrymen one after another. But the god-chosen guards are not ordinary knights after all. Cavalrymen found the right moment, fighting skills, a critical edge. The heavy lance hit Brenda's shadow shield hard, scattering a large amount of divine power. Damn it, these guys are so hard to kill. Brenda was about to fight back when her heartbeat suddenly accelerated wildly and her breathing became rapid. Little Lion, be careful. Gray Pigeon, who was in charge of assisting, quickly reminded there was a sharp sound of breaking wind, and Catherine's artifact lance had arrived. The turbulent flow of divine power brought by the lavender lance had not yet hit the little lion, but the little lion's divine power was rapidly declining. Third-level magical skill, Lion King Wind Howling Bullet. The violent wind bombs blasted out, and Kathleen moved forward against the strong wind, but her clothes were torn to pieces. She continued to charge with the mosaic covering her body and stabbed the stunned Brenda directly with her spear. What, you actually rushed over with my magical skills? Brenda immediately carried it with both hands. Third-level divine skill, Purple Thunder Spear. A spear was thrust out and lightning flashed across the sky and earth. Brenda's hands were crushed to pieces and the 2 plump rabbits were blown alive by the strong wind. Dissociation. At the critical moment, Brenda immediately chose the dissociation artifact to save her heart from being shattered. Her face was full of horror. What kind of monster is this? Fortunately, Gray Pigeon was powerful and provided everyone with a speed-increasing effect in advance, so Brenda took the opportunity to escape. Turning her head, Brenda looked around, almost popping her eyes out. Night Owl's 6-man group was actually beaten by the enemy. Wyan, the strongest among them, could withstand the attack of the green-haired gods chosen and could barely fight in a duel. Even Yun Duo, Lin and the others were surrounded by the enemy's ordinary combat power. The soldiers stabbed, shot arrows or took out instant magic scrolls, while the grudge knights charged back and forth, throwing out fighting skills which actually made Yun Duo run away with his head covered. It's over, it's over. The little lion Brenda was in a daze. Have we been fooled? This is a trap. The enemy is too strong. Ha ha ha, the Night Owl will not be defeated. It's hard to say the enemy's army is indeed a little more. Field lowered his eyes. I am increasingly suspicious that the guy behind the Night Owl may have some interesting things, otherwise the Night Owl can't be weak. Maybe we can follow the clues and find the secret. Ashna happily held the feather arrows, and without using divine power, she shot and killed the people sent by the convoy to ask for help one by one. Let's take action, otherwise they may leave 2 bodies. It will be difficult to find such a useful guy in the future. Field nodded slightly. Philomeni used the 2nd divine skill to support them, just keep the balance, and both sides will consume physical strength. Otherwise, the Night Owls, these idiots, may steal our benefits. No problem. Philomeni stretched out her snow-white and slender fingers like a sniper and lightly tapped the enemy with a hammer. The terrifying black divine skill exploded, causing the surrounding ground to tremble slightly. Grace was beating up Night Owl and was enjoying it when suddenly her back felt hot. Her flesh and blood burst, her bones shattered, and Philomena's divine skill, Original Annihilation, hit her back directly. Grace felt a sweetness in her throat and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Be careful, there are more than 6 enemies. They have hidden mages or archers in the forest. Enduring the severe pain in her back, Grace shouted a warning. It should be the strength of the 3rd level. It hurts me to death. The pure and powerful destructive power caused her serious damage. Endless weeds. Catherine blocked the attack of the Night Owl, pulled back, and commanded neatly. Infantry all rush into the forest and kill one enemy to reward 10,000 gold coins. When the soldiers heard that there was so much money, their eyes lit up and they rushed into the forest like crazy. The rest of you continue to deal with the enemies in front of you. These trash can't hold on for long. Catherine was not afraid at all and shouted for a crazy fight. Hey, do we have any support? The people of the Night Owl were also confused. I don't know, it may be the enemy. Let's get rid of the jackals of the Empire first. After Grace was injured, the people of the Night Owl finally breathed a sigh of relief and barely stabilized the situation. The enemy's infantry is coming. The bow and arrow in Ashna's hand could not handle so many enemies. I'd better use my divine power. It's just 100 or so small fish. The seeds of destruction floated out, and the temperature around them began to rise suddenly. Feiluamanai injected divine power into them frantically. Feiluamanai, you just need to continue to support Night Owl and leave the ordinary soldiers to me, so that you don't have to sleep everywhere. Field drew out 2 swords from his back. One was the flame sword obtained from the adventurer, and the other was his own wind thorn sword, both of which were divine weapons and unstoppable. In addition, with the possession of Frenita, he was no longer afraid. It was originally a 3rd-level fighting knight, and the cat was a peak 1st-level divine power. The enemy is there, warriors, charge. A centurion saw Field jumping out and shouted immediately. The surrounding soldiers swarmed in, and all kinds of bows, javelins, and low-level magic bombarded. Frenita was known for her speed and agility. After the possession state, Field inherited some of her attributes. I can see through the enemy's attack trajectory and make good use of it. Frenita lazily reminded and fell into hibernation again. The strange white flames rose up, and Field's eyes quickly turned amber. The flying objects around him were no different from those fixed in the air. So this is how it feels. Field felt very novel. He shook his body twice, passed through the dense projectiles, and dodged the spears that were stabbing at him. The long sword in his hand hit the face of the centurion, and the sharp artifact cut the soldier in 2 from top to bottom like tofu. Blood splashed on the soldiers around like ink, and the hot blood splashed, and the fanatical soldiers were half cold. Without giving the enemy a chance to react, Field used the cat-like knife skills with the 2 swords in his hands. Like a butterfly fluttering, 12 soldiers' necks were cut off in an instant, and they rolled on the ground and died. What is that so fast? All the soldiers were shocked. They could only see a vague figure, harvesting the lives of their companions at a rapid speed. Silver light flashed, Field rushed left and right among the governor's soldiers. He didn't even need to cut them with a sword. Just being infected by the strange white flame of the cat would almost kill him. The white flame was like a maggot attached to the body, sticking to the body. The infected soldiers rolled on the ground and were soon devoured by the flames. When the flames dissipated, the burned soldiers turned into gray and white corrupted monsters, biting everyone they saw. I forgot that cats are corrupted creatures, and they are highly contagious. Field smacked his lips. I have to burn the bodies later. Otherwise, wherever he ran, there would be a tide of corruption, which was too keeking. Devil, it's a devil. How dare I think about the bounty? The soldiers' morale collapsed, and they turned around and ran away without armor. And those who fled were sniped by Ashna from a distance, which was extremely tragic. On the other side, as expected, Izayo and others were completely passive, and the 3 of them dissociated the artifact. Only Wyan, Erlin, and Huige still had some strength left, and Huige was still an auxiliary without combat power. Fortunately, there was the firepower cover of Feiluamanai, otherwise it would not be surprising if half of them died. Catherine was indeed getting braver and braver, suppressing Wyan's violent attacks, and the dense spear light was as urgent as drizzle, forcing Wyan to dodge constantly. Several times the spear light passed through the hair, and Wyan didn't even look away, constantly slashing out with the long sword and colliding with the enemy. You are not bad, but it ends here. The power of the goddess of war is not something you lowly people can look at directly. The purple lightning snake as thick as an arm wrapped around Catherine's gun body, and the domineering power of the god of war, wrapped in thunder, shook the surrounding air humming. The clothes all over her body burst, revealing a slightly brown body like fitness. It's just that there are a lot of strange words on her body, such as Tacklin's pet and lovely daughter-in-law, which is a bit surprising. Level 3 Divine Skill, God of War Thunder. When the amplification Divine Skill was used, Catherine's momentum was instantly raised to the extreme, and her amazing fighting spirit actually spread out like a substance. In the distance, Ashina's fighting spirit was also ignited. Interesting, her amplification divine skill just now was half the strength of Rosaria's blood-stained constellation. The chosen ones of the Imperial Army are indeed strong, and they are all elite. After Field completely defeated the enemy, he was panting and still in an excited state. You know, it takes time and injuries for Rosaria to accumulate the blood-stained constellation, but she can use it instantly. The dignitaries can select 1 out of 100, and select the powerful chosen ones. My lord, I want to take action. Asuna was jealous. Her thunder power is almost the same as the thunder god of the natural god system. They are mine. Phylum and I stood in front of Asuna without hesitation. I can handle it. Hearing a loud, clang sound, Catherine brutally shot out. Her own god's chosen guards around her were the first to be twisted by her own divine power, and 7 or 8 knights were torn into pieces in an instant. Don't let us get involved, big sister. What a terrifying power, worthy of being a lord. Catherine's 2 followers immediately moved away. You can't stop it, go quickly. The gray pigeon tried to turn into a big pigeon to resist. It was knocked away by Wyan. Then, Wyan dissociated the artifact without hesitation to resist. Erlin also dissociated the artifact to help resist. 3 different divine power flows clashed fiercely. Just like an egg breaking in just half a minute, the divine power flow on the side of the night owl was shattered, and everyone was defeated immediately. Wyan vomited blood with a pale face, and even in the blood there was a faint sound of thunder. We lost. Although they didn't want to admit it, the people of Night Owl felt the extreme despair at this moment. They were the first to attack, and they were 6 against 3, but they were killed by the enemy. There is no way to win. Is this the power of the Imperial nobles? Izayo's people fell into despair and no longer thought about robbing supplies, but turned around and ran away. Fortunately, the gray pigeon still had supernatural power and immediately set off a powerful wind to cover everyone's retreat. We have eliminated most of the god's chosen guards and consumed the enemy's divine power and physical energy. It is enough. Although Night Owl was defeated, among the 3 members of the Imperial Army, only Catherine was in better condition. 2 of her retinues were obviously seriously injured. Field sighed secretly. Before, he was thinking about how to prevent Night Owl from taking away too many trophies. Now it seems that the previous worries are completely unnecessary. They simply don't have the strength to grab it. Phylomna, fire them. Field handed over a white mask. By the way, take this with you so no one can see it. Fielder punched the air. Let them see the power of Knight Leader value. I know that you have the ability to choose a profession chosen by God. The choice after advancement is still yours. What do you mean? Field's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, it would be great to be able to break through to the 3rd level. Yimu led her and spent a lot of effort on her behalf. Now that she has someone who can take the lead, she is naturally happy. The corners of Phylomna's mouth curled up without leaving any trace, and then she snorted coldly. Don't choose randomly. Putting on the mask, Eremine held the floating sky-burning world-destroying seed in her slender hands, descending leisurely like a banished immortal. This time, she no longer concealed the fluctuations of her divine power, and her gorgeous and elegant clothes moved automatically without any wind. Like the divine power of the vast ocean, it gives people an inexhaustible sense of sight. I hate sneaky attacks. From now on I want to fight openly and honestly. Field was not angry because of Phylomna's reckless behavior. This guy was actually very cunning. It was probably that the enemy was already in her kill line, so he was so arrogant. Another one is here to die. Samantha smiled happily and raised her eyebrows twice. It's still the 2nd level of divine power. It seems that no one can use Izayo. Even the chosen one who has not been trained can come out and die. The main chosen ones on the battlefield are usually of the 3rd level. Level 1 and 2 people can easily be killed by fish or unidentified large-scale attacks, so they stay at home, which is not as common as those at level 3. This idiot is just bait. Grace, who was holding a hammer, her back was burnt. She smiled ferociously and glanced around the forest. There is definitely a 3rd level divine choice hiding. Ready to launch a sneak attack. The injury on my back, that's what she did. No one would think that a 2nd level divine choice could fight across levels. They have no idea about the combat power of destroying disasters. Therefore, they felt that Phylomna was just a pitiful bait. Hey, run away, you will die. Gray Pigeon was kind-hearted, and when he was escaping he saw Philomena appearing. She thought she was a martyr against the Empire and immediately shouted. Everyone in Yizio could only cast sympathetic and helpless looks. The elites of the Empire are indeed extremely powerful. Even Wyan could only sigh secretly. She didn't know whether the Hero King's rebellion could succeed. It seems that your companions have little confidence in you. Grace laughed. No matter how many enemies you hide behind you, you will all die here today. Death? I don't think I'm going to die here today. Philomena felt the majestic divine power in her body which had reached its bottleneck. She waved her sleeves domineeringly. Didn't you hear the mournful wailing of a lonely soul beside you? I killed every living creature on this continent. It was as if the memory was awakened. In the first era, all creatures in the entire Moonmark continent were crying and burning under her divine power. After saying this, the seeds of burning the sky and destroying the world floated out. As if he smelled something delicious, Miyashi was trembling slightly and moaning excitedly. There was no need to deliberately release the pressure. A sense of fear engraved in the genes enveloped everyone. Huh? Why are you so crazy and saying such outrageous lies? Do you think you are? Grace spat. When I find 500 homeless people and lock them up with you, you will be honest. At this time, the two of them thought that an arrow or something would suddenly shoot out from the woods opposite. Hearing the insult, Philomena just said one word coldly, death. Kill me? Grace took the lead, and the remaining vindictive knights around her also rushed out. Second-level magical skill, sun bombing. Raising his hand, the seed of destruction floated out, and the sky was instantly dyed a gorgeous golden color. What's going on? Why does it feel so scary? I have goosebumps. The escaping Yizio and others suddenly felt the color of the world change and looked around in horror. The fear lingering in her bones caused Kathleen, who went to pursue her, to immediately give up the pursuit and instead look at her companions behind her. Golden light fell from the sky, falling like a judgment, directly blasting a huge crater into the stone road. Like a signal, a continuous stream of golden light fell like a torrential rain. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful, divinely chosen guardsmen were directly submerged in the golden light without even raising their horse speed. The governor's private motorcade was instantly blown away. Pure energy, unpretentious drop. Previously, they were still thinking about where the enemy's hidden shooter was. Samantha and Grace could only use their divine power wildly to form a divine defense, struggling to withstand the terrifying energy rain. The terrifying temperature caused the surrounding woods that had not been bombed to begin to burn. Goddess, this is not a third-level weapon. It must be the evil lackeys of the imperial officials who are plotting to harm us. Shan Mansion gritted her teeth and smashed the falling beams with the double-edged gun in her hand. Artifact dissociate. Grace had been seriously injured before, and now she couldn't stay at all. Can't stay here. She will be blown to death. She thought the bombing would end soon, but she was horrified to find that Philomeni's bombing did not stop for 3 minutes, and her divine power was consumed rapidly. She had to dissociate the artifact and burst out with power. Be careful, don't walk around. Shan Mansion was shocked. HMPH. Patient defense can make you die slower. Finding the right time, Philomeni pointed a finger. Second-level divine skill, original annihilation. The extremely fast black line instantly pierced Grace, who was exposed, and her throat was broken. Grace never thought that she would be killed by the ridiculous second-level gods chosen until her death. The seed of destruction swept past, absorbing Grace's goddess mark, absorbing the purest source of divine power, turning it into a unique light, and feeding it back to Philomeni. The momentum rose steadily, and there was no need for the support of the surrounding earth veins. The source of divine power from the sky was absorbed crazily, as if surrendering, and even the air began to burn. Finally, it's the third level. Field hugged Ashina tightly in the heat. But fortunately, Ashina was the chosen one of the winter gods, so it was icy and cool. With a trembling voice, Grey Pigeon said in a daze, what is it? The people of Night Owl even forgot to escape and stared with wide eyes. Catherine frowned, not daring to act rashly. At the same time, Field received information about Philomena's job change. Unlike his usual job changes, Field didn't feel like there was an influx of information. Open Philomena's personal panel. Name, Philomena. Occupation, natural disaster. Based on the unique characteristics of lords and destruction, it has the following job transfers. 1. Sun disaster, original, restoring the appearance of the first era. The moonlight form will completely disappear. The capacity of divine power and the power of divine skills will be greatly improved, and all skills and talents will be replaced with the skill templates of the first era. The negative status worsens, and the chance of going berserk increases significantly. Eternal calamity, new and exclusive, evolved and improved. The artifact seed of burning the sky and destroying the world has the ability to spread branches and leaves, kill different races, crack their life structure, and use destruction to water the seeds of destruction. You can absorb their life energy and obtain massive buff effects and new magical skills. Current kill accumulation: Crescent Saint Clan, 99% ancient creatures lost, 0% epic beasts lost, 0% humans, 0% corrupt creatures, 0% Dragon Clan, 0%. Kill the New Moon Saints to obtain permanent gains. Doubled vitality and doubled life recovery speed. Acquire additional magical skills. Final Sacrifice Explosion, absorb most of the damage in a short period of time, and after merging with your own divine power, explode in a large area. Some negative statuses are slightly aggravated, and some negative statuses are reduced. 3. Caregiver full of maternal love, new and exclusive. Loses all magical skills and combat power, cannot think seriously, maximizes strange attraction. No matter what creature he breeds with, violent natural disaster monsters will be born, and the new monsters will be uncontrollable. All negative status disappears. There are only 3 options. Although they all look good, there are too few changes. He thought that Philomna would have many career options, and even wanted to see if Philomna had any interesting acrobatic careers. But it's a bit outrageous. There are only 3 career change options, and one of them is a perverted career. Field was sweating profusely and his mouth was dry. Inexplicably, I want to die. I think it will explode if I look at it. Forget it, reality is not a game after all, and there is no chance of a do-over. Field thought secretly. It seems certain that Simon's divine choice was randomly assigned to a perverted profession. As for the old template, it will definitely not work. Even if it seems that the power will skyrocket in the short term. The chance of going berserk increases. When the time comes, Philomna will not recognize her relatives, casually shoot herself to death, and not even enjoy life. What's the point? Just choose the second one. This holy race is probably the aboriginal people of the first era. The progress is not 100%. It seems that they have not been killed. This is also said by other disasters. The previous annihilations have flaws. Of course, it's also possible that Philomna killed them too quickly and didn't even have time to accumulate. Forget it, I'm too lazy to think about it. Field decisively chose eternal disaster. The moment he made the choice, Field felt his soul being sucked in, and the huge soul power escaped and merged into the original divine power of the sky. It seems to be otherworldly, graceful, and noble, breathtaking. The world-destroying seed in her hand actually grew a small gray leaf with unique patterns carved on it. At the same time, Philomna's information also changed, and Field opened the panel. The moon's form has not changed at all. It is still stupid and has no fighting power. Name: Philomna, the first magical skill. Sun bombing, large-scale bombing, second magical skill. Primordial annihilation, single target sniper kill, the third magical skill. Tianiming bird soul fire. Philomna summons the power of her own bloodline to release strange flames to attack the enemy. While burning the flesh and blood, it can indirectly burn the enemy's soul and cause soul damage. Note: devouring the blood of high-level monsters will gradually strengthen this magical skill. Additional magical skill: Final Sacrifice Explosion, acquired by killing the New Moon Saints. Talent 1, Super E. Energy Concentrator Talent 2. From Ancient Times Talent 3. Born to Destroy Flesh and Blood Civilization Additional Talent. Bloom of Destruction Seeds, kills gain permanent buffs and miracles. Current buffs: Life Force and Life Regeneration doubled, negative status mitigated. Gradually understanding magic, magic resistance change from 0 to 10% magic immunity, negative state mitigated. Fragile Soul, subjective initiative gradually recovers, negative status serious, rule exclusion, the world's rejection intensifies, and every killing will be met with more serious backlash, invincible. Field sucked in the hot air around his mouth. It's fleshy in output, but it's easier to fall asleep. This most annoying negative state can actually become more serious. It's obvious that you have adapted to the world. I always feel that I have missed some key information, but I can't catch it. Enter Advanced. Samantha's pupils were shaking. Did she really have a second level just now? Are you kidding me? Who is she? She feels very powerful. The little lion looked confused. Is she a new member of our night owl? I don't know. Everyone looks at me and I look at you. Yun Duo was calmer. She should be a ranger who fights against the Empire. No matter what, the enemy of our enemy is our friend. Maybe we can win her over. As if a sharp sword was drawn out of its box, Faramine exuded an aura that suppressed the world. The divine power surged like a torrent, dyeing the surrounding air into a golden ocean. This breath, Catherine was stunned, racking her brains to think about which powerful man the other party was working for, but she had no impression. To be precise, she couldn't even tell the attributes of the other party's divine power. She could only feel the pure power. Stop pretending. Consuming so much divine power, I don't believe you can continue to fight. The bombing had stopped at this time. Although Samantha was horrified, as a professional warrior, she naturally couldn't admit defeat. She directly crushed the artifact double-edged gun in her hand, and the artifact turned into a giant energy claw, crushing towards the top of Philomeni's head. Completely different skills from the previous life. But surprisingly okay. Philomeni was familiar with her new divine skills and nodded slightly. In the short term, it was not as good as in the previous life, but in the long run, it was simply crushing the previous self. As long as she kept destroying, soon the number of divine skills would double. I can perform my duties more easily in the future. Philomeni raised a noble smile at the corner of her mouth and looked at Samantha's attack calmly. Yizayo and others immediately cried out in surprise. The enemy's attack on the artifact disintegrated, but the masked chosen one did not run away. Was he frightened, or had he not adapted to the third-level combat power? Ying raised her slender hands, and the space around her began to distort. Third-level divine skill, the end of the explosion. Samantha's terrifying claw attack swept the air around her, and the boiling attack fell. However, just as she approached Philomena, Samantha only felt that the vision in front of her began to distort, as if it was a black hole that absorbed everything. Her dissociation attack actually began to disintegrate and gathered into the black hole like a drop in the ocean. The attack of the dissociation artifact was absorbed. Samantha's pupils shook. How is it possible? It was as if she fell into the abyss. The dissociation attack that she poured all her divine power into was actually eaten up by the black hole. Samantha's energy was quickly used by Philomena, and after mixing it with her own destructive divine power, Philomena smiled wickedly. The next moment, the black hole turned into a brilliant gold, and a layer of ripples spread out in all directions. "Run!" Catherine yelled. Boom! The space suddenly became silent, and then a brilliant explosion suddenly exploded. The endless golden flames raised a huge wave of flames tens of meters high, crushing in all directions. The sky was blasted by the instantaneous explosion, and it was clear, and it was difficult to see any clouds. Field seemed to see. Art is Patrick. "My lord, run quickly. The attack range of Philomeni is too large. It will definitely affect us." Asuna, who was hiding in the forest, was shocked. While defending, she pulled Field and ran. The two rode on the dragon wolf and ran 10 miles. Then they stopped and looked at the forest burned to ashes, staring at each other. Field wiped the sweat from his forehead and smacked his lips and said, "This stupid skill is too dangerous. Must not be used in a melee between the enemy and us. Otherwise, once it explodes, I am afraid that the enemy will be injured by 1,800. When the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, the two hurried back to the battlefield. The governor's chosen one disappeared at all, and only Philomeni's elegant figure floated calmly in the air. Samantha was blown to pieces by the explosion just now. Who I accidentally killed too many animals in the forest. Philomeni swayed twice, and the backlash of her soul surged, making her feel like she was thirsting for water in the desert. It was not severe pain, but inexplicable irritability, wanting to madly pour out the majestic divine power. However, the onlookers, including Night Owl and Catherine, did not notice the backlash of Philomeni. They were so shocked by the miraculous divine skill just now that they were speechless. Just now, she only used one divine skill to resist the dissociation of the third-level god chosen. Am I seeing it right? That was the last blow of the same level. Even if the fourth-level god chosen came, they would not choose to bear it hard. Otherwise, they would vomit blood at the least, or lose their arms and legs at the worst. And Philomeni, she resisted it perfectly. Not only that, but he killed the enemy instantly. That was a being that could suppress me. You fought for 300 rounds, but you killed him with one blow. It was inevitable that everyone in the Night Owl was ashamed and horrified. Yunduo was trembling all over. She racked her brains, but couldn't find a similar existence from the Night Owl's intelligence network. Insecurity enveloped everyone in the Night Owl. Run away. But Catherine did not lose her fighting spirit, but said in a deep voice, I am the daughter-in-law of Governor Tacklin and also an honorary baron. Come to our governor, we will give you double what your lord can give you, no, 5 times. Not interested. Philomena responded coldly. Then what do you need? Is it for a ridiculous ideal like Night Owl? Don't be silly. Catherine frowned. Only cooperation with the nobles and the royal family is our way out. It's true that you are very powerful now, but can you guarantee that you will be strong all your life? What will happen when you are old, and what will happen to your children? For the sake of the goddess, stop violating the laws of the empire and submit to the benevolent governor. Money, power, handsome men, everything you want is available. Catherine said excitedly, but Philomena didn't seem to be very interested. Sorry, I do want an ideal. Philomena snorted in a condescending and domineering tone. My ideal is to destroy everything in the world. Killing you 100 times is not enough. Goddess, what kind of lunatic did I meet? Catherine was dumbfounded. She just thought that Philomena was a ranger who came to rob the rich and help the poor. It turned out that he was just a psychopath who came to chop people. Damn it, why am I so unlucky today? I'll be punished again when I go back. I hope I'm not challenging 100 coachmen. Those guys who haven't touched the opposite sex in their 30s or 40s will probably skin me alive. Catherine glanced at the convoy. Most of the carriages had been destroyed. The gold coins melted and cooled into a bunch of gold cakes. She wanted to escape, but she didn't want to be punished, so she had to struggle and observe Philomena. Calming down, Catherine found a clue. Philomena's body was unstable and looked like she was seriously injured. The white rabbit on her chest kept rising and falling, which showed that Philomena was in great pain at the moment. I said that the attack just now was definitely not something that could be performed under normal circumstances. She was definitely at her limit. You dare to scare me? I want you to pay a heavy price. With a chill in her eyes, Catherine sneered and immediately shot out violently. Level 3 divine skill, purple thunder spear lightning. The powerful god of war's divine power burst out, and countless thunder shadows flashed in the air. The purple light of the gun gathered, and when Catherine fired the gun, there was an aura that could change the weather. Oops, let's go help. Field, who was watching the battle, was startled. As the saying goes, if you care too much, you will be confused. He wanted to help immediately. Waving his hands repeatedly, Asuna persuaded, My lord, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with Philomena's breath. Even if there is a problem, let me help. Asuna was extremely sensitive and had a good grasp of the battle situation. As she expected, Philomena's combat power was not affected at all. Facing the enemy's unstoppable attack, Philomena was still too lazy to move. She opened her sleeves, and a mysterious source of divine power flew out. 3rd level divine skill, Tianiming Bird Soul Fire. The golden light around her body instantly turned into a burning flying bird. It was impossible to tell whether it was a demon beast or a strange beast. It just felt noble and holy, dancing around Philomena. With a casual wave of her sleeves, there were hundreds of flying birds with a sharp whine, and collided with Catherine's spear light in a simple and unpretentious way. With a loud hum, red lotus bloomed all over the sky. Catherine was determined to kill, but the moment she hit the skybird, her brain was buzzing and screaming, as if she saw countless people wailing in pain in the flames and heat. Her mind was blank, and Catherine didn't even know her own name. Her soul was directly hit hard. A bloody rain fell, and Catherine fell down with empty eyes. Die. Philomena walked forward slowly, flicked her finger. And the seed of destruction blasted Catherine to pieces. An artifact wrapped in thunder slowly flew out. After easily dealing with Catherine, Philomena took back the seed of destruction. Shattered and absorbed the mark of the goddess of war. You're so strong as expected of you. Field gave a thumbs up. Seeing that Philomena was shaking a little, he immediately stretched out his hand. HMPH, of course. Philomena slapped Field's hand away and grunted, Take her artifact. What do you want to do with the gold coins here? I won't help you move things. Accept Kathleen's artifact and won't use it in a short time. After all, it is too eye-catching. We can't take away so much gold, let alone go to war. Field knew clearly, Hey, where are the Night Owls and the others? Sir, those cowards ran away early and have been away for some time. Ashena sensed a circle and shook her head repeatedly. Then there's no way for them to work. He came to a relatively intact carriage and opened the treasure chest, which was filled with gold. The gold coins in these 2 carts belonged to us, and I even left a mark. Taking out a dried lizard from the box, Field inspected the carriages one by one. Even though he had seen a large amount of gold coins, he couldn't help but gasp. It's either gold coins or gold bars. There are at least 700,000 or 800,000 gold coins in this series of convoys. The governor is planning to build a palace. Greedy guy. Ashana covered her mouth in shock. This can be worth the income earned by Yimu for decades. That's right. Picking up a half-melted gold coin, Field pondered for a moment. Let's hide the gold coin and get it back after the war. But where is it hidden? Those villages that were slaughtered, mass graves, or in the river. There are some hidden everywhere. Anyway, as long as we can recover some of them, we will make money. If all the hundreds of thousands of gold coins were poached, it would be a life-threatening situation, and there would be nothing to regret. The melted gold nuggets were thrown into the river at different locations. Field used his fighting spirit again and carried a box with all his strength. When I came here, I saw an abandoned village and hid 100,000 gold coins there. All right. Philomena raised her body lightly and floated over. I knew you would help. Field was overjoyed and raised his eyebrows repeatedly. You are so cute. You guessed wrong. Philomena floated over to the treasure box, sat down, lowered her head and yawned at Field, who was carrying the box, swinging her 2 flawless calves. Hurry up, I want to move it. Go back to sleep. Cute ass. The corners of Field's mouth twitched and veins popped out. After this guy advanced, he became even more in need of a beating. With the help of the dragon wolf, Field was still busy late into the night. After dealing with the traces, we returned to the camp and fell asleep tiredly. The next day, Garros returned to camp with his mercenaries. Lord Field, I'm back with the team. J-Rose hummed a tune and saw Felamine, who was in a daze outside. He immediately went to pat her on the head. Good morning, little moon. Why did you wake up so early today? Because we have to go to war. Philomena dodged the opponent's hand, crossed her arms over her chest, and gave her an invincible look. It turns out it's not little moon. Garros stopped his hand angrily and was suddenly startled. Why are you at the 3rd level? Are you selling your moral integrity to Field? It's so abominable. I didn't expect you to be able to do such a cold and destructive disaster. Such a thing. Bah, teach me. Crawl away or die. Philomena almost fainted and squeezed out a sentence from her throat. Climb, just crawl. Pouting, Garroth lay down and climbed into Field's tent in darkness. This scene made Felamine completely confused. I've never seen such a straightforward guy. It turns out to be a small scythe. I thought it was Sadako. Her domineering appearance made Field feel ashamed and coughed twice. Is the mercenary matter settled? Yes, we have recruited 2 mercenary brigades, totaling 1,200 people, of which 300 are crossbowmen and the rest are infantry. J-Rose added, because of the war, expenses have become higher. It costs 5,200 gold coins at a time. In addition, we have to provide a monthly salary of 150 gold coins and a living allowance of 30 gold coins. Mercenaries are much more expensive than their own soldiers, and most small lords cannot afford to hire them. The advantage is that they don't feel bad when they die, they are just cannon fodder. Very well, go pack up, and we'll set off immediately. So fast. Jietroth stretched, holding her shoulder. Field whispered, because if you don't leave, you may be in big trouble. I'll tell you on the way. Okay, by the way, I spent too much money. Shouldn't there be a punishment? Gerlos looked expectantly and pointed at his face. Punish? Field was sweating profusely. Damn it, this guy must have been led astray by Rosalia and the others, right? Okay, of course I will be severely punished. At this point, Field tickled her directly. Wow, foul. J-Rose smiled and ran away from the distance, making a face. Why are you like this? I won't play with you anymore. Go and get ready. After laughing and scolding, Field shook his head. In fact, Gerlos was just a little girl, even very playful. Unfortunately, the war burdened her too much. Command the army and raise the camp. Field looked at the large teleportation array in front of him like a maw of an abyss and took a deep breath. The armies outside the empire, let me see them. The whole army obeys the order and sets off. Field led the team into the large portal. Half a day later, the governor learned that the convoy was ambushed and even his daughter-in-law was killed in the battle. Who is it? Which blind bastard dared to offend me? Taklin was furious and immediately launched a large-scale search. However, Field had already arrived at the outskirts of Kanghai Province, the super-large fortress in Noldor Province, the Unfallen Castle. Noldor Province, located to the east of Kanghai Province, is a province with no sense of existence. It has many hills and woodlands, but no excellent products. It can only produce a small amount of food and fur. The north, the Gem Province, has rich gem mines and the only gold mines in the empire. To the west, it borders Kanghai and Kyanhu provinces, two coastal provinces which happen to be located at the trade center of several countries. Roarfield had just walked out of the portal and had not yet adapted to the dizziness when a deafening roar came to his ears. Accompanying the continuous sharp roars were the screams of the surrounding soldiers. The fishy wind blew in my face, and the smell of rust was everywhere. What's going on? Is the situation on the front line so critical? Looking around, there were towering city walls and large and small defense facilities, but the soldiers here were running away in panic. My lord, be careful of the enemy's air raid. Ashina immediately hid Field behind her. Air raid. Only now did Field realize that the roars were coming from the sky. He hurriedly shouted to command the troops. Cavalry dismount, everyone spread out and take shelter under the nearest bunker. Yes, Lord Baron. The army, which had been staring blankly at the sky, suddenly woke up from a dream and dispersed in a mess. Finding a place to hide himself, Field looked up and observed. I saw that the originally blue sky was blocked by hundreds of figures. Groups of neat flight formations flew over from a distance. Feilong is here again. Damn it, it's the Franconian Air Force. The ballista is firing, are you deaf? Sir, we can't hit them. Those monsters can fly. We need the support of flying troops. Fangs of poisonous snakes, give me my brother's life back. The surrounding Griffin Empire troops were roaring, cursing, or throwing their crossbows around in a mess, making a mess everywhere. The atmosphere changed, and Field knew that the moment he stepped into the portal, he would face a completely different solemn atmosphere. That's a blue-winged wyvern, a type of dragon. They are the dragon cavalry of Franvia and the giant eagle knights. A slightly older voice came from beside him. With no time to respond, Field carefully observed the enemy's air force. Every piece of information now was extremely important and related to the future war. Hearing the roar of the giant beast, the 15-meter-long giant flying dragon had already penetrated the city's fire defense network and dived towards the ground first. Brutal breath was spit out from the huge mouth, and a blue beam of light was aimed at a military camp of the noble army. Boom! The military camp was directly hit by the blue breath. The tents and the soldiers inside were all burned to ashes. Not even a scream was uttered. Only 2 or 3 pyromen ran out, rolled around twice, and died. Quickly stop those monsters! A young nobleman shouted, asking his men to line up and fire arrows. However, ordinary arrows lose their power after being shot 100 or so steps, so there's no way they can shoot down a flying dragon. After the Dragon Knight finished attacking, he flew away. Without giving the Imperial army a chance to breathe, swarms of giant eagle knights plundered down like dumplings. The eagle's mouth opened, and it was an energy bomb. The knights on the war eagle raised their magic weapons and fired randomly at the crowd. Thousands of fierce Griffin warriors were killed by a Franconian airstrike before they even had a real fight with swords and guns. The little nobleman was snatched away by a giant eagle before he could even yell a few words. "Ah, let me go, you cowards who can only fly around." The little nobleman's claws were embedded in his flesh and blood. He drew out his sharp blade and stabbed the giant eagle wildly. The screams were mixed with the exclamations of the crowd, and after a while only a mangled corpse fell. The ballistas and magic towers on the fortress walls kept counterattacking, but very little was gained. Don't fight back in vain, child. They will leave after pouring out their magic power. The old baron beside him was holding his long sword, as if he had been used to it for a long time, and said scary words in a flat tone. "I am Baron Robert. Boy, you react so quickly and know how to disperse the troops. I have seen many soldiers huddled together and become living targets. This is nothing." Field shrugged. "I am Baron Field. What is the current situation of the war? Why can the enemy's air force come here? It's very bad. The rebels have surrounded the Duke of Ashes and are attacking the Empire from 3 directions. Robert stroked his pale beard. "Our place is the direction of the rebel attack. Indeed, after all, the fortress here is an obstacle that the enemy must clear. Although the Noldor is poor, it is a rare hill in the flat terrain of the western part of the Empire. The geographical location is such that it can defend against any attack from the south. If the fortresses of the Noldor were bypassed, the supply lines would be exposed to attack by the armies here. Where should I report? The command hall inside the fortress, whether it is the noble army or the imperial army. Is under the command of the Queen's uncle, Sir Fernando. Okay, no more pretending. Field was horrified. I thought it would be some famous marshal. There is nothing to worry about. It is said that the Queen will issue the order herself. I issue orders personally, but isn't she in the Griffon province? Field was dumbfounded. Is it necessary to perform microcontrol remotely? Child, Her Majesty the Queen is the greatest and noblest person in the Empire. How can you be smarter than her? All we have to do is obey and charge. You're right. Alarm bells sounded in Field. Although he had been mentally prepared to be at a disadvantage, he felt chilled when he heard that the Queen would command remotely. The air raid ended quickly, and Asuna reported the damage. 2 baggage trucks were destroyed, and a truck containing sleeping bags and tent cloth was burned to ashes. There were no casualties, but there was a stupid mercenary who took advantage of the chaos and poked the goat that someone brought. But the other troops stationed here were miserable, with crying wounded, burning tents, and broken corpses everywhere. The low morale has even affected the mercenary group of the Night Territory. After Field organized the team, he summoned the chosen ones to give a brief speech. Sir, I feel that the atmosphere is not right. Ashina frowned. War requires morale, but this is a relatively safe fortress. Morale is so low and the outcome is unpredictable. Because they have been bombed all the time, they died as sadly as ants. After Philomena advanced, she obviously began to think proactively. Scythe Jalos also expressed his opinion. Perhaps we need a victory to build confidence. What you said makes sense. But the Queen's victory is not important at all. Field nodded, then shook his head heavily. His own chosen one still couldn't figure out the nature of this battle and the purpose of his coming here. After looking around and making sure that no one was around, Field whispered, "What we have to do is not to try our best to bring victory to the Imperial Army. Put yourself in her shoes. The Queen doesn't look good to us at all, so we don't need to work hard for her. If she wins, the Queen will benefit, and if she loses, she will lose. Field won't do that. At this stage, there are only 2 things we need to do. The first is to obtain as much information about the enemy as possible, such as information about the chosen gods and terrain. The second is to create opportunities for Philomena to annihilate the chosen gods." Field's eyes were cold. No matter the enemy or us, the enemy's chosen gods must be annihilated, and we will kill some of the bastards in the Griffin Empire. Gerlos was shocked and whispered, "Why? You will know soon." After simply setting the direction for the chosen gods, Field simply reported and followed the order to come to the 3rd Mercenary Regiment of the Vanguard Corps. As the deputy commander, the Empire would theoretically give him a part of the army. "Little Sickle, Ashina, you come with me." Field took a deep breath. The original aristocratic tone was quickly replaced by indifferent pressure. "Sooner or later, we will have to deal with the Imperial Army. It is good for us to be familiar with their style of doing things." Arriving at the mercenary camp, Field found his superior, Commander Wilson. Field walked into the camp with a swagger. "Mr. Wilson, I'm here to report." "Oh, our noble deputy commander is here." Hearing this, Wilson looked unhappy. After reading Field's commission, he looked up and down and said, "I heard that you are a baron, but you don't look like one. You are not a fake, right?" "No doubt." Field no longer made any explanations or reported his name. It even began to be aggressive. Knowing that this time's counterinsurgency campaign was all a pit, Field simply stopped pretending and kicked away all the ineffective socializing that was roundabout. Who has time to waste with these nobles of the Empire? If they have time, they might as well take Phaleomeni to kill people. This time I have to win everything I want with my fists. Why don't nobles go to the Noble Coalition and come to the Imperial Legion? Wilson frowned. "I don't have time to take care of a spoiled guy. Go back and ask the Marshal to change your position." Don't think I don't understand the army. If you vent your old soldier's temper again." Field closed his eyes slightly, revealing the cruelty of a superior. "I don't mind twisting your head off and letting you see what the pampered nobles are." Wilson couldn't believe his ears. It was the first time he saw such an arrogant subordinate. "Stop pretending this is treason." Wilson was furious, but only for a moment. He changed the subject and said sarcastically, "Okay, noble lord, since you want to stay here." Jealousy, vigilance, and irritability were mixed together. After all, he was just an honorary knight. His subordinates were more noble than him, which made Wilson very uncomfortable. Seeing Field was indifferent, Wilson gritted his teeth and said, Give me the command of the army you brought, and you can continue to stay here. You are a little humorous. Field was amused. Why? Because this is a war. The Queen gave me full command, do you understand? Full command. Wilson's voice was so loud that it immediately attracted the attention of the lazy mercenaries. As my subordinate, you must obey orders unconditionally. A right vanguard 3rd Legion needs to gather strength. The Imperial Legion is not the noble coalition you joined before, a mess. He. Field snapped his fingers. Give my superior a little shock of the dandy nobles. Buzz, the artifact buzzed. Gerlos couldn't stand it anymore and directly summoned the artifact sickle, and the shining sickle was directly placed on Wilson's neck. My lord, should I kill her with 1 knife? Or cut her in 3 knives? Gerlos smiled. Threat, undisguised threat. Let's talk it over nicely, Field. Wilson was almost frightened to death by the sudden killing intent. His legs softened and he almost knelt on the ground. He cursed some people 1,000 times in his heart. Damn Imperial officials, they told me to target Field. Who the hell knew he was so cruel? As a commander, I don't have a chosen one, but my deputy commander has one. How did Her Majesty arrange the positions? How can I command? Wilson was so angry that he wanted the Queen to have 10 children. What are you looking at? You bunch of rubbish who only know how to eat and drink. Get out. Helpless, Wilson vented his anger directly on the mercenaries and drove away all the mercenaries who were watching. I need to get information, the situation, and military orders, not listen to your madness. I am from the Ross family. If I kill you in front of everyone, the most I can do is to take back my territory. Wilson was honest this time and spoke faster. Baron, I will assign you 400 sword and shield mercenaries. Very good, let me see if the superior has any orders. Field was not shy. Soon, Wilson brought a series of tasks. The Vanguard Corps had more than 1 deputy commander and more than 1 task. Field chose for a moment, and then took a fancy to a task of evacuating the masses. I will execute this. Field took out the order. Okay, you need to go to the Steelback Mountains in the west, where there are several villages. Persuade the nearby villagers to retreat to the rear and take on logistics for us, then occupy the Goat Village and build an outpost. Stop all invading enemies and wait for the Imperial Army to arrive. Someone will notify you to gather. At that time, we will counterattack the rebels in Shanghai province. No problem. Field stretched out his hand. I still need food and weapons supplies. No, go out and see. Even the elite corps has difficulty obtaining supplies. Where can I get food for you? Wilson pointed to the continuous tents outside. There are many villages and residents around the Goat Village. If you want supplies, you can grab them yourself. The Queen allows it. Wilson did not lie. The Empire's finances are becoming increasingly difficult, and many soldiers have been in arrears of pay for several months. Field, who did not believe in evil, immediately ran to the logistics department to ask for food. Kicked open the door of the logistics department. Gentlemen, the soldiers of the Empire are starving. Where are my supplies? Field said concisely. The logistics officer who was having a dinner put down the steak and dipping sauce in his hand and calmly took a puff of his cigarette. There is not a single bit of supplies that can be supplied to the low-level army. If you want supplies, you can buy them with gold coins. Then sell them to the soldiers. Maybe you can still make a fortune. In the Griffin Empire, soldiers had to pay for military rations or have them deducted from their pay. In the entire empire, only the troops led by Yi Mu do not ask for food expenses from the soldiers. Yeah, you just have to be responsible for dying. Fighting. You have more to consider about logistics. You know how difficult it is to transport supplies. You bastard. J-Rose, who had just calmed down his anger, almost went berserk and stabbed someone. Forget it, let's go. Field didn't want to force it, otherwise he would be trapped by these moths. Who knows if they would put poison in the food. Shrugging, Field pulled Garroth back to the camp. Lord Field, I now know why you want to kill both our enemies and ourselves. J-Rose has begun to doubt life. No wonder my family was destroyed and I didn't see the Empire's rescue. The Empire has become like this. Yes, you have shouldered a lot for everyone. Asuna sighed. Field, who had long been used to it, patted her head to comfort her. Don't panic, I had expected it. The food supply will be fine in the short term. It has to be an adult. Ashina swung her tail happily. Follow the adults and you will have meat to eat. Mr. Field, a familiar voice came from behind. Do you still remember me? Levin Rhoda. Field turned his head and found a woman with a gentle face and a sweet smile. She looked like a wife at first glance. During the first counter-insurgency campaign, she helped treat the troops of the Night Territory. Of course, I remember, he is a kind-hearted doctor. When facing friendly people, Field remained gentle. Lewin Rhoda smiled and said, "You seem to be in trouble." "Yes, there are no supplies and food." Field spread his hands, "But we have to fight. Hey, the Empire is getting more and more difficult. Continuous wars have consumed too much national power." Lewin Rhoda sighed, "It's not easy for everyone, but I believe that the Empire will regain prosperity." When she was a child, she had witnessed the prosperity of the Empire and had no doubts about its power. "I have a box of special medical agents here, and I'll give you a load of black bread. Thank you very much for your help. We will keep it in our hearts." "It's nothing. I'm going to treat the wounded first." Bidding farewell to Livanda, Field integrated all the mercenaries, including the 400 new ones, for a total of 1,600 infantry, divide into 4 teams, all numbered with Arabic numerals. It was the first time Garoth went on an expedition. He was still a curious baby and asked, "Sir, why did we take this kind of mission?" "Because this plan coincides with our plan." Field made a circle. "We need a safe camp. Not a living target fortress that is bombed every day. Plus, once we get there, we'll be free." In the past, there were orders from the Queen, or there were too many nobles paying attention, but now that the report is over and there is no one to supervise, you can do whatever you want, no longer restricted. With a brief explanation, Field drew out the sword from his waist and loudly ordered the army, "Start, target, Goat Village." "Yes." The mercenaries shouted in confusion, but the Knights of the Night Leader agreed uniformly. "Leave the immortal castle and head west into the mountains." The mountain people of the Griffin Empire have a saying, "A traveler who has climbed a mountain has spent all 4 seasons of the year." Marching in the mountains, it is not strange to suddenly encounter heavy rain, heavy fog, and cold waves. After marching hard for 5 hours, everyone finally saw a village in the distance. Perhaps on the verge of war, the village has a lookout, watchtowers and stone walls, giving it some defensive capabilities. This is the Hunter village. It seems to be on fire. Gerlos pointed to the map in his hand. "It's not a fire, someone is massacring the village." Her ears twitched twice, Ashna's eyes flashed with vigilance, and she directly called out the artifact spear. The villagers' screams was still very powerful, indicating that the village was massacred not long ago, and they were probably traitors. Military. "Then let's go rescue people quickly." Gilo's family was massacred by the rebels. He felt the same at the moment and gritted his teeth to prevent himself from crying. "Don't be chaotic." "The situation is chaotic now. Who knows if it's an ambush?" Field suppressed everyone's emotions. You can't just rush in and kill them when your brain gets hot. Although he has a small map, there are too many variables in the magical world, and he has been trapped by Queen Ziyu. Secondly, Field doesn't want his men to develop the habit of being hot-headed. "Ashna, take the wolf cavalry around the village and check for ambushes and traps along the way." Mercenary Captain Qi Jian, you lead the 3rd and 4th mercenary regiments to guard the baggage and stay alert. The 1st mercenary group will be the front line, and the rest will follow me to kill the enemy. Ashna led the divinely chosen guards and rushed out like an arrow from a string. Field led the main force, maintaining a certain formation, and quickly ran towards the Hunter village. By the time they arrived at the village gate and reorganized their formation, Ashna had already conducted a professional reconnaissance and nodded heavily to Field. "Sir, there are no ambushes around, and the few hidden sentries have been eliminated." "Very good, fight in." Rushing into the open village gate, you can see corpses everywhere in front of you, including men, women, and children, and their death conditions are even more miserable. The male villagers were lying in a pool of blood, and several female villagers were in extremely miserable condition, with even their limbs mutilated. What made Field angriest was the baby who was stabbed to the ground with a spear. "You are actually working as a griffin's dog. You are unwilling to surrender to our King of Heroes and are seeking death. Kill these villagers for me, don't let anyone go. They are all lackeys of the Empire. Where's your food hidden? Otherwise your children will be cooked." The scolds and cheers of the villains could be heard in the distance. The remaining villagers were as frightened as quails and waited desperately for death. "Bitch, this is what Night Owl calls a righteous person." Field was furious, his eyes red. "The villagers here are already my support. No matter who touches them, they will die. Kill me." Field rushed out on his horse and rushed into the village. He immediately saw the violent thugs in the square. They were wearing the villagers' rough linen clothes, but they were tied with green cloth strips. Their shields and flags were engraved with patterns of swords and green leaves. Chapter. The silver horse under him moved forward crazily, and the horse galloped, bringing with it an unparalleled impact. Rebel who was searching for treasure felt like the world was spinning before he could see what was happening. The fielder's horse ran over him, smashing him to pieces. The lance in his hand suddenly poked out, and the light of the lance penetrated the leather armor of another rebel, piercing the gun and flying out. Enemy attack. Oh my God, where did they come from? The rebels were horrified. Many of them were not even wearing pants, so how could they fight back? The mercenaries led by Knight followed Field closely, holding swords and spears, and drowned the chaotic rebels in the crowd. Is it the army of the Griffin Empire? The leader of this rebel team walked out of a mud house with bare arms, looking confused. How is it possible? The Imperial army saw us these days as if they saw ghosts. How could they dare to fight back? Brothers, fight back. The Imperial army is not worth mentioning. The rebel leader roared, pulled out a javelin from behind, threw it at Field, and then waved the sword in his hand. Just a bunch of cowards, kill them all. With a tilt of his head, Field easily dodged the javelin and rushed straight forward to kill the rebel, before they had time to fight. A huge sickle split the enemy leader from head to tail, and the rebel's face was frozen with disbelief until his death. Jeheroes had gone mad, charging left and right, killing more than 20 rebels in a row. Field turned his head and saw that the rebels had been dragged out and killed by the people led by Knight like pigs and dogs. Isn't this very simple? Field shook the blood on his spear. Gather the surviving villagers, search for supplies, don't leave any for others, all of them are ours. Take it back to the Imperial army. Impossible. My goddess, dear Knight, we love you. The rescued villagers did not care about their disheveled clothes. As if they had seen their biological father, they all knelt on the ground with tears streaming down their faces, knelt over and wanted to kiss Field's boots. Field waved his hand. I am Baron Field, and I came here specifically to save you, but there is no food in the rear. If you stay in the village, you will be killed by the rebels sooner or later. So you are recruited to be my logistics, and I will also collect the food. Don't worry, I have you, food. We do. Not only did the villagers show no resistance, but they were overjoyed. He actually takes care of the food. Is there such a good thing? Being taken in by a kind lord is better than anything else. There are only about 30 villagers left, and most of them are women. An old woman serves as the new village chief. The village was destroyed and they had nowhere to go. My lord, we found very little food. The mercenaries who came to report dragged 2 carts of food with unhappy expressions on their faces. Smoked and dried field mouse meat, black bread, and even wild vegetables were collected. Tell me, did you hide it secretly? The mercenaries didn't have much quality. They would drag the villagers and beat them. Field shouted to stop. Stop, I said, they are already our logistics and are not allowed to take action. Lord Baron, this is really the only food left in the village. Is this all the whole village has? Ashina drooped her ears. There are too few supplies. Hearing this, the villagers were so frightened that they fell to the ground again, hesitating and afraid to speak. Field asked curiously, Sir, the adults from the Empire have come here to loot the place twice, and the rebels have also come to loot it. It's really gone. The village chief cried. Damn robbery contest, right? Field said with shame. Okay, I don't blame you, you can just help transport the baggage, wash and cook, but if you try to escape, I will never be lenient. The village chief expressed his sincere thanks. The goddess protects the kind. Let's go to the next village. Sir, we are willing to lead the way. The village chief was afraid that he would be killed for being worthless. He quickly expressed his loyalty. We know many small roads. For 2 days, Field searched 3 nearby small villages. Either they were looted by the rebels or they were looted by the Imperial army. In most of the shabby houses along the way, you can only see tattered corpses when you walk in, and even cooked body parts can be found in pots. The desperate villagers who hang themselves look like a sunny doll, and you can see one soon. Only by finding the cellar can you find living people shivering in it. As he saw more and more tragedies, Field's heart became less constrained by the Empire. He secretly thought, this country is no longer suitable for the Queen to rule. The disintegration of the Empire is only a matter of time. They took in more than 320 villagers along the way, but only found enough food for 2 days. We will arrive at our destination, Goat Village, immediately. This is the largest village in the surrounding area. One of the sheltered mountain residents wiped his hands with dirty clothes and tried his best to show his humility. "My lord, food access is much less than we expected." After sending the villagers away, Asuna reported in a low voice, "If the goat village lacks food, we can only reduce the food supply for the mercenaries or abandon some of the villagers. The treatment of your own direct troops cannot be reduced. If a mercenary doesn't have to starve, then why should he still be called a mercenary? Now he has 400 direct line cavalry, 1,600 mercenaries, and more than 300 villagers. They are depleted very quickly. Let's go and see it first." Field was noncommittal and urged everyone to speed up the march. Soon, a large village similar to a small town appeared in everyone's sight. However, this village built on the mountain has been destroyed into ruins, even more dilapidated than the original hunter village. On the small map, there were not even a few markers. These nasty bandits. Garros was fuming with anger. "What should we do with our food?" Field raised his hand. "Calm down, I will find a way." Approaching the village, Field only saw two disgraced people sitting at the entrance of the village at a loss. Seeing the Griffon flag flown by the army, one of them was so frightened that he went crazy and screamed, "The devil is here again, the devil is here again. There is nothing left here, and we have not defected to the rebels." Another young man said numbly, "Sir, you are late. Another adult has already finished looting." "Is it from our Imperial army?" "Yes, they just left not long ago and went to the northeast." When I opened the mini-map, I could indeed see a team marching, but it was completely different from the direction Field came from, so I didn't meet them. "Oh, then we have to go take a look. You dare to rob my things, I have to take them back hard." Field sneered and raised his eyebrows at Ashina. Ashina understood instantly, summoned the dragon wolf, stabbed a spear flower in the air. Wolf demi-human light cavalry checked the equipment. "What's wrong? Kinky is suddenly dispatched." Gerlos had not yet reacted. "The food problem may be alleviated." Ashina leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Qi Jian, you command the mercenaries, set up secret sentries around and set up a camp in Goat Village. The village chief, Miss Lu Jiao, asked the women to cook and the men to clean up the construction debris. My heavy cavalry stay alert." After waking up Faramine, Field took the light cavalry and chased them in the direction the Imperial army left. When the target is almost found, everyone put down the Griffon flag. Field glanced at his own Griffon flag. He didn't like it no matter how he looked at it. He cursed secretly. The rebels were not afraid of this flag at all. Instead, their morale was high, and their own people were professional. There's no point in cheating your own family. Change to the flag of our knight leader. Use the Black Crow flag for robbery. Yes, sir, everyone obeys the order. Raise the Black Crow flag. When the Black Crow flag, full of the smell of blood, fluttered in the wind, more than 300 light cavalrymen put on black robes and masks. The brand new troops were filled with unparalleled vigor, which made Field feel much more pleasing to the eye. Let the other party see the tradition of the knight leader. Soon, the light cavalry touched the periphery of the target. This is an Imperial army of about 350 people. The continuous convoy is loaded with a large amount of supplies. There are more than a dozen cattle and sheep they are leading, which shows that they have gained a lot. "Ashina, come with me to say hello first." Field pinched the horse's belly and said, "See the opponent's strength." After all, there are probably divine chosen ones hidden in the opponent's convoy. They are just as invisible if they don't show their magical power. It's best to test them out first to avoid unnecessary losses. He raised a griffin flag and drove his horse forward. Before Field could speak, a gorgeous woman rushed out from the crowd on horseback. Seeing that Field was full of murderous intent and still wearing a mask, he immediately shouted angrily, "Stop, if you get closer we will attack." Field glanced at it and saw that there was no noble mark on the other side. He immediately waved the griffin flag in his hand. "I am a noble of the Empire and need supplies. You are the royal army, so you should have the responsibility to provide supplies. Go away." The chosen one's whole body was full of fighting spirit. "You nobles will find your own way. I don't have time to waste my time on you. Level 3 is easy to deal with." The moment the other party showed off his divine power, Ashina knew the other party's strength and reported it in a low voice. Field also estimated that this was the result. After all, strategic units such as the 4th and 5th levels would not come here to do trivial matters. Okay, strive for total annihilation." "Ella, don't talk nonsense with him." An Imperial official shouted coaxingly, "Boy, if you want supplies, just buy them. 3 gold coins and 1 piece of black bread." I can't even spend 3 gold coins to buy your life. Just die. Field laughed loudly and threw away the Griffon flag in his hand. I am a subordinate of the King of Heroes. I will kill you guys, those imperial losers who bully the weak and fear the strong. Ashina, fire them all. We are really not familiar with the Griffin Empire. I have been a subordinate of the King of Heroes for a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, Ashina took the lead and charged forward. The dragon wolf exploded with astonishing speed and rushed forward. Enemy attack. The imperial official's expression suddenly changed. He wanted to run away as soon as his legs went weak. Sir, don't panic. You're just on the same level as me. The glory of the goddess of war cannot be desecrated. Ella also summoned the artifact lance and rushed away. Get out of here, you bastard. Ella roared and raised her horse's speed. The surging divine power caused the surrounding earth and rocks to fly. Asuna's eyes were bloodthirsty, and she just tried her best to reach forward with the lance in her hand. Come on, let me see the strength of the Imperial Knights. Don't let me down. When cavalry clashes, victory or defeat can only be decided in an instant. 2 figures that were so fast that they were blurred collided at extremely high speed. A loud clang sound was heard, and the dragon wolf and the enemy's warcraft mount passed by each other. Ashina just fired a sharp shot in an instant, which instantly stopped the world. The manic divine power wrapped the spear directly through Ella's left abdomen. After penetration, the power of the divine impact remained unabated, plowing a 10-meter-long ravine on the ground. Wow! Ella was knocked off her horse by a blow and fell to pieces. But she still maintained her fighting strength and stood up with a huge penetrating wound in her abdomen. So fast. Vomiting a large mouthful of blood, Ella was confused when she saw that Ashina did not pursue but crashed into the convoy, rushing left and right. Why does this guy not care about himself? He is too arrogant. Does he think he can be killed instantly? Damn rebel, you will pay the price for your arrogance. However, the next moment, she felt an even more terrifying divine power locking onto herself. Not good. The terrifying divine power of destruction bloomed. Ella endured the pain and turned around, raising her spear to defend herself. However, Philomena was faster. She raised her slender hand, and the surrounding space was torn apart instantly. The black magical beam hit her neck firmly. With a low crackling sound, Philomena instantly killed the enemy's chosen god with just a flick of his finger. It's so scary. This is the 3rd-level divine choice. J-Rose couldn't help but sweat drops when he saw the fighting prowess of the 2 men. Her pure and pretty face turned pale. They all seemed to have the means to instantly kill someone of the same level. No, I'm so scared. After slapping his head, J-Rose reacted and immediately started to kill the enemy army. At this moment, Ella felt dizzy. At the last moment of her life, she could only vaguely see a scene of despair. The Imperial army was so frightened that they pissed themselves off, and the official even fell off his horse. The rebels are so strong? No, it's impossible. Your Majesty has orders to annihilate all the enemy forces. On the left and right sides of the forest, more than 100 riders rushed out. Before they could charge into the formation, they threw a hail of arrows. Regardless of the result, they immediately charged into the formation with spears and swords. In an instant, the Imperial soldiers who were already in chaos were killed. The Imperial army's morale collapsed and they fled in confusion, but no one on 2 legs could outrun the light cavalry. You know, the light cavalry of the Night Territory are all professionally trained, just for robbery and pursuit. They are like killing machines, chasing and killing everywhere. Blood arrows shot out in all directions, and blood spilled onto the ground, forming pools of blood. Don't kill me. I'm still useful. Sir, I will join the King of Heroes. I belong to the Empire. The Imperial official lost his previous arrogance and cried out to give his name. Field stepped on his back, stabbed him 3 times, and casually chopped off his head. Sorry, I'm not interested in knowing who you are. And I don't need any prisoners. A flick of the knife smeared blood. Field looked up and saw corpses all around him. The fleeing Imperial army had been chopped down. Pheramine's seed of destruction floated out and absorbed Ella's goddess mark, looking very happy. Philomena's blooming seed of destruction characteristic has changed. Human race 0.1%. Divine power capacity increased by 0.1%. Natural element resistance increased by 0.1%. Note: when the progress reaches 60%, you can form a powerful deterrent to humans and learn racial heritage level, special magical skills. When the progress reaches 100%, you can acquire racial foundation level exclusive talents. Very good. If this continues, Philomena's advancement will be accelerated. And she can also accumulate passive skills. Field nodded with satisfaction. It's okay if you don't provide supplies. I have hands to grab them. This is her artifact. Philomena threw Ella's artifact. I can't use it. I can't use it in a short time. It's such a waste. Field still conquered the artifact because he didn't have a third-level war god system, so these weapons were useless. Sometimes, too many artifacts are also a kind of trouble. Field sighed very versatile. Sir, we have killed all the enemies. Jalos came to report. She was panting but very excited. Are we going to start moving the goods now? No. This kind of rough work that wastes energy does not require elite troops to do it. Field ordered, the chosen ones stay alert, and the wolf sub-people are responsible for burning the enemy's flags to avoid confusion. After the flags are burned, the cavalry will disperse the alert and let the mercenaries come to move the supplies and count them. Yes, everyone got busy soon. This imperial army robbed a lot of supplies, mostly food, enough to supply themselves for half a month. There were also 2 boxes of silk and a bag of jewels, and no one knew where they had looted them. The mercenaries were disorganized and inefficient, and half of the supplies had not been moved away the next morning. Instead, the enemy's army was discovered by the light cavalry. Sir, we discovered that a cavalry of more than 1,000 people will pass by us to the southeast. Judging from the flags, they should be the cavalry of the hero king. Oh. Field opened the small map, clicked his tongue, and said in confusion. If it is reconnaissance, a team of 50 people is the maximum. There is no need to use more than 1,000 cavalry. This area is still in the stage of mutual exploration. It is very risky to send cavalry rashly. Ashina, you go for reconnaissance. I always feel something is strange. Field rubbed his chin. Wait until you figure out their purpose and then annihilate them. What a hero king fart. If you dare to come, you will be fired. After sending Ashina, Field came to the goat village for a tour. Here, simple fortifications were built. After the openings were blocked with furniture, antlers and chevox de fries were placed, and they could be used for defense. The buildings in the village were full of mercenaries, and tents were set up on the open space. The villagers kept boiling vegetable soup. When Field passed by, he could always feel the fear and awe in their eyes, walked into a house with a slightly bloody smell. Die! Philomena shouted, raised the kitchen knife with her beautiful hands, and beheaded a kunkun. And she closed her charming eyes slightly, revealing a cruel and beautiful sneer. Killing a chicken is not that serious. Field was ashamed. Philomena, have you rested well? I'm fine. Philomena floated in the air, lifting her long white legs. But I have a question. Why do you like to build walls tirelessly? The Night Territory builds stone walls every day, and you just came to Goat Village and started building walls again. Because this is a position, you can fight a positional war. Goat Village is built on the mountain and has the advantage of high ground. Field asked curiously, will the civilization of the First Age also build walls? I vaguely remember that they did. And the walls were very tall. Philomena shrugged and said indifferently, but it doesn't matter, my bombing will fall from the sky. Yes, wait, how could I forget the Air Force of Franvia, and the Empire has a lot of flying units. With a fist, Field was shocked. No, Goat Village is definitely not an excellent hiding place. If someone besieged from the bottom of the mountain and then bombed by the Air Force, he would definitely be finished. He went up to pinch Philomena's cheek, ignoring her surprised reaction. Field hurried out to order everyone to set up camp again in a ravine and echoed with the Goat Village. On the other side, the giant wolf was running wildly in the forest. The surrounding messy branches or rugged rocks could not hinder the dragon wolf's footsteps. In less than a quarter of an hour, Ashina found the rebel cavalry mentioned by the scout. After the cavalry arrived at a plain, they stopped moving forward and rested on the spot. The woman in the blue robe looked smug. Ha ha, the Griffin Empire has long been rotten, and there is no decent army to fight with us. Either they are chasing the defeated soldiers or burning the villages. I feel bored. Are the people of your Griffin Empire all garbage, Miss Judy? Another beautiful chosen one asked with a smile. Yes, you two are absolutely right. Although they are both at the 3rd level, Judy dared not even fart in the face of the insults of the 2 people, because the other party was the regular army of Franvia. If I could become a Franvia, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Judy flattered them again and again. Hee, it's good to be self-aware. Kara, wearing a blue robe, waved the whip. Why hasn't the contact come yet? Could it be that the insider has been discovered? No, even if there is evidence, no one can stop him except Her Majesty the Queen. Judy waved his hand proudly. Our hero king is best at strategy. He. The two people from Franvia sneered. In their opinion, the Griffin Empire is full of fools from beginning to end, including the hero king they helped, who will eventually make wedding clothes for them. Alas, I should have known not to kill the mountain people who led the way. Kyla smacked her lips. One thing I have to admit is that the men of the Griffin Empire are still quite fierce. Our men of Franvia are much worse. Indeed. This is the first time I have seen you reach the peak state. You look so embarrassed like a useless cat. Another chosen one of Franvia, Olivier, chuckled, but you were too excited. You crushed the poor guy's cat toy into pieces. Everyone waited for a moment in boredom. Not long after, the space fluctuated. Adam, who had met Field and others before, tore open the space and appeared in front of the knights. It's him. Asuna narrowed her eyes. Isn't he the son of minister? Why did he become a running dog of the enemy country? Dear ladies, I think about you day and night and want to see you. He is bloodthirsty and brutal in front of civilians, and tries his best to please in front of the chosen ones of Franvia. He is servile and subservient, like a loyal dog. Have you finished what I asked you to do? Kara asked majestically. Adam answered respectfully. Of course, my father has already offered a strategy that coincides with the Queen's idea and helped the Queen to formulate a strategic plan. The Griffin Queen will send about 30,000 noble coalition forces as the vanguard of the army. The noble coalition forces are the foundation and elite of the empire. They will arrive at your ambush circle under the Queen's order. When the time comes, you just need to attack frantically. The Queen's Imperial Legion will not reinforce any soldiers, but will watch coldly. And the arrangement of the ambush circle has also been completed according to your approach. Okay. Kara's eyes flashed with teasing, and she nodded with satisfaction. Grand Duke Ash's defense is too tenacious. His army and the Chosen Ones have held back our 6th-ranked Chosen Ones. When he knows that the noble coalition has been annihilated, he will definitely surrender directly. The Grand Duke Ash, who has the 6th-ranked Chosen Ones, has outstanding combat power. Like a tenacious reef in a torrent, he blocked their offensive steps, and has been blocking them for 200 years. Now it is the 3rd generation. In this way, the 3 fertile border provinces will all be our Franvia's territory. When Franvia obtains the territory, the Queen of the Griffin will complete the reduction of the vassal, and everyone will have a bright future. After laughing, Kara saw that Judy looked ugly and immediately said tactfully, Don't look like that. We in Franvia don't have big ambitions. We just want the 3 border provinces. And you, the hero king, don't have the desire for great unification. You just want to secede, I know that. We, the Franvians, only hope that the throne of the Griffin Empire will fall into the hands of friendly people. For example, you, Adam. Kara chuckled and saw Adam's hidden ambition at a glance. After everyone had a friendly exchange, Adam left. Get ready to set off. Let's go to the ambush circle. Kara stretched lazily. Traitor. Ashina's sharp wolf ears heard everything and gritted her teeth in anger. They are all bad guys. The Queen asked all the nobles to gather together just to kill them all in one wave. Returning to the territory, Ashina described all the information she heard in detail. Where is the ambush circle? Field immediately tore open the paper map. This is unclear, but their marching trajectory will pass near us. No wonder no one came to save my family. Jero secretly wiped away tears. It turns out that this is exactly what the Queen wants. Fortunately, we didn't originally plan to mix with the noble army. Field hugged Gerlos and comforted him for a while, but then he thought, That's wrong, it always feels too deliberate. Franvia's ambition is just that little. They have to send someone here to talk to the mole. Everything has been cleared up. Philomena made the key comment. You're right, Field laughed. It's not a good thing anyway. As long as we get the benefits, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. In fact, hearing this secret is not important to the Knight Leader. After all, Field had no intention of fighting for the Queen from the beginning. As for using this secret to threaten Adam, it is a waste of time. He is a close confidant of the Queen, and he is the enemy of the Queen. It is self-evident what the outcome will be. Time is urgent, Ashna. Gather the troops immediately. These foreign bandits actually think that our Griffin Empire has no one. Then give them a little night collar shock. My lord, I will let the cavalry attack them right now. Ashina has great fighting spirit. Her scarlet eyes are filled with the magnificent temperament of killing. I will make sure that they never come back. Don't worry yet. Field shook his head repeatedly. Let the mercenaries go first and consume the enemy's physical strength. The cavalry only needs to be responsible for the decisive battle and chasing down the defeated troops. The mercenaries have great flaws, not to mention their lack of discipline. These guys have very poor obedience. He asked them to move out of Goat Village. They clearly showed their protest mood and moved even slower. Some mercenaries even deserted and took their gold coins to escape. Of course, they ended up being killed by light cavalry. This is no longer an ordinary mercenary. This is a loser, and he must be attacked hard. Mercenaries don't have to be used as cannon fodder. So haven't I spent money in vain? Field doesn't care about human rights at all. Let the cavalry use whips, and make sure the mercenaries reach this unknown river before the sun comes up tomorrow. Ambush. The cavalry must rest at night, and it is impossible to walk on mountain roads in the dark, otherwise it would be no joke to kill 70 or 80 people. With a small map and local people leading the way, this trouble will be infinitely reduced. This gives yourself enough time to operate, but with the mercenaries' military qualities, it would be difficult to ambush. Ambush is not the key at all. We are like this. The next morning, Kayla's cavalry regiment came down the winding mountain road like a roaring torrent and like a steel python. The Empire's mountain roads are difficult to walk, and unmaintained dirt roads are torture for the cavalry. Fortunately, the knights are all elites who have experienced hundreds of battles. The bumps are not a problem at all, and there are not even those left behind. After crossing that river, you can walk to another mountain forest. Judy, the rebel god's choice, wiped the sweat from his forehead. How the mountain road is too difficult to walk. It takes a lot of time just to keep steady. Little energy. The big river in the distance crosses the road, and there is a huge stone bridge in the middle connecting the two banks. Something feels wrong. Kara squinted her eyes and looked at the birds hovering in the sky in the distance. Large numbers of birds lingered on. There were many footprints around, and they were fresh. It was obvious that they had just been stepped on last night. Something's wrong, there's an ambush. Kara looked unkind. You lead us into an ambush? No. Judai was shocked and suddenly sweat dropped. I dare to swear in front of the goddess of war. I'm sorry you don't dare either. Kara stopped her horse, closed her eyes, and injected divine power into her 5 senses. Her perception continued to break through the limits and extend into the distance. She soon sensed that a large number of mercenaries were hiding in the woods. From time to time, mercenaries were complaining, cursing, or chatting, and the movement was too obvious. It's a simple ambush. But I was worried that the enemy would make trouble with me. Kara snorted coldly. It turns out they are still a bunch of trash. The Griffin Empire's army is just inferior. I don't know what kind of useless commander he is. Even if he doesn't clean up his footprints, he doesn't even restrain the soldiers. This professionalism really makes me feel humiliated. They obviously arranged in a hurry and planned to attack after we were halfway across the river. Olivia reminded, Kara, don't be careless. Why they ambush here is very important. Just capture their commander and torture him severely. Kara licked her lips. That's right. I'm full of anger and have nowhere to vent it. I want to squeeze him dry. Sir, should we take a detour? Judai asked cautiously. No need. If you want to take a detour, there will be more than 1,000 useless infantry. If you don't have the advantage of sneak attack first, it's nothing. Kara waved her hand indifferently. There are cavalry hidden further away, and there may be the chosen ones. Just pay attention to this. Cavalrymen of the King of Heroes, obey the order. Yes, about 800 knights promised loudly. Dismount and form a formation, cross the stone bridge, and directly launch a counterattack against the enemy troops hiding in the woods. The cavalry tied their horses to the nearest tree and formed an infantry square. My knights don't need to dismount. Wait until the infantry engages in battle. You, Olivier, will lead them to attack the enemy cavalry farther away. Their commander is definitely there. Yes, in just a moment, Kara saw through the ambush and arranged a counterattack plan. His professionalism shocked Judy, who thought, as expected of an army praised by the hero king, the Franvians are simply invincible. Drawing his sword, Kara roared, Kill them, show the trash of the Griffin Empire how powerful we are. The enemy lined up in a complete formation, with a fierce fighting spirit, and crossed the stone bridge aggressively. Field knew that they had seen through the ambush. Without the slightest panic, Field also jumped out. Mercenaries, 2 silver coins for killing 1 person, attack. Charge. The mercenaries with bows and crossbows threw dense arrows, and the rest of the mercenaries, driven by money, rushed out in a mess. Arrows flew out of the forest and fell into the enemy's formation. instantly blooming more than a dozen blood flowers, and 2 people were shot in the neck and fell down immediately. But most people, relying on heavy armor, ignored the attack of the rain of arrows and collided fiercely with the mercenaries. With swords and spears raised, the 2 sides stabbed each other fiercely, and a group of people fell down in an instant. The small area in front of the stone bridge was already occupied by soldiers from both sides. "Who are you? You actually have the courage to ambush us." Kyla saw Field commanding the attack from afar and shouted to ask. Waving the Night Wolf flag in his hand, Field replied energetically, "I am the National Knight of the Griffin Empire, Xiaochuan Mao, known as the Far North Black Wolf. I've never heard of the Knights of the Nation." Kara pulled his lips and said with disdain, "I only know the Knights of the Round Table." Field said, "Nonsense. I have 600 million grandchildren, brother, but they are not 100 times stronger than the Knights of the Round Table." 600 million. Brother, stop bragging. I don't feel that you are any different from those trash. Kara shook his head lightly. "Your men will not be able to hold on. This will be your burial place." After that, Kara loudly urged the soldiers to attack. The rebels had experienced the Great Famine, and each of them was a literal cannibal villain. The rebels rushed and killed like the devil descended to the world. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and they shouted for a fierce battle. The mercenaries were just here to fish, and they just shouted a few times to deal with it. Unfortunately, they came to deal with it, but the rebels were serious. "Kill, kill, kill them. I want to eat his heart." Amid the thunderous roar, the rebels charged forward one after another. Mercenaries mercilessly piercing their guns into the bodies of the mercenaries. As blood splattered, the mercenaries in the front row fell down in 2 or 3 rows in an instant like peeling shells. "Ah, you're still killing chicken feathers. Run quickly." A cunning mercenary saw that his comrades who blocked the knife in front of him had died, and his sight was full of enemy troops, and his legs trembled with fear. He shouted, "We lost," then turned around and ran. Fear is contagious. One person's escape immediately led a group of people to escape. "Run for your life." "Mom, I want to go home." "Don't retreat." Field was furious, shouted, drew out his double swords, and instantly killed 3 or 4 people running in the front. "Keep attacking. Don't say that supervising the battle is too cruel. You have to know that the military expenses of mercenaries are 4 or 5 times more expensive than their own direct army. But the combat performance is so weak that anyone who sees it will be angry. The mercenaries were driven back by Field and had to continue fighting. With only this little trick, it seems that your national knights are just clowns. This also fits my stereotype of the Griffin Empire." Kayla sneered and waved. "Olivier, prepare the cavalry to attack." "Yes." Olivier immediately raised the battle flag and asked the knights to trot on the other side. In the previous battle, the enemy cavalry did not cross the stone bridge to cross the river, just to have space to accelerate. After all, cavalry attacks require speed, and they can't run in the crowd. The earth trembled, and the heavily armored knights ran like rolling thunder. The mercenaries began to show signs of defeat again just by hearing the sound. "Clown, I Xiaochuan Mao am one of the 4 pillars of the north. How could I be defeated by your clowns from Franvia?" Waving his hand domineeringly, Field snorted. "Today, you will have the honor to see our strength. You are about to die, but you are still talking nonsense." Kara laughed. "Attack, capture their commander." Boom, about 200 heavy cavalrymen have completed the acceleration. Under the leadership of Olivier, they plan to gallop across the stone bridge and then break the formation. "Dare to insult me? Divine punishment." Field jumped on the warhorse and pointed at the stone bridge. "Poor guy, he is already unconscious." Kara shook his head repeatedly. However, the next moment, countless golden rays fell straight from the sky. The divine skill sun bombardment, which contains the ultimate destructive power, fell heavily on the stone bridge. In an instant, the heavy stone bridge was bombarded into pieces. Even the river was evaporated by a large amount of water vapor due to the instantly increased temperature. This time, Philomena did not bombard for a long time. She stopped attacking after breaking the stone bridge. Olivier, who led the charge, had increased the speed of his horse to the maximum. It was almost scared by the terrifying golden light. Immediately, the divine power burst out, and he punched with divine power, relying on the reverse thrust to stop the warhorse. But the other cavalrymen who were sprinting were not so lucky. The cavalrymen running in the front crashed into the golden light and were blown to pieces together with the stone bridge. Those who ran a little faster fell into the river. Only the hundreds of people in the back row blocked the broken bridge and kept shouting at the warhorse to stop. "What's the situation? Did you see the light curtain just now?" Kara was dumbfounded and asked the rebel god-chosen Judy in astonishment. I don't know." Judy's eyes were dull. The sudden bombing forced the rebels who were fighting hard to stop. The rebels saw that the stone bridge behind them was gone, and they fell into shock and confusion. Field laughed loudly, waved his sword, and encouraged, "Warriors, the enemy has been cut off and is on a dead end. Attack." The bombing just now seemed to be a signal. Ashina led the heavy cavalry of the Night Territory and appeared behind Oliver on the opposite bank. "Charge, charge!" Howling excitedly, Ashina's divine power surged. Level 3 Divine Skill, Avalanche Charge. The biting winter divine power spread like ripples, and the surrounding space was actually illusory and collapsed, and the surroundings were all white. Behind her was the most elite heavy flag of the Night Territory, which also increased its horse speed and rushed forward. Ashina's army bonus, predatory formation, cavalry greatly speeds up and gains attack and impact bonuses, those knights who were originally of no rank, but the phantom of a giant wolf appeared around them. The target of the attack was the enemy knights who were blocked by the river. Because the knights were heavy and could not turn around in a short time, it would be fatal if they were hit at this moment. No third-level magical skill, Justice Protection. Olivier's small shield in his left hand formed a light shield. Trying to resist Asuna's charge. Bang! Ashina smashed the light barrier with overwhelming force and led the cavalry into the enemy. Cavalry, in an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and screams continued. Ashina's avalanche charge instantly tore apart the entire line of 50 or 60 people, and the lance in her hand struck hard on Olivier's shield. Sparks flew everywhere, and Olivier was struck by the sudden and terrifying impact, which made his internal organs cramp and spit out a bloody arrow. 30 or 40 enemy cavalrymen had no chance to connect with the enemy and were pushed directly into the river by their comrades. He was originally wearing heavy armor, but now he fell into the water, and his clothes were saturated with water. You can imagine the weight. Those who didn't fall into the water were even worse. They were pierced by heavy lances, killed by long knives, or had their limbs smashed by war horses, fell off their horses, and were trampled to death by war horses. Almost instantly, Kara's proud direct line of heavy cavalry suffered a devastating blow. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." Olivier was furious when he saw many of his brothers and sisters killed in battle. He didn't care that he had suffered a big loss in the first round of confrontation. Roaring, he kept thrusting out the spear in his hand and fighting with Asuna. Oops, Kara had already recovered. The enemy had no intention of relying on an ambush, but planned to blow up the bridge from the beginning. The other side fell into a one-sided massacre, with no way of retreat behind them. The rebels who crossed the river immediately fell into panic. With a smile on his lips, Field narrowed his eyes slightly. Since ancient times, few people have fought against the odds, and she can't be an accident. "Charge!" Field roared and waved his sword in person to fight. The mercenaries around him saw that the enemy's hearts were in chaos and knew that there was a smooth battle ahead. They immediately sharpened their heads and everyone moved forward, driving back the rebels. "I underestimated you." He saw his troops being pressed to death like pigs and dogs. Kayla's eyelids were twitching wildly, and traces of anger destroyed her ability to think. "Zio Chuan Zai, but don't be happy too soon. You asked your chosen one to intercept my rear team. But have you ever thought about it?" Kayla gritted her teeth and smiled ferociously. "What should you do with the offensive here?" "Judy, we attack, and I want to tear it apart." "Yes, sir." The silver light in Judy's hand shone brightly, and he swung the artifact spear vigorously. The mercenaries rushing around him were instantly separated from their heads. In order to prove his worth in front of the Franconians, Judy stepped forward bravely and tore a bloody path. Kara summoned an artifact, the Moon Blade, and rushed towards Field not to be outdone. As long as Field is killed, victory can still return to his own hands. Kara seemed to see Field trembling under her iron hooves. White divine light enveloped her whole body. She shouted, "In the name of the goddess of justice, I declare you guilty." Similar to the war goddess of the Griffon Empire, Franvia also has a unique pantheon. "Get away, Ant." The two were still 100 meters away when they heard a majestic scolding. Immediately, a person who looked like the goddess herself floated over, with a slim figure and snow-white skin. The splendid phoenix eyes are even more peculiar with strange pupils, which seem to be filled with stars, making people unable to move their eyes away and dare not look directly. There is actually a divine choice, but it doesn't matter, just die. Kara had absolute confidence in her fighting power. She took out a strange little sculpture from her chest. What's more, I still have the saint, the holy thing given. Go and judge the Titan soldier. The strange mark of the goddess floated out. Countless streams of divine power immediately surged around, converging into a 5-meter-tall humanoid creature. The giant divine soldier held a scale in one hand and a sword in the other, like a living divine sculpture. This is a special divine object with the third-level god's chosen combat power. Kara was so proud. We are 3 against 1. I'm here to help you, third-level magical skill, white glare. Judy stabbed out countless spear flowers in an instant, turning into a dense rain of dazzling impact, overwhelmingly covering Faramine. Be careful. J-Rose was so frightened that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Don't worry, just leave it to little son. Not panicking at all, Field was even vaguely looking forward to seeing what kind of power Philomena could unleash. He was also curious about the limits of Faramine in the little sun state, and whether she would be forced to use the divine weapon to dissociate. However, Philomena did not dodge, but was suspended in the air, with her big white legs crossed, maintaining a cold and arrogant expression as if she was looking at an ant. Field dared to say that if her background would change to the Griffin Imperial City, no one would doubt that she was the Empress. After all, most people can't learn this condescending expression. The white glare came first, and Faramine didn't even bother to raise her hands to block it. Hit, Zhu Dai was overjoyed. Bang, 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 as soon as countless dazzling lights hit the 3-meter radius of Faramine. They were instantly blown to pieces like tofu hitting a hard stone. Everyone could clearly see that there was a circular shield within 3 meters of Philomena. The impact of the divine skill can only create slight ripples on the shield. Divine skill, it still opens up the divine defense. No, it's just a simple coat of divine power and a protective shield formed by life energy. J-Rose's eyes widened and she understood. It's too exaggerated. People's magical outerwear is clothes. Your clothes can be 3 meters thick. Why don't you be so perverted? After all, little son's total amount of divine power is 3 to 5 times more than that of a normal. Divine choice. Field was not surprised. Although Philomena was weak and boneless, she was very fleshy. What's even more outrageous is that she destroyed the New Moon Saint clan and gained twice as much vitality. The enemy's chosen one didn't seem to understand the situation yet, thinking that Philomena relied on defensive skills to resist. Kara still controlled the Titan soldier and rushed towards him in large strides. Giant god soldier, judgment. Kara swung her sword and injected divine power crazily. The giant god soldier was like a puppet, swinging the giant sword in his hand with a loud sound. The sword's speed was too fast to be caught by the naked eye, and the blow was so powerful and heavy that not even the city wall could withstand it. Go to hell, you loser of the Griffin Empire. Let's see how long you can hold on, Kara yelled. Noisy, a splendid golden magic circle spread out behind Philomena. She raised her slender white hands, and her fierce divine power swept across the sky in an instant. With a wave of her hand, the giant sword dropped by the giant god soldier was smashed into pieces by her. Without giving the enemy a chance to be shocked, Philomena punched out, not very fast, and landed on the giant god soldier, immediately blasting out a large cloud of white blood mist. The Titan soldier's right arm was hit, with broken tendons and fractures, and was twisted into a ball in a weird posture. What the hell, we met the 4th-level divine choice. Kayla's eyes almost popped out of her head, and she was sweating profusely. She instantly thought of what Field had said before. I, Zio Chuan Zai, am the knight of the protector of the country and the 4 court pillars of the north. Oh no, I've run into a really ruthless person. Is what he said true? Impossible, how could I not know? It's actually a living creature. This blood, well, it's the legendary creature I need. I finally found it, but the blood is too thin. Philomena's eyes lit up, as if she saw a delicious cake. Level 3 Divine Skill, Original Annihilation. Change move. The space behind her tore apart and a black light shone out. This time it did not directly cut the enemy, but gathered into Philomena's seed of destruction, forming an energy sword inlaid with the seed of destruction. Fleeting the counterattack of the giant god soldier, Philomena flew up and cut off the head of the giant god soldier with a sword. With a virtual grab with his left hand, The huge attraction pulled, condensed, and compressed the blood that should have been splashed like a fountain, turning it into a white sphere. And the huge body of the giant god soldier turned into a mummy. After swallowing it in one gulp, Feiluomenai closed her eyes slightly and licked her lips. It tastes good. I haven't swallowed blood for a long time. Damn, this is how you swallow blood, just swallow it directly. Field slapped his head. Feiluomenai's second talent from the ancient times describes that she can swallow blood and unexpected things will happen. The holy object was eaten. Kara was stunned. Isn't the giant god soldier a third-level god-chosen combat force? Anything else? Another one. Feiluomenai tapped her lips with her slender fingers, looking greedy. Kara almost vomited blood. This is an item comparable to a divine weapon. Do you think it is candy? Even want another one? This is pure humiliation. Go to hell. Kara gritted his teeth and slashed the moon blade in his hand fiercely, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, and the offensive almost became a shadow. And the rebel god-chosen Judy was only thinking about showing his value in front of the Franvians. At this moment, he didn't care about the difference in strength between the enemy and us, and immediately attacked with a gun, trying to win victory for his master. Oh, that's it, it's a bummer. Feiluomenai looked disappointed and swung the long sword in his hand. The surrounding space was instantly annihilated and collapsed. The violent, destructive power swallowed the offensive of the two like an avalanche and blasted the two more than 10 meters away. The surrounding trees turned into ashes. The two flew backwards and vomited a lot of dirty blood in the air. After falling to the ground, rolling and crawling back 7 or 8 meters, Kara barely stood up, and his heart was filled with shock. Is this guy cheating? It's clear that his divine power is at the 3rd level, but why can't he resist it? What on earth are you? Why do you have divine power fluctuations that I have never seen before? You don't deserve to know. Feiluomenai snorted, holding the black sword transformed by the divine skill, and slowly floated towards Kyla. Quick, dissociate the artifact, and there will be a glimmer of hope if you fight her. At the critical moment, Kyla rolled to stabilize her body, using both hands, and a gorgeous and majestic light bloomed. 3rd-level divine skill, Judgment Slash. The white jade-like light wheel rolled over, and the power of Kyla's divine skill was obviously above Judy. Hit Feiluomenai's divine power defense, and the surging divine skill seemed to hit a hard reef and was forced to split into 2 ends. The mixed divine power flowed turbulently, destroying the woods on both sides. Field smacked his lips. No wonder the Chosen One would open up another battlefield. Otherwise, after the two of them fought, we don't know what the outcome would be, and the younger brothers around them would probably be dead. I forgot to block. After taking the enemy's magic skills, Feiluomenai swung her sword belatedly and cut off the remaining magic skills. She was slightly distracted and saw Field and others watching the battle. She panicked for no reason and immediately covered up. HMPH, I'm too lazy to block. This guy resisted the enemy's skills before. Maybe because she couldn't react. Field was embarrassed, thinking back to Feiluomenai's previous performance. She seemed to never block or dodge. At first, Field thought she was pretending, but later found out that it was Feiluomenai who couldn't react. It's all numbers, not a single operation. Taking advantage of the breath created by the magic skills, Kara sneered and decisively smashed the artifact in her hand. Judy, who was knocked unconscious, also immediately dissociated from the artifact spear. Kara was not afraid of death at all. She laughed wildly. It can block ordinary attacks, but our dissociation attack will leave half of its life even if the 4th level comes. Haha, impossible. Feiluomenai snorted disdainfully. Her eyes were full of invincibility. The drag of her hands, she heard a shrill wail. Everyone present felt that the shrill sound came from the depths of their souls. Level 3 Divine Skill, Sky Bright Bird Soul Fire. The blazing flames moved in an instant and condensed into half-human-sized golden flame birds. The surroundings were so bright that they could not open their eyes. Those flame birds have become bigger. Is it because of the blood they devoured? Field was sweating profusely. This effect is immediate. If it devours more blood, what will the flame bird look like in the end? I guess only Feiluomenai knows. The sky bird was extremely fast and flew out like a flash of light. When Kayla saw the attack coming, it had already hit her face. She only had time to say, "What a fast skill." Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions were as fierce and chaotic as a whirlwind, blowing out large, deep pits around them. The two only felt their souls being torn apart crazily, and they couldn't even feel the pain of being burned, let alone throw out the dissociation attack in their hands. The mercenaries and rebels around were all stunned, staring straight at the direction of the dust, and they were all dumbfounded. After a while, the breeze blew over, and the two had no life left, and they didn't throw out the dissociation skill until they died. I'm not seeing wrong. That's the lured chosen one or two of them. The mercenaries couldn't help but tremble all over, muttering in disbelief. The mercenary captain, Cuagian, usually didn't even dare to look up at them. Unexpectedly, he saw two of them fall today, and the battle lasted less than half an hour. You can imagine how shocked he was. Don't stand there, attack. Field was not surprised at all, and joined the battle with Jalos. Aphelium and I took the backlash, rested silently, and stopped attacking. The rebels were brave before, in large part because they had the support of their own chosen gods. Now, seeing their own chosen gods die in battle, they no longer have the will to fight, and their minds are full of surrender or escape. With an uproar, the rebels threw away their armor and ran away. Most people were blocked by the river, kneeling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. But they were stabbed to death by the mercenaries with a grin, like pigs and dogs, and pushed into the river. A few lucky guys broke out and fled all over the mountains and plains. What awaited them would be the bloodthirsty wolf like light cavalry. On the other side of the river bank, there was also a one-sided slaughter. Ashina easily killed the enemy's chosen Oliver and annihilated all the enemy knights. The war lasted until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Before it was declared over, we won. The mercenaries cheered with abandon. Many of them took out their wine bottles and drank, dancing to celebrate with their arms crossed, or boasting, imagining that they would buy out all the waitresses in the tavern after the war was over. My lord, another artifact has been captured. Ashina put her hands on her waist, swung her fluffy white tail, and handed over a special spear with divine power in her right hand, which was engraved with gorgeous patterns. Phalamini has always been in charge of killing and not burying, and the capture depends on her mood, while Asuna is full of thoughts about supporting her family, so Asuna's capture rate is much higher than others. Well done. Silently, Asuna's butt was praised. Field took the artifact and immediately became interested. I have never seen a pantheon before, it's interesting. Dripping blood, Field subdued it and obtained information about the new artifact. Artifact, Knight Spear of the Brave, level 3 source, Goddess of Courage, a branch of the Virtue Pantheon. Effect, when you are determined to win, the artifact will exert a more powerful power. Special effect, only for the chosen ones of the Virtue Pantheon. Huh, there is such a goddess. Field was amused and laughed. It seems that the quality of the people of Franvia is very high. But this pantheon doesn't seem to be anything special. After all, the official pantheon of Franvia is Holy Light.